I've just really enjoyed sharing with you. I could spend all day just sharing, and I love this. And I love talking to the new students that come in because it's just so awesome to hear their heart and how they want to help people and how some of our counselors have helped them. Now they want to go out and do what our counselors are doing. So it's just so wonderful. Now, are you patiently waiting?
Okay. Well, you're close. Huh?
Okay, let me read here. This is what he wrote for me to read. Okay. Dr. Arno may share some of his life experiences. His stories are what transpired to bring us here today. There are things that happened to him that served as bricks, stacking one on top of the other, that formed the foundation of the NCCA. Now, I do have one more little thing. I have one more little thing, but you can come on up.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I want to leave you.
In the Navy, may I board?
Well, I just have to read this to you. This slipped out of my Bible before we left, and I want to leave this just for all of you. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace.
Amen.
Peace. The calm in the storm. He's the calm in the storm, and he will give you peace. And I'm just so excited to get all the hugs that I've gotten. I'm elated you're taking the training to help God's people, and this is what it's all about. And so thank you for fulfilling that call. Thank you.
This marriage might work. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can't believe this. I'm married to Miss Wright. Last night I found out her first name is Always. So here's just a little tidbit in case you ever want to try to massage it out. I'm not going to do that. But I'm not going to unpack the whole thing. But here's what came to me was the Old Testament is the law, right? New Testament is grace. Law and grace. And when I look at the Old Testament, it's a mirror. It's a mirror, and it shows me all my flaws. But it does not correct them. There's no correction available in the Old Testament. But in the New Testament, it's not a mirror, it's grace. And it shows me my imperfections and provides purification through the blood of Jesus. Isn't that sweet? So I want to share this with you in a brown paper bag. I've been in the ministry 59 years, full time. I haven't had a zillion words from God or visions, but I've had a couple. And I wanted to tell you about one of them. And again, this is like Mary. You've got to ponder it in your heart. You may or may not receive this, but I just want to tell you what happened to me because it was one of the foundations of this ministry, one of the stones of this ministry, an experience that I had that came in and became a part of my research and my work, my presentation to you. You know, when I was 30 years old, I was in a coma. I had a rad brain disease, gave up all hope for me, called my family in to say goodbye. I come out of it like that, and I was as alert as I am right now. And the Lord spoke to me, and he said, my son, I'm going to be calling many of my children into the ministry of counseling, and I want you to train those that I send to you. And as I stand here before you today, I can guarantee you, you were called by God and sent to the NCCA for training. I know it. I know that to be true. But nevertheless, this is just a vision that I had. I was at the 700 Club. I was working there. I was there for several years, the head of counseling in Virginia Beach. At one point, I was the head of spiritual life for Alabama and Georgia. But they called me back to Virginia Beach, and Pat really liked me. I remember one time I was having dinner with Pat, and I said, God, give me favor with Pat Robertson. And then afterwards, Pat just loved me. And I said, oh, Lord, you gave me favor with Pat Robertson. And he said, yep, you could have had favor with me. Jeez, I shot that bullet low. Anyhow, I was at the 700 Club, and I did a lot of speaking up and down the Eastern Coast with back then the Full Gospel and Woman's Aglow. And they called me and asked me if I would come to a church called The Barn. It was somewhere in North Carolina, eastern North Carolina. And it was a very successful church. And in fact, it was a barn about the size of this room here. But they'd converted it to a church. And it was beautiful. People were beautiful people, just lovely. And they asked me if I would come and share my testimony about my brain disease. I said, sure. So I'm standing there in the congregation. I'm just a part of the congregation. We're singing songs. Praise you, Jesus, whatever our song. And then all of a sudden, I believe, now whether in the body or out of the body, I do not know. But I believe that the Lord spoke to me. And he said, my son, I'm doing a new thing. Caution. What? And he said, many of your loved ones, many of my children, I can't reach them because they're surrounded by a wall of concrete and bricks. So, for example, your sister-in-law isn't a Christian, and you try to talk to her, but she's had so many bad experiences, and if that's a Christian, I don't want anything to do with that brick. And then she sees what goes on inside the church, brick. And then through the lifetime, she has these bricks totally around her. Now she won't even listen to you. My brother, Sonny, God bless him in heaven, he would sit at the table with me and my mother. She was a born-again Christian, led me to Jesus. And we would be sitting there, and Mom would say something, and I'd say, well, I don't know, Mom. The Lord said, oh, my God, here we go. The Lord says, I'm out of here. And he left. He just hated. He wouldn't even talk about it. He was just totally surrounded by these bricks of bad experiences with Christianity. And it built up a wall between him and Jesus. It wasn't Jesus' fault, but he built up a wall between him and Jesus. And the Lord speaking to me, and he said, so if you have a loved one that you are burdened about, if you pray for them, now there's an asterisk there. If you pray for them, I will walk around them as Joshua did in Jericho. I will walk around them 7 times, and I will knock their walls down. I thought, is that from God? Boy, would I love him to walk around my brother Sonny. And then I'm pondering this in my heart, this word from God. I'm going to walk around them 7 times if you pray for them. Asterisk. And, sorry, I'm taking medicine that makes my mouth dry. I apologize. But I thought, is this from God? So then that song ended. The music leader gets up, takes the mic, and he said, we had some other songs planned for tonight, but we're switching it out. So everybody stand, if they weren't. We're going to sing, Jericho, Jericho, when the walls come tumbling down. And I thought, wow, is that a confirmation that this is a word from God? It seemed like it to me. So I shared this with Pat Robertson, and he asked me to share it with the staff. We had several hundred employees. And so I shared it, just like I just did. And then I never heard a word from anybody, but about 2 weeks later, this man called me on the phone at my house. And he said, Mr. Arno, you don't know me, but I'm one of the cameramen at the 700 Club. I said, okay. He said, sir, I am a Jew. I was a Jew. I received Jesus as my Savior, and when I did, my mother and dad disowned me. And I wasn't allowed to see them. And through the years, they became older, and they went to a Jewish kosher home for the elderly. Both of them. Dad died, and I wasn't allowed to be a part of that. But you shared that. And I prayed for my mother, who's in a Jewish home, unreachable. I mean, you couldn't get to her with a stack of Bibles. But she called him on Sunday afternoon. He picked up the phone and he heard this voice. And he said, Mama? And she said, son, I received Jesus as my Savior. So that was the only fruit I saw out of that, but that was some sweet fruit. So my asterisk, it was far more than that. We're not talking about you praying for your sister-in-law. Oh, God, thank you so much. I appreciate that word. Walk around her 7 times. Thank you, Jesus. Amen. No, he went to the depths of my soul when he gave me that word, that if you love that person with all your heart, mind, and soul, if you burden for that person going to hell, if you're burdened to the bone, if you're burdened to the bone for that person, and you get down and you sweat tears of blood, if you're so burdened, and your love for that person comes up to the point where you would die for them, literally like Jesus did. I don't know if you can reach that or not. It's almost a pinnacle of unreachability to love that person that much. But if you do, Jesus said, I will go to them for you. And I will walk around them 7 times. Second asterisk. Now, their bricks are down. The Son of God walked around them 7 times with the hem of his garment brushing against their ankles, literally. Because your love and his love is fighting hell for their soul. And you have to, again, you have to come to the place where your love matches. But now their bricks are down. And here's the word you're not going to like. They're vulnerable. They have no defense. A Muslim could get to them. A Hindu could get to them. An atheist could get to them. They're open. They're wide open. So if you ever come to the place where you get down on your knees and you pray for that loved one until your knees hurt, and you feel that he said, it's done. I've knocked their walls down. If that ever happens, get to them as soon as you can. Just call them. Say, look, if you ever have any questions, let me be the one to answer them. Don't listen to anyone else, because somebody could snatch them from God. They're wide open. Today is the day of salvation. I love you. I'm having a hard time with my microphone. It fell off.
What can I help with, Doc?
My microphone.
Hey, this is private.
Get the camera
Thank you,
up.
buddy. He loves me. Steve loves me. Thank you, buddy. I guess I could unloose it here, too. There. Thanks.
All right.
Thanks, buddy. God bless you.
No problem. All right. Good stuff. How about giving it up for the docs one more time? I do want to say it's so awesome to be here and to have the docs with us. I don't take that for granted. And you heard Dr. Phyllis sharing about temperament and Dr. Richard kind of bantering back and forth about the no wall. I've seen the no wall. I've experienced the no wall. The no wall is real.
Yes.
It's real.
Yes, our daughter.
live with it. Yeah, absolutely. Miss Erin, she's experienced the no wall. She has a little bit. It's kind of like a family tradition. The no wall has gone down to Dr. Phyllis's daughter. But I do want you to know something that's really important. We don't just teach this temperament stuff. We live it. We really do. It is a part of our family. It is how we diffuse situations that come up when we have struggles. You got to know, like there's issues that we have in our family, and that we love each other, and we have these temperament struggles just like everybody else does. But I want you to know that it is really a part of our life. It is our DNA. And so we're not hypocrites up here telling you one thing and doing something else. You know, we actually live this stuff every day. You can pop on by anytime and see it live in action, especially in the office when we get back there eventually. All right, well, listen, we're on about a 10-minute break. Go ahead, there's coffee and tea in the back. Get up, stretch your legs, say hello to someone new, give a Fangwin a hug. They'd love that. program moving right along. I know the Melancholies appreciate timeliness. I know clerics do too. We do have coffee and tea available for our group all day. It's going to flow all day long. It's behind the back of the room. So you just got to go out in that hallway behind the back of the room and refill your cup as much as you'd like. That's one of the contingencies we put in the contract. We want to make sure that we've got caffeine flowing all day long. It's not oftentimes that you have a Michigander joyfully introducing someone from Ohio. But see, we're breaking down bridges or breaking down walls here, as Dr. Arno said. And it's my great privilege and honor to introduce our next speaker. As you can see, the theme today is really focused on trauma. Yeah. And God has done an amazing job of putting these speakers together. As I shared last night, it's really about us asking if people will come and speak. And then when they say, what would you like to speak on? We say, whatever God leads you to. And that's how this agenda gets put together. So we give God all the credit for that. Would you do me a favor and welcome our next presenter to the stage, Shanda Miller. She's going to be talking to us about overcoming trauma with faith.
Thank you. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited to be here. Okay, just thank you. I want to thank you all. Thank you for allowing me to be here. It's a privilege and honor, and I realize how much favor I have from God just because I'm here with all of you. So thank you very much for that. I'd like to speak to you a little bit about my life and just how fun, only different, it was growing up in my situation. So I'd like to start by saying, when I was young, I had an amazing grandmother. She was my mentor and my everything. And she took me and my younger sisters to church, Sunday school. She was a Sunday school teacher. And that was probably the only Jesus I ever saw in my life. Around 7 years old, I had the Holy Spirit. I was baptized in the name of Jesus. 7 years old, like, how incredible, right? That's great. But then I'd go home and there was no Jesus to be found for me. My father was an alcoholic, very abusive to my mother, sober or not, but especially when he was drinking. And it was trying for me and my little sisters. Of course, I have 2 younger sisters, 3, one passed away at birth, but 2 living. And my mom and dad knew about God because we were raised in an apostolic UPC church. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that or have ever attended there. Fairly strict with no makeup and hair, just the whole thing. But I loved God and I didn't care. So there was a night that my mom mustered up the strength to leave my father. Mind you, she is a supine. So she mustered up, also a cleric, I just want to put that out there, she's also cleric in control. So she mustered up the strength to leave my father, but she went with a man, was very kind, and we had to hide and stay in his trailer outside of town to a place I actually didn't recognize as a child. And we had to stay there as long as we could, just to hide. But there was a night my mom took me to my aunt's house and my little sisters to my aunt's house, and she went out on a nice evening, probably drinking, with her new beau, and on their way home, they picked us up, and I remember, this is important, I remember, those the Hanes t-shirts men wear, the white Hanes t-shirts, it was down past my knees, that gives you an idea how small I was. So they picked us up, and it was June of 1984. It's a beautiful evening, 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm tired, and mom's picking us up, we're all getting in this truck, back in the days where you don't need seat belts and kids could sit on the floor. And on our way home to where this man lived, they noticed my father was following us. This was not a good sign, but I was awake enough to hear and understand fully because of the abuse I'd already seen with my mother, fully protecting her the entire time the best I could. As a child, I knew to be quiet, I knew to keep secrets, or you could die. So he's following us, so we hide behind this high school. I'm just being very quiet on my mom's lap. And then they come out and they say, okay, I think he's gone. And again, there he was, right behind us. So I'm starting to get that whole shake thing where you're just like kind of a shiver, but you're scared because I knew something was gonna happen. And the kind man, very kind man that she was with, decided to pull over at a sale barn in a town near where I grew up. And as my mother begged him not to stop, please don't stop, he's not here to compromise, he still did. And he gets out of the truck, and I'm still sitting on my mom's lap on the passenger seat. My two little sisters, my one's here and one's in a car seat, 9 months old, on the floor. And we hear 3 gunshots. And I knew what that was. And the man did not return to the truck, but my father did with a gun. He had a rifle, and he rested on the driver's side door. And it was pointed at my mother, but also pointed at me, with no intention, but still pointed at me. And I grabbed a hold of her shirt because I knew she was going to try to rip me away from her. And I refused. So if she's going to die, I will die with her. And I sat there. And he said, I killed Stanley. He's dead in the bushes. Now I'm going to kill you and then turn the gun on myself, and they're going to find us in a pile when they get there. I'll never forget it. That's what he said. And he tried to pull the trigger, and my mother said, God, if you've ever heard our prayers, hear them now. And the gun jammed. So she took as an opportunity, and she gets out of the truck. I'm still clinging on like a little munchie-chee. Everybody remember those? Like they'd hold on for dear life. I wouldn't let go. And she's trying to rip me away, so I'm making it worse. And she's trying to run. And she runs around this truck. She falls under the wheel and breaks her leg under the gravel. I don't even know how it happened. It happened so quickly. She breaks her leg. So now she's crawling to get to the other side of the truck where there's no help. And he decides that the gun isn't going to work. He's going to use it anyway. So he takes a hold of the end of the gun and beats her senselessly with the butt of it. All I could hear wasn't a thud, it wasn't a bang, it was a twang. Just over and over and over. And she just laid there still. I climb up on my father's back. I'm grabbing a hold of his legs, whatever I can do. He puts the gun down and decides she might not be dead. So he jumps up with everything he has and stomps on her neck. And all she does is bounce and bounce and bounce. I'm now on my father, but I'm covered in complete blood. I'm cold in June because of the blood on my shirt. I know at this point, I think in my head, she's gone. So I run, and I'm looking for my sisters. They're gone. Where are my sisters? My 5-year-old little sister grabs my 9-month-old little sister with a car seat and starts running up to a nearby house. Excuse me, one moment. I too get dry mouth severely. Then I hear another man in this house trying to shoot at my father, who knows where he's at, and we're just in the house shivering with blood everywhere. I thought my mom is dead. Police sirens, everything's happening so fast. People are scooping us up, and I won't even lie to you, I don't even remember who drove me to my uncle's house. I don't remember. I don't know what happened. All I know is I think my mom's dead, this man is dead. It's awful. So I go to my uncle's house. He's a very religious man. He's very abusive, very abusive. I remember getting, I want to say spanked, but I don't know if that's quite the right word, for pretending to spit on my cousin. During this trauma, just, you can imagine, I don't even know where my mom's at. They didn't tell me if she's alive or dead. And I'm just sitting there, and I pretend to spit on my cousin because kids are silly. And he made me pull my pants down in front of my cousin, and he beat me with either a yardstick or a ruler. I just knew it was a stick. And I just remember thinking, this is my life. This is my life. And he sat me down at the table like a good parent. And he said, you stop your crying. I said, he did. Face like flint, you stop your crying. And I did. And that was the day I knew to control my emotions. And I wouldn't cry if I had to. But that was a bad idea. But when you're 7, you don't know that. Turns out my mother was in a coma for about 24 hours. She had a broken leg. Somehow, somewhere, a bullet ricocheted and got her in the arm. I don't know how it happened. She had 186 stitches in her head. She developed brain damage later in life. She was alive, thank you, Jesus. She had a broken leg. She comes rolling up to my uncle's house with a broken leg, driving with her left foot to take all 3 of us home. My father is in jail at this time, but my mother is so petrified of him, she testifies for him. And even tries to pretend to like him, like a choleric can, to make sure she's safe. The bodyguard that she actually had before they continued talking was a cousin of mine who shot his own mother's face off. Okay. This goes deep. But this is how we lived for a while. My father only served 3 years in prison for only having the gun. No child endangerment, no attempt to murder. Now, the man in the bushes was shot successfully 3 times. Once in the hand that I actually got to see, once in the collarbone, and it came out, and then once missed his heart by about 1 inch. But he was out of the hospital before my mom. So I'm very, very, very happy that he is alive. He's a good man. He's a good man. But of course, they part ways. So now I'm going to catch you up to speed. My mom found a new boyfriend. My mom had many boyfriends. But this one she brought home that we liked. And he was a sweet man. So she decided to marry him. And I was okay with that because he was very, very passive, but too passive. It was all love and all power. He was just all love. And right then, that's what I needed, though. So my father gets out of prison, and he agrees to let this man, my stepdad, Bill, to adopt us, which was everything we wanted. And it broke me because he rejected me again. He didn't fight for me. He didn't care. But I didn't cry. The day he went to jail, he yelled at me. And he said, "Why aren't you crying? Aren't you going to miss me?" And I dead looked him in the face, and I just stared at him. I didn't cry. My uncle taught me not to cry. So you need to know my stepdad had 2 other children living in another state, I don't know. And he had back child support for days. So good man, but just didn't keep up with what he needed. So we were very poor. I went from a coal miner's daughter to standing in a real welfare line with real welfare cheese. I don't even want to embarrass you, just ask if anybody's ever had it. It is not good. It doesn't make good grilled cheese. You can't put it in a salad. It's just this thing in a block they call cheese. But I stood in line for that. I remember standing for food, going to the Goodwill and these little secret trailers at night for clothes. We were so poor, and it made my life so hard as a young child of embarrassment, and couldn't afford to cut my hair. Oh my goodness, like things were so bad. So my mom wasn't exactly where she needed to be again in Jesus. I was still trying throughout my life to serve God. I have a picture of a chalkboard where I wrote a letter, "Please stop cussing. You don't take me seriously." And she thought it was hilarious because I was trying to just love God, the only person in my house, my whole life. So life wasn't easy. My mom made very bad decisions, but she loved me the best way she could, the only way she knew how. And I love her for that because it wasn't perfect, but it was excellent because it was all she had. And that's okay for me. But my life was rough. I had tattoos by the time I was 13. My mom used to stand around in circles with us to smoke marijuana. I remember seeing and I never liked it anyway, but my little sister, she was probably about this big. I remember her little tiny bowl cut, just a little elementary girl, my mom passing her a joint. She said, "If you do it in front of me, you're safe. Just don't do it behind my back." This made real logical sense to her because my mother was also violently raped by the time she was 9 years old by my grandfather. Until she was 17, they actually thought I was his. So she just did the best she could with what she had. She encouraged me to quit school, and I did, gladly, because I hated it. And we didn't value education because I didn't know any better. I was raised that old-fashioned coal miner way where baby's on your hip, barefoot and pregnant, and that's just the way you did it. You submit to the man, and that's what you do. So that's what we did. So I became pregnant at 17, but there's a reason I did. I became pregnant at 17 because I thought Y2K was gonna take us out. Anybody, tell me, am I alone here? Anybody? Oh my gosh, am I the only crazy person in here? Okay. We're not allowed to say crazy as counselors, right? It was crazy, folks, okay? So I thought, I gotta live my life now. God, you're unfair. I'm only gonna live to 21, I'm doing the math. All right, I gotta get pregnant in March, or this month, so I can have a baby in March, and it just makes sense. Well, I did. Y2K never happened. So now I got this bad high school boyfriend that's my husband, because I think I love him, and I'm goal-oriented. I used to tell people, I'm goal-oriented, I'm gonna change this man. He had to be so phlegmatic. He had to if he just would move. I couldn't move, he's like a slug. Not that you're slugs, I'm phlegmatic too, okay? So, but I just stubborn as heck, man. I couldn't get this man to do anything. I'm like, come on, man. But if you're phlegmatic and you don't like Jesus and you just don't like life, you're kind of a slug, you know? Well, you don't want to do anything. So anyways, cover that one back up. All right. But he was also abusive, but not physically, never. Like he was so, my husband was very docile, too docile. I don't think he cared at all, that kind of docile. And cheated on me all the time, and I knew it. I'd find lipstick in the car, I'd get phone calls from girls, I'd catch him, but for some reason I was goal-oriented and this man was gonna love me. So I had one more baby with him. So I have 2 boys, best kids ever, best men ever now. But at the time, my husband was so addicted to pornography. I can't even, in a setting like this, tell you how severe, or the things that I've endured or had to do with him or for him. I cannot describe it. I turned anorexic, and I was really good at that, And I didn't know I was anorexic for years. I needed something to control, and it was the only thing I could. Food was it. And I punished myself. I remember saying, you don't eat. I'll show you. Who am I talking to, me or him? Who am I punishing? During this time of chaos, anorexia, my husband acting the way he was, trying to raise 2 little boys, baseball mom, football mom, doing all the things for the American dream, because that's what we live for. And I love God, but I don't know, kind of fell away. I fell away a little bit. And during that, my mother and my father became critically ill. My mother developed the brain damage that I was explaining. She actually had 2 types, one she was born with and one my father caused. She started getting these migraines, so severe, like knock her out migraines. We didn't know what it was. And my stepfather developed at, I think 49, ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. And it's usually in much older folks. So we were quite surprised. And he looked like Popeye, real stout and short, such a cute man. But he disintegrated within 6 months. He was trached and tubed. He kept falling and he started to deteriorate. And my poor mother, who has to have a brain surgery, 1 of 5 coming up. And I'm just done with life. Thought about jerking the wheel, did all the things. I know I gotta stay awake for my babies. So I did. And I just wanted to die. I wanted to die so badly, you guys. I didn't want to wake. I got mad at Jesus one day. I woke up crying. I was like, how could you wake me up? Didn't you hear me last night? I mean, it got bad. So I decided to leave my husband because, not the Y2K, but I just couldn't take any more of what life I had left living like this. So I looked at this as an opportunity to move in with my mother and father in a very small apartment so that I can give him these injections that we don't know if they were placebo or not. He was in trials, just trying to find out if we could help him. So I would inject him every day. So I moved in. My mom couldn't do it. Several times a day, I was working at a place that was getting ready to shut down because a pharmacy had bought it out. I'm the assistant manager, and I'm like, this is awful. What am I gonna do? I wanna be married, just not to this guy. I wanna be loved, but he can't do it. So I left him, and I divorced him. And then things got worse. I'm trying to take care of these boys at my mom's house at this job that's about to end. And I'm like, I'm gonna try to date somebody. I wanna get married. I wanna be with somebody to love me. It's all I want. I just want to be loved. And I started dating this cowboy. Made a lot of money. I love you. How much money you make? But truly, I wanted to be loved, but I wanted to be safe too because of my children. So I thought, he's okay. But he wasn't. He started dragging me by my feet across the floor, pushing me up against the walls, doing whatever he could to control me. He'd cheat on me all the time. This didn't last very long, guys, because as a choleric, I wasn't about to take anymore. And I decided, I'm gonna beat the daylights out of this boy. And I'm embarrassed to tell you that I did. And I did it well, because I learned how to fight very young. And I learned how to take punches very young. I could take a beating. I could still take a beating. But I could give one too. And I beat this man silly. I did. And I left him. I'm like, I'm done with you. So I said, I'll never date another man that I don't know first. But I didn't know him very well. So I decided I'm gonna date this boy from school that I knew. He loved me so much. He loved me so much. He worshiped me. Begged me to date him, and I never would. First person I call, hello. So we started dating. That lasted 6 months because the first 3 months were nothing but drinking and hanging out. And I moved in with him because I knew the guy, right? I moved in with him, and then he decides to knock me around. Except this boy is about 6'3" and 275 pounds. But I decided to beat him too. And I did it well. Embarrassingly. So one night, I got sick of it. Him slamming me against the car, fat lip, collarbones bruised. I ran and hid in the bushes, and I called the police. Since we were drinking, in our police department, they're not very nice. And they liked this guy and not me. And I was hysterical because I just got beat up. Not because I was drunk. I just got beat up. And they said, well, did you hit him? I was like, I backhanded him. Yes, I did. He deserved it. I wasn't afraid to tell anyone. Well, we're gonna lock you up too then if you want to press charges. And they didn't need to do that. But they were gonna. So I took it. Said, all right, no charges, because I have 2 babies and I will not have a record. So I went to stay with my mom again. My dad is still alive at this time, but he's completely down. So I'm staying there thinking, what am I gonna do? You need to know I was the perfect country song. I literally had no car. I had nothing. I had no cigarettes. Not a one, and I used to smoke them. I needed them back then. I didn't have a car, and my job had ended. So I remember someone telling me that I could go be an exotic dancer and make a lot of money. I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna do this because I am a shy. Who ever heard of a shy stripper? But if you got me drunk, I wasn't so shy. Not as much. So I said, heck with this. Teacher wrote me, my youngest boy, Eric, teacher wrote me and said, I've asked you 3 times to buy your son a ruler. He needs a ruler for school. Guys, it was 50 cents at the dollar store back then. I really didn't have it. Excuse me. I had not even 50 cents. Nothing. So I decided to be a dancer. And that was the worst thing that I could tell any of you in here. I have seen things that I only pray God makes me unsee them. It is Sodom and Gomorrah. It is dark and ugly, and there is no love there, and that's why I loved it. I was sick of love. I was sick of women. They were mean to me. It didn't matter. It didn't matter if I was a good housewife. They were mean to me. Accused me all the time I wanted their husbands. I said, I got 3 at home. You think I want yours? Are you crazy? But it didn't matter. So I hated women. And I hated men. I hated them all for what they were and what they could be. So I danced and stole all their hopes and dreams and their money. Had a man remortgage his house. I didn't care. Give me your money. They'd buy me all the drugs and alcohol I could ever want because I couldn't do this sober. So I'm living this dream. Nightmare. I had a car. My kids wanted something. Here you go. Told them I was a waitress. That didn't go well. I was showered with gifts. I became very famous in a small town. I was headlining in that bar. Off of the backs of me and this one girl, we built the back of her bar, another part of the bar. We made her that much money. I made a lot of money in very little time, but I didn't have a dime to show for it. There was one day, a man came in. There's tons of men, tons of women would come in. You wouldn't believe it. But there was one that came in, and I was like, I can't do this. And the man that brought this guy in was such a friend. He was just a friend. He was actually a cop, and he was a cop, just nice guy. You know, I never danced for him. He was just a friend. We'd talk. But he brought this fellow in, and I looked at him dead in the face. I was like, how could you bring a man like this in here, looking the way he does, and think I can do my job accurately? Because he's distracting. But I want to show you who this man was. Tommy, could you come up? Can you come up? I just want him to give a little info too, because he has a side of this and just makes it fun.
Thank you, beautiful lady.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Tommy. I have a master's in being Shanda's husband. I'm not good at much else. But she asked me to share a few things after the trauma. Is that okay? All right. So we've been married for 18 years. Everything that you heard was nearly 20 years ago. When I walked into the bar, I was actually there because I was doing what good friends do. I was a designated driver. I wasn't there for myself or to find a wife. I was there to keep a friend safe. And Shanda and I became friends very quickly. And for about a year, we just kind of talked and told stories and cared for one another. But then we rushed into a relationship, a scandalous relationship. All you've heard so far is scandal. And that is fully intentional because God is the Redeemer, and He's emphatically in love with us. And when we got married, I don't know if you could imagine the dynamic of a relationship that begins with a bouncer and a dancer. It's not wildly healthy.
It's fun, only different.
Yeah, it's not really that healthy. So at the time, I was 19. She was 28. Yeah.
Cougar, all the way.
I was a competitive bodybuilder, and I told her, I said, honey, this is gonna sound awful. Before I met you, the biggest decision I had to make was which college class I was going to tan between.
Yep.
And now I have a family. So it was extremely difficult for 2 years. And then my youngest son, his name's Eric, and I say my son, they're my stepchildren, but to us, covenant means more than biology, so they're my sons.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
We were on the verge of divorce.
Every weekend.
Every weekend.
Literally.
The kids would leave, we would fight.
Literally.
And
wish
we
I
had
could
this 110-pound American bulldog, and if it weren't for us arguing over who got to keep him, we probably wouldn't have stayed together. He
Yeah. Who
he
gets
just
it all?
made us take long enough to stay with one another. My youngest son gets invited to church camp by our next door neighbor, and to encourage you, our next door neighbor knew exactly who we were. We weren't pretending to be something we weren't. As a matter of fact, we met them and we both said we couldn't hang out with these people. But that guy, if I brought home a Lowe's bag, he came running across the yard with a tool belt on.
He really did.
If my lawn wasn't mowed by Wednesday, like he had a cutoff date, he was over there doing it for me.
He did.
Yep.
He did.
I had to hide home projects
Yep.
from him
Yep.
because I felt so bad about how well he loved us. So when our life fell apart, he invited my son to youth camp. My son was 9 years old at the time. He was 11 years old at the time.
11, yes, he was 11.
And at 11 years old, my angry, redheaded stepchild,
Yes.
anger is just kind of
Just
a
angry.
natural emotive expression for a redhead.
He's just choleric. His name's in the word, choleric.
Yeah. He came back home completely changed.
Yeah.
He met Jesus, and he came back and he had peace, and he was making decisions for his life to honor God. And he saved us from divorce. He he's a choleric, so through manipulation and extortion, he said, if you don't take me to church, I'm gonna move out and go live with my dad.
He did. That would have been worse, but he didn't care.
Yeah, so in true fashion, our life was falling apart. The kids didn't know that, so I reluctantly agreed to take him to church. And when I got there, it took about 4 notes of the first song before I met Jesus and was completely destroyed, yeah.
It was beautiful, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I refused to go.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not going to a place that don't do as all my parents said we were supposed to do, because that's what you did. That's what I knew, so I'm not going to go.
Yeah, the experience that she had with faith was and not to, cast stones at any denomination, but it was a very outwardly religious
strict.
denomination.
Yes.
And the one we were invited to was kind of contemporary. They had electric guitars, their women wore makeup, and she was,
I know, right?
while,
was wrong.
while we were drinking and fighting, we were saying, well, we won't go to a church like that. They don't have it right,
What the heck?
Yeah. So I met Jesus, and I came home, and me and my son were like obsessed. We met Jesus. We didn't repeat a prayer and agree with somebody's message. We met Jesus.
Yes, amen.
And yeah, thank you. So I always tell people that my youngest son forced me into the kingdom. My oldest son forced me into ministry.
There's a reason for that.
There's a reason, yeah. So Shanda and I, within about 4 weeks, she had seen the change in Eric and I, that's our youngest son's name. And she had agreed to come to church with us, and she had recommitted her life back to the Lord.
I was like,
4
they're
weeks
so
later.
nice. These people, they lied to me. These guys were so nice.
People that wear makeup are not evil. Yeah.
So I got to keep my makeup, guys. That's a big deal.
As soon as our marriage was restored, and my youngest son, he was like a street evangelist at 11 years old. He would chase people down and drag them into a Bible study.
I think he was 13, actually. Around 13, because Alec was about 15 when he started this stuff. Either way.
Yeah.
Either way.
So of course, something to just, try to slow the momentum of what's happening in my family. My oldest son becomes addicted to drugs.
Just a little boy on the
Yeah.
bus snorting Vicodin.
Yeah.
I didn't know he had.
So the same neighbors that invited us to church came and taught us. We had been saved for a half a minute at the time, about prayer and fasting. And they agreed to have their house and our house continually, 24 hours a day, somebody's fasting and praying for my son. And within a couple weeks, he came knocking on our door, my oldest son. He said, I want to come home.
He had been at his dad's house, which was a way worse idea.
Yeah. And he said, I want to come home and I want to go to church with you. So the first time that he visited church, and if you want to jump in.
Well, if you
any
just
moment.
backtrack a second, it was really difficult, especially in Mama's heart. I'm sure you can understand. It wasn't just the drugs. We found out he was huffing gas so severely. And it was in his room, and I didn't know, you guys, and I'm thorough at looking for things, and he was huffing gas. Anything he could huff or snort, he was doing it. And I couldn't figure out, this boy is like the happiest, big-eyed, blonde-haired, big-eared baby you could ever see. Looks like a sugar baby? Is that what he looks like? Oh my
sugar
gosh.
glider.
Sugar glider, looks like a little sugar glider, so cute. And I found out that he would take these little pipes, and he'd shove them through his skin, and he would cut himself, like the demon in the Bible, or the man in the Bible that was possessed. He'd cut himself just to hurt himself. So we had to go to a psych ward during that time.
Yeah.
It was terrible to drop your baby off at a psych ward.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at this little skinny boy, and I'm like, that's my boy, what in the heck? And he was hurting himself, and all I wanted to do was protect him. But when he got out, he thought, maybe I need a break to go see my dad for a little bit. And I was like, if that's what you need, okay. But in the meantime, they had to put him on medication for his lungs and his heart.
Yeah.
His lungs were really burned, and his heart,
Yeah, they said he had the heart of like an 80-year-old man.
yes, and at like 14.
Yeah.
So it was a really hard thing to see. So when Tommy says he came home, that was a big deal. He was only gone a few weeks, but that was a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. So as soon as he got home, he got a study Bible. He said, you need to teach me this. And as a father, the last thing you want to admit is, I know nothing about that.
Do you mention about the church and what he was going to do to himself first?
Yes, yes. So his first visit to church was on Mother's Day.
Right? I was so excited. I was like, this is the perfect gift.
And he intended, because of what he had been through, to respond to an altar call as though he were going to give his life to Jesus, and then he was going to tell them,
God's not real.
God's not real, and then take his own life
In front of me to punish me.
in the congregation. That was his plan in arriving there that day.
I didn't know at the time.
And instead, he actually met Jesus. And he actually responded to an altar call.
And he was baptized that day.
Yeah. And he was baptized. So he demanded that we start teaching him the Bible. So acting like I had it all together, I would learn something new on Monday morning, and I would regurgitate it on Monday night.
Melancholies.
Yeah, we can't admit that we don't know things. So I either avoid or pretend, right? So that's the first, well, actually, it's been 13 years. So 13 years of my ministry, I've been pretending. But here's the miraculous thing. Because of my two sons, every teenager in my town got saved.
Literally. There was only one. There was only one that didn't, and he just got saved like 2 years ago, and I was like, take that, Satan.
Yeah. So we hosted Bible studies at our house for our kids. That was the only intention, was for our sons to learn the Bible. And within a week, there were 10 kids there. Within 3 weeks, there were 15 kids there. Within 2 months, there were 20 kids there.
That house was crazy, you guys.
It was a
crazy.
tiny house.
Oh, it was crazy.
And by the third month, we had 40 kids at my house every Monday night.
It was amazing. They were everywhere, but it was amazing just to look and see all the kids in every room because there was no room.
Yeah, the mayor of our town, wonderful man, knocked on my door. He said, "What on earth are you doing here?" And like, he didn't know if it was a game night. I said, "We're having a Bible study." He said, "Well, you know the weather's about to break, right?" Because we had to do it on the porch after we got to that amount of people. And he held up the keys to the town hall. He said, "This is keys to my office." He said, use them whenever you want. So
It was so perfect.
we accidentally started a church.
Yeah. We did. Well, so our pastor at the time, he's like, clearly you have a calling. Because this was seriously an accident. Like, the kids were just inviting people. We had no clue what was happening. He says, be in charge of the youth group. So we became the youth pastors. Like, we don't know what we're doing. Are you sure? Like, we don't. Oh, he's like, obviously you know what you're doing. You're doing something.
And that was after the 40 gathered at our house. We just moved them in. So we took over the church's ministry. We were ordained 11 years ago, and we planted a church in Dover, Ohio, with those kids as our leaders.
Yes.
Yeah.
There were 12 of us. 12 of us. Funny, right?
And since then, we planted that church in a YMCA. They let us use their multi-purpose room, which is the room they don't know what to do with. So
That was rough.
it cost us a whopping $40 a week, and our tithes and offerings with a group of young adults and teenagers were usually about $39 a week. A university in our area offered their auditorium to us for a ridiculous amount of money, but we ran out of room, so we took it. And the church grew to size. Thank you. Okay. And there's a lot of details, but here's where I'd like to take us. 2 years ago, we bought a 22,000 square foot facility, and we have a rapidly growing ministry that ministers predominantly to recovery, We have
Homeless.
had a large population of homeless and a large population of exotic dancers.
And a large population of very religious people.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
I think that's a hard one to break.
Yeah. Currently, we have an international school with over 110 students in 6 nations. And on a Sunday morning, there are people listening to the gospel from our church in 1,300 cities in 93 countries.
I'll go out later.
All of our students, the first thing they do upon entry is a temperament. Yep.
Every one of them.
Every single student.
Identity.
We are huge believers. I have no education in temperament, but for any of you temperament counselor spouses, you know they're obsessed. So we should have honorary, yep. But we see its importance, and if I could just say this, and then my wife has some lovely things to share with you. It is possible as a professional to train trauma out of your personality.
Yes.
You can fake it, but only when you know who God made you to be can you get negative tendencies out of your temperament. And that's what I've witnessed with her. I live with her. Our kids, our sons now are 27 and 29. We have an empty nest. It's the best
We
thing
love it.
that has ever happened. But the woman that you heard from for the first 35 minutes is not the woman that's standing here now.
Absolutely not.
I live with her. You know what trauma responses look like. I don't experience them anymore. I experience a woman that's extremely confident in who God created her to be and never uses trauma as a justification for dysfunction.
Absolutely not.
She's healed. But to share a quick
Yeah.
testimony, if you don't mind, Dr. Dave McGlure is a good friend of ours, and I know some of you know him. He introduced us to temperament. And this woman was constantly told in her home that she shouldn't value education. As a matter of fact, they tried to get her to quit school.
Did it?
To do other things.
I had to work so I could pay rent.
Yeah, to pay rent to her mother. And when Dr. Dave McGlure did her temperament, he asked her if she had 2 doctorates yet. And she said, no, I have a 9th grade education. He said, well,
I have a GED.
yeah,
Yeah, that.
you should have 2 doctorates or be a high-ranking military leader. She's like, well, that was never in the cards for me. So she started creation therapy, and she did tremendous. And then she got her bachelor's with a 3.98, and she graduated as a magna cum laude.
I think that's what.
Yeah. Yeah, so a young lady who was never given the opportunity for education was literally built for it. And when she found that that is who God made her to be, she had an unmet need for 30 years that finally gave her satisfaction so she could be who she was. So we're big believers. That's why we do it with all of our students, but by all means, please.
Yes, I will never forget when Dr. Dave, yes, thank you. I will never forget when Dr. Dave, we're sitting there, I'm doing this temperament. I have no idea what I'm taking. He's just giving me this APS report. I'm like, okay, but I like that kind of stuff. Disc assessment, anything you got, tell me. And he's telling me, and he says, I'm a supine, I'm a melancholy compulsive, I'm a choleric in control, and I am a phlegmatic supine infection. So he said, times you feel worthless, like you're not loved. And I'm like, I'm gonna cry. Yeah, how'd you know that? How'd you know that? This man doesn't know me. And he says, you should be holding it. You can hold a double doctorate. You're so bright. And I started weeping because I was told I was stupid
Right.
and small, not good enough, you know. That's why I quit school. My mom moved all the time. I couldn't keep up. I was bright. I just couldn't keep up. So I thought I was stupid. I was so afraid to go back to school. I was so afraid because I didn't want to fail. Melancholy compulsive, I don't want to fail. I don't want rejection one more time to tell me I'm stupid. So he's sitting behind me, and I'm talking to Dr. Dave, and he's like, you're really smart. Do you know that? And I just started crying. I was like, no, I don't know that. He says, you should go to school. And I'm like, really? He says, you could do this. These people are great. This is awesome. And it's something you love. And I'm like, I'm doing it today.
Yeah.
And I did. And he helped me get started. And the experiences I've had for this, for my family alone, my boys, they call me, thanks, Mom. I'm very aware of my cholericness. Thanks, Mom. I'm being supine. I use the word supine all the time. And he's like, why am I acting like this? I'm like, well, let me tell you. And they know a lot, you know. One of them's even considering maybe, you know, he's considering it, but gotta push him a little bit. But it's been a heck of an experience up to here. I've witnessed a lot of things, felt a lot of things, seen a lot of things. But I'm telling you, God is so good.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying it because that's what I'm supposed to do. He has saved me time after time after time. I'm almost being murdered and killed and stabbed and beaten, gunpoint, all of it. He has saved me and said, nope, you're not done. Get up, young lady. He has to be a little firm with me because he knows how I get. Say, get up, dust it off. We have a job to do. And I have been doing this job, and I will continue to do this job until he doesn't want me to do the job any longer.
Yep, amen.
But I would like to leave you with something. I'm a little early, but I want to give you a scripture and a prophecy over you. It's all in one. And it's peace I leave with you. My peace I give to you.
Yeah.
Not as the world gives, do I give to you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. Amen?
Amen.
Don't be afraid. Just go when he says go. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you. So welcome.
Wow. As I just took all of that in, I'm reminded that it doesn't matter where you come from, right? God can still change your life. And that is just so awesome. Thank you, both of you, for sharing your testimony. It is just, yeah, it's awesome. And maybe some of you have not, in just one second, yeah, man, no worries, come on up. What do you want to share, brother? Come on in. Come on up. You and I married older women, brother. That's good
Yes.
stuff, man.
Yeah.
100%.
No, the kids are out of the house earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're smarter. Yeah. We just wanted to let you know, a lot of what you heard tonight is in a book called God, I Forgive You that Shanda wrote. We sent 80 of them to the hotel for you, 90 of them to the hotel, but the hotel is unable to locate them at the moment. But they are on Amazon, and I'll do my best to get like a QR code that'll take you right to that link. But if you look up God, I Forgive You, yeah, the details are better. There's more to the redemptive story in there. And in case, she got some flack for the title, but somebody doesn't have to be guilty in order for them to need forgiveness. Forgiveness is something that you need to offer someone, whether they're guilty or not. So you can hold God in contempt without him being guilty of anything. Yeah,
Ooh,
yeah,
so
absolutely.
good.
Thank you. Sir.
Oh, that's good stuff. So good. So good. And I mean, how many people know someone who has lost all hope? I mean, is this not an encouragement? You can go back to them and say, you got no idea. Like, you got no idea what God can do in your life. He can transform your life. I mean, to think about the timeline of what's transpired in Tommy and Shanda's life. Holy crap. That is just awesome. It's just awesome. So thank you guys both for being here. We really appreciate you being here. We're going to go to break, 5-10 minutes. We're going to come back. Our next speaker Just such an awesome man, former pastor, done counseling, done recovery, just a few, about 100, 150 miles away from here in just outside of Nashville. Michael Courtney's going to come and share. But I'll tell you, you guys are in for a great day today. God bless you. We'll see you in a few minutes. and he's got a ton of wisdom, although he doesn't look a day over 40. Would you please welcome him to the stage, Dr. Michael Courtney?
Thank you, Steve. I'm not sure what makes Reverend Barron think I'm not a day over 40. I don't know. It's great to be here. Thank you. Man, what a powerful morning already. Shanda and Tommy, just an unbelievable testimony. Thank you for that. And I love the Arnos. The Arnos and the Barrons have been, hey Laura, the Arnos and the Barrons have been so gracious and kind to me and to Branches down through the years, and our story is deeply connected with theirs, and so thank you all, and thanks for letting me be here. I'll tell you this fast little. When I was pastoring, there was our worship leader had a young girl sing on a Sunday morning, which hardly ever happened, but for some reason he thought this would be a good thing, and had this young girl sing, and she got up. She didn't do a very good job. She couldn't stay on pitch. She didn't remember the words. It was not good. It wasn't very good. When it was over, one of the little ladies came down to her and said, "Honey, you tried your best. You did so, and you just tried so hard, and it's not your fault that it was terrible. But whoever asked you to sing ought to be shot." And so if this doesn't go well, it was Jason that asked me to speak. I just want y'all to know. Quick introduction. Steve already shared some things with you. I am the former director of Branches. We are a faith-based nonprofit counseling center that seeks to bring wholeness and healing to the whole person, body, soul, and spirit. We do behavioral health counseling. We do wellness and weight loss. We do med management. We do life coaching. We do a spiritual component. We have 4 offices, about just right at 30 therapists. 7 are NCCA trained biblical counselors. About 4 of them are here today, which is a neat thing. We have seen so far this year 130,000. No, I'm sorry, that's a lot. We've seen today 13,000. Is it 130 or 13, Lana? 13, yeah, 13,000. I'm sanguine, so facts and details have very little to do with what comes out of my mouth. 13,000 counseling hours so far this year, and so that's where I come from. I retired about 2 years ago. Dr. Arno, I thought I'd be better at retirement than I am. I am not very good at it, but my son is now the director of Branches, and that's a fun thing, a proud thing as well. So on May the 27th of last year, it was a normal school day, beautiful spring morning, March 27th, beautiful spring morning. In one small Christian school, Covenant School, the K through 6th grade kids were just coming in from their, with high energy and enthusiasm from their time out on the playground. Just a little after 10 a.m., as they are making their way back towards the library, shots rang out into the front door of this school. An intruder shot the lock open, walked in, quickly opened fire on that group of children, and moved methodically and deliberately through the Covenant School, firing at random up and down hallways. This beautiful, idyllic, innocent West Nashville school was littered with literally hundreds and hundreds of rounds of automatic weapon fire. In less than 17 minutes, 3 9-year-olds and 3 courageous school administrators were gunned down, and the intruder lay dead in an upstairs anteroom, killed by the quickly responding Metro Nashville Police Department. At 8 o'clock the next morning, our clinical director, Tracy Robinson, received a call, and Branches was asked if we would step in and oversee the trauma care given to the students, to the faculty, to parents, and first responders from the day before. Over the next weeks and months, we provided hundreds of hours of counseling, supervision, prayer, and care. We met with victims, debriefed counselors, organized and led support groups, and began a process of healing that's still going on today. Camille Mickle, our development director, raised in 2 days $98,000 to facilitate this care, to bring people in from around the country. We established a private office not far from the campus. The address was given only to the Covenant campus family for their protection and safety. And there we met with faculty, staff, and family for counseling for the next year. We led an ongoing series of support groups for the first responders and their families, and we have since opened our 4th branch of branches. This is in Nashville to respond to the great demand for treatment and care of trauma-laden people. Needless to say, the trauma of that event changed the face of Covenant School. It changed the face of the entire Middle Tennessee area, and it changed the face of branches. And so, I'm here to talk to you for just a few moments about tools that we have used in tackling this epidemic of trauma. Trauma is defined as an event, if I look like I'm not changing slides, then just say, hey, you're not changing slides. I'll forget this because I'm not just a day over 40. I'm a lot over 40. Trauma is defined as an event or series of events that causes intense psychological and physical stress and has lasting negative effects on the person's well-being. Trauma can be caused by experiencing or witnessing actual or threatened death, serious injury or violence, vehicle accidents, physical or sexual abuse, and domestic violence. Trauma can affect a person's sense of safety, self-esteem, and the ability to regulate emotions and navigate relationships. People who have experienced trauma may feel shame, helplessness, powerlessness, and intense fear. And Shanda did an amazing job of presenting to you the face of a trauma-laden life. Some of the common reactions to trauma include feeling distant or detached, losing a sense of concern for others, the inability to concentrate. Hey, did you change that or did I change that? Man, this is great. The inability to concentrate, make decisions, forgetting to push the button when the time comes, feeling jumpy, getting startled easily, feeling on guard and alert all the time. And for we who are temperament-trained pastoral counselors, trauma impacts the very core of the individual. Body, soul, and spirit, to use St. Paul's words. Trauma moves us away from our God-given balanced temperament and often leads to living out of defense or as to a coping mechanism in a way that's incongruent with the self that God made us to be. Trauma can have long-lasting effects on a person's temperament and personality, including emotional changes. Trauma causes unexpected and unpredictable mood swings, behavioral changes. Trauma leads to risky behavior and a life of self-harm, substance abuse, addictive behaviors. Cognitive changes. Trauma can impair a person's ability to concentrate, remember, and process information. It can also lead to a disassociation, a state where a person feels disconnected from themselves or their surroundings. And temperament. Trauma can cause people to score higher on negative traits in the temperament, sensitivity, anger, anxiety, lower on positive things. Personality changes. Trauma can cause a person to become more aggressive, easily triggered, or oppositional. They may also become over-controlled, rigid, unusually compliant with adults. The National Mental Health Association says that 70% of Americans alive today will experience some type of traumatic event at least once in their lives. 40% of those will carry lifelong adverse effects unless they come to a place of healing. And nearly 10% of those could be diagnosed with this all too familiar term, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. A big part of the issue that trauma and its results is that trauma and its results often go untreated and ignored. In the seminal book, The Body Keeps Score, Besser van der Kolk says this: Traumatized people chronically feel unsafe inside their own bodies. The past is alive in the form of gnawing interior discomfort. Their bodies are constantly bombarded by visceral warning signs, and in an attempt to control these processes, they often become expert at ignoring their gut feelings and living in a numb awareness of what is played out inside. They learn to hide from themselves, and we are trying to assist these people to rediscover their God-given temperament and to live congruently with it. We run into roadblocks of being ignored or redirected pain that makes our clients either unable or unwilling to do the temperament work that God desires and they deserve. As Van der Kolk says, we have learned that trauma is not just an event that took place sometime in the past. It's also the imprint left by that experience in mind, brain, and body. This imprint has ongoing consequences for how the human organism manages to survive in the present. Trauma results in a fundamental reorganization of the way mind and brain manage perceptions. It changes not only how we think and what we think about, but also our very capacity to think. That's a lot of information. All that to say that when someone has been inculcated with this trauma in their life and is deeply embedded in them, it is nearly impossible to break through in some of the standard ways of doing care that we are used to. And you have to find ways, you have to find tools to help you navigate the trauma before we can move on into the healing and the hope that God has for them. Does that make sense? So, enter Marilyn Murray. Let's see if I'm doing this. Yeah, I'm getting the hang of this thing. Enter Marilyn Murray. Marilyn is a recognized international educator, a theorist, an author, a columnist, and a psychotherapist. Marilyn Murray has specialized in intensive therapy in private practice and taught the Murray method theory of trauma care since 1983, including widely used tools like the trauma egg, circle of intimacy. Marilyn is known worldwide as a leader in trauma-informed care. I met Marilyn on a personal note when I was dealing with my own trauma at the psychological counseling services in Scottsdale, Arizona, 20 years ago. Marilyn was on staff there, was one of the counselors there. We didn't meet personally, but I went through her trauma care, never knowing that 10 years later, God would bring that into play at branches and our counselors would be trained in and using the Murray method. My story is a story of living with and ignoring my own trauma and passing that trauma on to the people closest to me. I wrote a book a few years ago called Failure and How I Achieved It. Frankly, it was out of that story and my, I think, God-given discovery of the RNOs and of NCCA that Branches was born. Several years ago, not really knowing why, we began to bring Marilyn in to train our Branches counselors, both state licensed therapists and pastoral counselors in trauma treatment. She helped us understand some basic and widely accepted best practices of how to deal with trauma when it is present. Never dreaming that we would receive a phone call at 8 o'clock in the morning and someone would say, because of what you have been trained to do, will you bring your staff in and help us in this traumatic event? We learn to do things like understand family systems. Often trauma is there. Often trauma is, or at least our default response to it, it originates in a family of origin. We developed in a toxic environment. And let's face it, who of us have not experienced some level of trauma in that family of origin setting? Somatic therapy, one simple description of trauma, is getting stuck in your own head. By the way, usually when someone is living in their own head, it's a pretty crummy neighborhood. And so helping them somatically to feel through that, help persons to discover the stuck emotions and various places in the body, using an awareness to get at them and in them, and allowing people to be open and honest and transparent about feelings that they've had that they didn't even know the source of those feelings. One form of that, a third thing on the list, is EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. It is a form of somatic therapy that uses the rapid eye movement that we're all familiar with. It uses that to rediscover and retrain and reopen those areas of our psyche, of our body, of our temperament that are stuck by trauma. It helps a person get a clear picture of what a spirit-controlled temperament might look like, and then work their way towards that. And maybe the most important, at least one of the most important to me, of trauma care is inner child work. There's a great book by John Pollard called Self-Parenting that will help you fully appreciate the value of creating healthy inner adult-child conversations in your trauma-wounded client. I didn't think through this well, which is not unusual for me, but I will try at the end to give you a place to go to look, because I know this moves pretty fast, at some of these references that I'm making in resources and some of these books that you might be interested in. These four and many more tools are well worth investigating and becoming versed in if you desire to better help the vast majority of your clients that struggle with some trauma-induced temperament dysfunction. All of these find their way on some level into the Murray method of trauma care that Marilyn teaches, and has been made a part of the branch's philosophy of care. There are three main concepts that I want to share with you in a little more detail. Lots of tools that we could go over, but there are three that I'm going to point out that are probably, in my mind at least, at the heart of both the philosophy and the theology of trauma care. They are this idea of the three selves, the 4 blocks of healing, and the ladder of healing. We'll kind of take a moment to look at those and go through those a little bit and help you to understand those better. Marilyn Murray says, I recognize that every human being contains who they were created to be. Now that's a phrase that should resonate with every temperament-trained therapist. They have a pool of pain of some degree of intensity, and they have a basic defense mechanism. The hurts and wounds of our past, particularly those introduced by trauma, create a strata of a person's identity and emotional state. We in effect develop and move between these three selves based on the healing we need or have not experienced. So there are levels in us where needs, to use Shanda's word, where needs are unmet and unrealized, and we bounce between these three levels of needing it, taking care of it ourselves, being angry about it, these three selves that we move back and forth in, and understanding those helps us. So here are the three. Now, there's a little word of explanation. I'm going to share with you some things that I use. They are small, and I knew that in a room this size, you might not be able to see them clearly, but there are also some copyright infringements about taking pictures, and besides that, I just want an excuse to show you some cute pictures of my grandson. So, just use your imagination. There is the original. That was exactly the response I was hoping for. I want you to know. Oh, that's Caleb. I use this little guy for the original self. The original self is who we are created to be. It contains our soul, our true spirituality, and inherently desires to connect with God. It is, I think, to use our words, temperament. The original self includes your innate intelligence, talent, personality, and creativity. It is Dr. Dave saying to Shanda, you should have a double doctorate. You have innately in you, in your original self, this thing. It's your temperament in its purest form. He or she is an emotionally unfragmented child at conception, with the capacity to feel and has a free will with the ability to choose good and evil. The original self. Do you remember that? It seems like there was something written about that. And God said, let us make man in our image. In the image of God, he made them, male and female, created he them. The original self. But there's also in us the sobbing self. More important, the sobbing self. Caleb never sobs, so that's the best I could do. The sobbing self, by the way, when we leave here, we're moving on to Atlanta to spend some time with Caleb and Amos, with two of our grandsons. So we're excited. So my wife is tapping her clock back there saying, come on now. The sobbing self, this is the part of the person that carries the emotional pain, distress, and suffering from the past trauma. It holds the unresolved feelings, negative beliefs, and the psychological wounds inflicted by the traumatic event. The sobbing self is often hidden as it carries shame, fear, and deep emotional scars. He or she is created from the original self through the trauma, abuse, and neglected experience. I am born and made to be this. And the hurts and wounds and trauma of my past very often turn me into this sobbing, wounded, unable to cope child. And nobody wants to live that way. And so we create the controlling self. The controlling self represents the coping mechanisms and defense strategies developed to protect the sobbing self. The sobbing self. The controlling self enables the person to function and navigate life despite the trauma. However, it can manifest in behaviors such as emotional numbness, denial, hypervigilance, or avoidance, which are designed to prevent further pain, but can hinder healing. In temperament terms, the controlling self is responsible, perhaps, for the gap between expressed and wanted in our assessments. The purpose of the controlling self is to protect the sobbing self at all costs. The controlling self is meant to be a temporary respite, but the controlling self, more often than not, is awarded permanent status, and it's the self presented in inclusion, control, and often even in affection in our APS. The controlling self is the self that we show, that we have learned. It's the face we allow them to see, because we no longer can find the original self, and we don't want them to see the sobbing self within us. Does that make sense? There's actually, by the grace of God, a fourth healthy self, the core resilient part of the person that remains intact despite the trauma. The healthy self represents the individual's potential for healing, growth, and well-being. It is capable of love, connection, and self-compassion. The healthy self is a deeply feeling person who is also reasonable, thinking, and responsible. It is the self living in alignment with his or her temperament. So, what's a tool? The goal of the Murray method is to strengthen the healthy self, allowing it to integrate the sobbing self and reduce reliance on the controlling self. In this conversation, as we are beginning to teach and talk to people about trauma in their life and help them to recognize, I will use these. I'll bring them out. I will give them to a client and just have them hold that for a while and have Tommy, big, muscular, strong, bouncer type men weeping and sobbing as they are holding the original self and recognizing how far gone they are from that. And so I'll give them and ask them to hold them and talk about it and talk about what it feels like and signs and symptoms in themselves that represent these things. And it is a powerful kinetic tool as they begin to combine both what's happening in them spiritually, what's going on in them cognitively, and what's taking place in their heart. The inner child work is just nearly indispensable, I think, when it comes to understanding trauma and helping people to deal with it. I use these in sessions quite often. Let me just interject one quick story. This journey for me started in this uprising of my own trauma and an inability to deal with it. So that my wife took me, who is here today, my wife took me to a therapist who was doing much this kind of work. And I remember sitting in her office, holding this and sobbing, just sobbing, weeping, crying over this. We went out to get in the car, and she patted my hand, and I'm trying to compose myself enough to drive home. She patted my hand and she said, "Aren't you glad you came to counseling?" And forgive me, doctors are no, but I said, hell no. And I will never go to counseling again for the rest of my life. And God's sense of humor, God said, watch this. So, inner child work, the 3 cells, understanding that, dealing with that, and helping them to get in touch with and to feel those 3 cells. Another step are the 4 blocks of healing that Marilyn uses. The 4 blocks of healing are psychological barriers that prevent individuals from processing and recovering from trauma. These blocks are commonly developed as coping mechanisms to survive overwhelming experiences. And they're connected to how the trauma is internalized, but they hinder the true feelings and the true healing in the long run. Our work as temperament-trained counselors is to help them identify that and work through those blocks, to give them a vocabulary, to give them a language to work through that and achieve a deeper emotional and psychological recovery, to get back in tune with the temperament that God created them to be. The 4 blocks are these, and you're familiar with these terms. Denial. Denial is the defense where the client is unable or unwilling to accept the reality of a life lived outside their intended temperament type, either because of trauma or for other reasons. The client may say, my life is not that bad, or those things did not actually happen to me. The denial block keeps the person from fully confronting and processing their feelings and memories related to trauma. One of the primary steps for overcoming denial is confronting them with truth in a safe, supportive environment. It often begins by acknowledging the trauma in a clear way. Can you say more about what it was like to be in that car on that night with that gun pointed at you? And in a loving, safe place. Doris and I happened to be last night. We have been in Chattanooga for 3 days, leading a retreat for a church staff, and then went back to Murfreesboro last night because Branches was doing one of their annual events, and we did not know, but it was a surprise kind of, this is your life. I think we're probably going to die pretty soon because they did This Is Your Life. Apparently they know something we don't know. But it was this. And it was interesting as there were kind of testimonial after testimonial, but people would use this same phrase, I was able to say things that I had never been able to say to anyone else before, any place else before. That safe environment where for the first time they can acknowledge the truth about the trauma and safely admit the extent of it and the damage that it did on them. Overcoming denial. The second is shame, the stumbling block against trauma. Shame is a powerful and pervasive emotion that can arise from trauma. Victims of trauma often internalize feelings of worthlessness, guilt, or responsibility for what happened, even when it was not their fault. How many of you have dealt with a product of a dysfunctional, abusive family and known that child, now adult child, is taking responsibility for that? This block is characterized by deep self-criticism and unworthiness, which can create a barrier to healing. Shame can be especially prevalent in cases of sexual abuse, physical violence, or emotional neglect. To address the block of shame, self-compassion is essential. Giving the client the language and permission to be kind to themselves, to be more understanding about the relationship with themselves. It can be supported through practices like self-forgiveness, guided affirmation that change the inner critic, cognitive reframing, seeing this in a different way. Inner healing prayer is a tool that we would use a lot with this, to see what you're going through and to see Jesus in that place and how Jesus is guiding you, comforting you, protecting you. Temperament therapy is a vital piece of this, acknowledging with the client, sometimes for the first time, this original plan that God had for them and their inability to rediscover that. Denial, shame. Trauma also triggers as a block anger, which can be outwardly expressed or repressed. Individuals may feel rage toward the perpetrator, toward themselves, toward others in their lives who failed to protect them, even anger toward God. And by the way, Shanda, you don't have to apologize to me. I love the title, God, I Forgive You. We all have to be honest enough to do that. There have been moments we've felt that. We can be angry even towards God. And then fear and shame is a result of that. This anger can prevent healing by keeping the person stuck in a cycle of resentment and bitterness, and can prevent healing by keeping can cause chronic frustration, irritability, even physical symptoms like headaches or high blood pressure. Overcoming anger involves processing and releasing this emotion in healthy ways. As Doris and I were going through our trauma care and our healing, our marriage was, for all intents and purposes, over because of this. And as Doris was a part of this, they would have her sit in the chair, or have her stand in the office with a cushion in the chair that represented me, and take a bat and hit that chair and call it names while I'm sitting there watching, thinking I'm paying for this and she's doing this. And by the way, Shanda, she got pretty good at beating me up too. So it involves processing and releasing this emotion in healthy ways. Techniques of anger management, journaling, where the individual writes out feelings of anger and betrayal. Often I'll have clients write letters that they do not send, but write letters saying, this is how you violated me, and I need to get that out. Physical expressions of anger, such as through body work, exercise, shouting in a safe, controlled environment, allows the person to discharge this pent-up anger. Another important tool is anger management training, teaching them it's all right to be mad, and here's the way you can do it safely. And then forgiveness exercises, while difficult, must be vitally important in overcoming the anger that is a block in healing because of trauma. And finally there's denial, shame, anger, and finally fear. Trauma leads to heightened fear, especially when it comes to facing memories or situations related to the trauma. I did not and could not be honest about the trauma in my own life, mainly because I was afraid. I was afraid of what would happen. I was afraid I'd end up sobbing in the original feeling child again. Fear of re-experiencing the trauma, fear of vulnerability, the fear of not being able to cope can prevent individuals from moving forward. And this block is often associated with a hyper-vigilance, panic attacks, a constant sense of impending danger. Naming the beast, clarifying the source, bringing closure to the story, and redeveloping a trust in God are crucial steps to overcoming the fear that's keeping our clients stuck. And one of the great places to do that is the APS, as they begin to see that God made them not flawed or defective, but in a healthy and balanced way. So what's a tool for that? The original feeling child, the inner child work, a tool, or the tool to helping people overcome the stumbling blocks to healing. One of the most effective tools is the trauma egg. Again, I will post this somewhere because I know that's maybe hard to see. trauma egg is absolutely vital for us as we deal with people with trauma. It is both a diagnostic level tool and a treatment of trauma tool, particularly in breaking through these blocks of healing. Let me try to briefly describe what's hard for you to see. We give clients a large flip chart piece of paper. I'll give them some instructions and give them a few days to work on this. I want you to take this trauma egg, and I want you to essentially write three things. In the upper left-hand corner, to write family roles. Your family of origin, what were the roles? My father was an angry dictator. My mother was a peacemaker. I'm the oldest, so I would put me next. I was the fix-it guy. My sister was the family clown. My sister, to this day, is a professional comedian. So she is not well, but she's making a fortune not being well. So good for her. Family roles, and see where you fit that in. Can I just say very briefly, I am at the point of our healing, I'm a 45-year-old man who is still struggling with, I'm supposed to fix all this. My parents shouldn't have gotten a divorce. My sister shouldn't have had leukemia and died. I should know about global warming. That role that I adopted is still there. And so recognizing those roles. On the other side, family rules. Those things that are perhaps not spoken, but they are known. What are the rules of your family that you grew up with? We keep secrets. We never let them see us sweat. So my wife and I got married, and I had this closet full of secrets that she would never know, because that's what we do. We keep Dad happy, no matter what. And so I'm 45 years old, estranged from my father, and still struggling to keep Dad happy. Family roles, family rules. And then the egg itself proper, to just begin with the earliest memories and begin to draw pictures. And by the way, drawing pictures is important. Begin to draw pictures of those moments, those events. I always say, when it began to shape what you think about yourself, what you think about the world around you, and what you think about God. And lead them through that process. And what we're doing is they're describing to us when they moved from the original child to the wounded child. And lead them through that process of completing the trauma egg. It allows a person to take inventory of emotionally traumatic and painful events that took place throughout their lives, from birth to the present day. More importantly, the activity helps him to begin to identify the traumatic personal beliefs that resulted from those events. And there's power in visually representing the traumatic events and stories they experience. For example, if a child experienced a lot of abandonment, he or she forms a belief to explain why they were abandoned. The belief they create may be that they were not good enough and never will be good enough, or that they're unworthy. Traumatic beliefs are disempowering and painful, and they prevent people from understanding their real emotional needs. Those who don't understand their emotional needs often don't know how to fulfill them in healthy ways, and they'll turn to things like drugs, alcohol, sex, or a variety of other substances and activities to try to fill the emptiness left behind by their unmet emotional needs. Do you have clients like that? Through sharing the trauma egg with a counselor or therapy group, a person can gain a new perspective on the events in their lives that led up to this, and begin to challenge and change their core traumatic beliefs. And as we say in the 12 steps, every time we tell our story, our shame is cut in half. And I would add to that, and so is our denial and our anger and our fear. There is incredible power in telling our story, and the trauma egg helps us to do that. To take Jesus' words terribly out of context, you will tell the truth, and the truth will set you free. The third and final concept that I want to talk about, these three things, the three selves, The 4 blocks or barriers to healing, and then the ladder to healing. The third and final concept is Marilyn's idea of the ladder of healing. It's a powerful metaphor used to describe the stages or levels of healing that individuals must go through when recovering from trauma. And I can tell you again from personal experience, I will hit a rung, skip the next 2, hit another one, and it does not work. And I'd fall back. And you have to, through the work of the whole, well, again, let me say, God's a pretty big boy. He can do anything he wants to do. He can change any way he wants to. But ordinarily, we have to help our clients work their way through this ladder, through these rungs of healing. It represents a step-by-step process that begins with the most painful and difficult stages and gradually leads a person to greater and greater emotional freedom. From glory to glory, he's changing us. The ladder structure acknowledges that healing is not linear, but involves moving up and down through various levels, with each step involving different challenges and growth opportunities. It's important for both client and counselor to remember this. Each rung represents a different stage or task in the healing journey. The process is gradual, where the individual moves through each stage in their own time, sometimes revisiting early stages as new layers of trauma and healing emerge. And finally, the latter metaphor emphasizes the importance of progression, where healing builds on itself with each step providing a foundation for the next. God, I want to be healed, and I want to be healed right now. Took me 45 years to get into this mess, but I want to be healed right now. And there's a process through that. And so I want to look at those levels very quickly and then wrap this up. And because it's a ladder of healing, and because this is a little counterintuitive as you're watching this, but it made sense to me at 3 o'clock in the morning as I was writing this. We're going to start with the bottom rung. We're going to start at the bottom and work our way up. There's first of all survival. It is overcoming that place of denial and unhealthy coping. It is just recognizing what you are doing makes perfect sense in light of the trauma you have been through. It's just not healthy. It's not helpful. So recognizing, giving people permission to have been in that survival. Listen, if I had experienced what you've experienced, I'd have done the same thing. This is just understanding survival is a real part of this. It allows the trauma survival to start the journey by saying, I'm not a bad person. I'm not a flawed person. These are the things this is all I knew to do to survive the trauma I had. After survival is confrontation. Confrontation, the person recognizes that something is wrong, and they're willing to face the demon. They see it head on. The stage is marked by an increasing awareness of the trauma and the emotional pain it has caused. Survivors may begin to experience more intense emotions such as anger, sadness, fear, or guilt. It's a time of emotional reckoning where the person faces the truth about their past. I received an email from a male prospective client about a week ago saying that he and his wife would like to come and see me. And so we talked about it a little bit via email. I said, okay. And immediately received an email from her saying, I'm willing to do this. I just don't want to hurt anymore. And I said, I respectively renege on my offer to see you because it's going to hurt more. It's going to hurt before it just is. And that's confronting it, being willing to sit with the pain of that. The third level is release. This third rung is release, where the person is ready to fully express and process the emotions they have been avoiding. It's a crucial stage for the emotional recovery process. It involves letting go of the pent-up emotions like anger, grief, and fear. Release may happen through tears, physical expressions, even shaking, yelling, or talking about the trauma. Emotional release can be healing because it allows the person to stop carrying the weight of these emotions. So we will take the trauma egg, and lay it on the floor in my office. I put books on the corners to hold it down. I pray over it and say, God, this is a sacred moment. This is a holy experience that this person is so courageous to allow me to step with them back into this story. Would you sanctify this moment? And that person will begin to tell those stories, and very often you, as the kind of unattached third person, you can sit and look at. Do you see here that every time you got close to somebody, they either died or moved away? And now you're struggling with feelings of abandonment. And they begin to see that and begin to weep, begin to get angry, begin to get frustrated, all of that. That's such a key part, that release of that. The fourth step is reclaiming personal power. Just revisiting the fact that God did not make you this way. You do not have to live this way. In this stage, the survivor begins to reclaim that power. They recognize that while trauma has happened to them, it does not define them. They begin to take responsibility for the heading and move beyond the victim identity. This rung involves empowerment, where individuals regain a sense of self-control over their lives and learn to set boundaries, make decisions, assert their needs. They begin to be aware of the fact that they, with the Holy Spirit's help, are not bound by their story. Finally, reconnection. As the survivor regains personal power, they begin to heal their relationships with others. This rung emphasizes reconnection, both with themselves and with others. This might include rebuilding trust in others, learning to experience healthy intimacy, or joining support groups. The trauma survivor learns how to interact in relationships without being governed by the fear or mistrust that came from the past. For my wife, it looked like this. People would say to Doris, "How did you ever learn to trust again?" And she said, "Oh, I didn't. I have a transfer of trust. I've transferred all my trust to God. I trust Him, and He's going to take care of mine." Yeah. In fact, sweetheart, come up here and no, I'm just kidding. That just set me back, way back, just saying that. I traumatized her just by saying that. Integration, the last step. The top rung of the ladder represents integration, where the survivor accepts their trauma as a part of their history. Doris are not where we are, both in terms of our relationship with one another and our relationship with Him. We're not where we are in spite of what we have gone through. We're where we are because of what we have gone through. We integrate our story. It becomes a part of it. I'm proud of Tommy and Shanda for saying, this is our story. We will never be divorced from that. We don't live with the effects of that, but we'll never be. It's our story, and God is using that story. It no longer has control over us. This phase involves healing on a deep emotional, psychological, and even spiritual level. The trauma survivor can reflect on their experiences with a sense of peace and understanding. They have internalized lessons from the trauma and can now move forward with a stronger, more resilient sense of self. So you might have noticed I gave you 3 concepts and a tool to match each of those concepts. The 3 selves, the inner child, the inner child work, the 4 barriers to healing, and the trauma egg. In this case, in the ladder of healing, it's not so much a tool as it is a way of thinking, as it is just understanding this. And I would suggest, and I often have, posting a ladder on the wall of the office and reminding our clients and ourselves often that this is a process, and we need to be patient with our clients, with ourselves, and with God, and walk through these ladders one rung at a time. I would suggest giving it to the client as a handout. Like the Shema of Deuteronomy, refer to it in your going in and your coming in and your going out. By utilizing these treatment tools, individuals can begin to break free from the psychological, emotional, and physiological barriers that prevent them from healing fully. The process encourages self-compassion, empowerment, and reconstruction of a new, healthier sense of self. As temperament-trained pastoral counselors, we are uniquely able to bring the grace of God in line with the created self He intended us to be, and to hold before the trauma-weighted client the hope that this is who God made you to be and you can live that way. And as Paul so eloquently says, hope does not disappoint us. So, today, Branches provides in-depth training for counselors and caregivers in the Murray method of trauma treatment. Our clinical director, Tracy Robinson, is one of 2 or 3 fully trained instructors in the United States. It's easier to ask permission, it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission. I made a QR code that you can visit that takes you to the website where you could get information if you're interested in knowing more about the Murray method and the training that we offer at Branches. That's the trauma story. That's the tools that we use, and that's how God has used Branches over the years to understand and to help people deal with trauma. But the story does not end there. A little over a year ago, we woke to the horrific scenes of stories of the Hamas attack of Israel and the brutal slaying of 1,200 innocent men and women and children, the kidnapping of 250 more at the Nova Music Festival in southern Israel, just across the border from Gaza. In less than a month, Branches was in New York City meeting with groups of Hasidic Jews who were traumatized by this. And we were training and teaching rabbis, counselors, and teachers in trauma care, how they can work with their constituents. Listen, trauma is present in every client you see. You will sit with trauma in church. You'll hold the door for trauma at the grocery store. You will drop your kids off at a school plagued with trauma every morning. In this emotional environment, trauma is all around you, and it's why we do what we do. Understanding it better, being equipped to deal with your clients from a trauma-informed space is not only beneficial, I would submit it's mandatory. Temperament is our message. Trauma is our mission field. And when we take what we have learned into that field, God is able to do exceeding abundantly more than we can even ask or imagine. Well, flagrant self-promotion. If you'd like to know more, I have a podcast channel that I do every week. We do a Branches blog every week, and you're welcome to go on those. And I will try somehow to remember to get this information out about all that. Trauma care. It's what we're called to do. And I believe it's what God is preparing us to do through the NCCA and through the training that you're doing here. Thank you so much for letting me share this with you. Thank you. And now I would like to say to you, the most important thing I have to say, it's time for lunch. And so I've been tasked with praying for the lunch and giving you instructions. Before I pray, my understanding is that when you go out to lunch, it's behind you, go through the
How do we spotlight me? There we go. Well, good afternoon to our online participants as they're giving instructions for lunch. Hopefully you have yours. I ate mine early in the last session. My name is Rob Duncan. I am the Director of Certified Temperament Life Coaching for Sarasota Academy. And I have been engaged with the National Christian Counselor since the late 80s. And it was my pleasure to receive the Arno Award in 2009. So if someone could send me a message that says that you're able to to hear me, I can go ahead and start with a little bit of a presentation, followed then by, okay, great. So you can hear me. So what I thought I'd do is I would break our time into 4 segments today. One about setting up a counseling ministry, one about how to offer specific courses to the public to grow your ministry, and then also how to offer intensives and how that could work, as well as then finally third party. I'll stop after each one to see if there's anything that you would like to have specifically brought up. And Michael Andrews from the NCCA office is listening in on this, and he's going to text message me chats questions. So if you have a question, it's going to go in the chat, but Michael's going to text me on my phone so that I don't have to pay attention to the chat. I only have to pay attention to the phone as you have questions. So I get asked pretty regularly, what's the best way to set up our counseling ministry? And I think it's important to separate whether it's a ministry or a business. And the reason I do that is because the states do provide exceptions for counseling by ministers, and in ministry centers require licensure for counseling businesses. So the most common way to do that is to do it in the church, either as a volunteer or a 1099 or a W-2 employee, as an assistant pastor, as a counselor. And that depends on if the church is willing and interested in opening a counseling center. The second easiest way is to simply report your counseling income and your expenses on a Schedule C attached to your 1040 IRS tax form. It's important to get an EIN, an employer identification number. And when you apply for that online at irs.gov, you can choose a minister or ministry code that goes with your EIN number. And it's very clear that what you're doing is ministry. And then as persons make payments for services, make contributions, then you're recording that as income, and then all of your expenses, phone, internet, training, courses, this conference, all comes off, and then the net is the income from your counseling ministry reported on a Schedule C. And the third way is to form a 501c3, and you need a board of at least 5 persons. You need to incorporate your nonprofit in the state and then apply for determination letter from the Internal Revenue Service that you are indeed a charity. I use legalfilings.com. They're in California, and the reason I use them is they give a 100% guarantee that they will get your 501c3 status approved after you've consulted with them. It's a 100% refundable guarantee. And in the middle of COVID, in the middle of the pandemic, I got a 501c3 approved by legalfilings.com in California in 35 days from the date of submission to the date of the letter. So that's legalfilings.com. So let me answer any questions you have. Somebody said it's good to see me. It's good to see you all. I can see your names. The way I have mine set up here, we don't have your video on. Maybe Michael can, maybe I can, I don't know if I can allow everybody's video to be shared. Michael,
Yeah,
can we do that?
we unlocked it. So if anybody wants to unmute their mic or their video or both, they can do that. And if you want to ask a question, you can just pop in and start talking.
Great. So you can activate your cameras and you can ask me questions. So the question that just came up that I saw was how much they charge. I think it was about $600 last time, but by the time you hired an accountant or an attorney, it's much more than that. And the fact that they're all former IRS agents and use a special portal to send their information in, it guarantees it gets there, and it guarantees it's complete ahead of time. And again, it's 100% refundable. So hi, everybody. Those of you who turn your cameras on, you can wave. I read an article in the middle of the pandemic that when we greet each other live face to face, we shake hands or we hug. So the correct thing to do when we start and end Zoom calls is to wave, so everybody knows that we're here and paying attention. So that's great. I love it. Any other questions about the ways in which you can organize your ministry? Many of you already have, but every now and then I have questions. Now, I did not choose an LLC, and the reason I did not choose an LLC, many states consider an LLC a business, and if it's a business, they're going to want to regulate you and license you or require you to have a state license for counseling. So I suggest either the Schedule C or the 501c3, or do it under the ministry umbrella of a church as a 1099 volunteer, 1099, or W-2 employee. Other questions about organization or technology? We can do that. We've got these split into like 15-minute sections and then time at the end if anybody has other questions.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ellen from Houston, and I think I've sent you some information before. You did some referrals to me to NCCA for information I needed. I started my 501(c). I already have my 501(c), and I started my ministry, Love the People Christian Counseling and Teaching Ministry. And I have everything set up, and now and it's exclusively for pastors, physicians, their spouses, and children, because God sent me that way. I have my PhD, I have all the things, but I also was married to a pastor for 34 years who was also a physician for 34 years who was also a pastor. So that is my niche. And do you have any recommendation of, people are watching me, they're looking at me, but those people, the people in those positions, is very hard for them to trust, just a person to talk to. But I'm going to stick with God. And I know that there's a place in people that need that type of training. Is there anything that you can suggest as far as reaching more of those type of people?
So one thing you could do is you can do seminars that are free, that are topical for them. So I can think of a lot of them for physicians. I'm amazed at how many physicians I've gone to who tell me that I need to lose weight when they weigh more than I do.
Yes, yes.
So self-care for healthcare professionals is certainly something you could talk about. You could certainly talk about that with pastors. I think another thing that you could talk about is let me make sure I say it right. Work-life balance and time management. How do you carve out time for yourself and your family when you have a very time-absorbing piece? And that kind of leads to this next topic. So I'm going to answer one or two questions that I saw come in and then circle back, Dr. Ellen, and feel free to ask questions after the next one about these courses or seminars you can offer.
Right.
Someone asked about 501c3 treasurer. I think it's, the easiest thing you can do is get some kind of software, whether it's Quicken. QuickBooks is maybe a little bit too much for a Schedule C, and QuickBooks may be right for a 501c3. And then if you have someone who can do the bookkeeping, the treasurer only needs to really review the bank statements at the beginning and a collective financial at the end of the year to submit the 990. So when I talk about licenses, I'm talking about the state license for a licensed professional counselor. There are several states that actually license pastoral counselors. So that's a question that's best put to Attorney Gibbs and his center, who can give you a legal answer. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't give the legal answer, but I can tell you that most states have the exception for ministers doing counseling, and certainly for religious organizations, for example, Catholic Charities, etc., Salvation Army. Much of their counseling is done without state licensed master social work or licensed professional counselors. Did I miss any questions that came in? I think I got those too. So since we're just past the 15 kind of minute mark here, let me move to the second one. I love offering the idea of you offering short-term courses. And what you do is you make that price pretty low and make sure that you offer everyone the APS the first night, and you describe what the APS is the first night or day. The second session, describe the topic that you're talking about. And I love life transition topics. I just got married. The more important one is, so you've been married for a year, is it what you thought? I asked a young lady that at Bacone College when I was president. She had asked me to do the wedding, and we try to do family type things. So HR had these wonderful little note cards that would arrive on my desk for me to sign. It wasn't like I was remembering, your anniversary. And then I saw her that day and I said, "So how is married life?" And she looked at me and this is what she said: "He never leaves." So, life transitions create all kinds of stuff. So pick the transitions. Just married, married a year, expecting a child, have a child, child in preschool, child in kindergarten, child in elementary school, middle school, high school, college, empty nest until they graduate and come home. Caregiving later on. You got the idea. If you can do a little 3 or 4 session uh, kind of course on how to navigate life's transitions. You can even call it that. I won't say that you infringed on my copyright. Navigating life transitions. And once a month, you offered an online, right? Because if you do it in person, they've got to get, babysitters, they've got to schedule it. Whereas if you do it online, either Facebook or Google Meet or Zoom, Google Meet's free, Zoom has a free session. The Zoom is great because it's 40 minutes if you're on the free plan. And oops, I'm sorry, our time is up. Zoom is turning us off. Isn't that amazing how you no longer have to have that last question that causes you to run over? You've got time to get your refill of coffee after you have returned your coffee rental that you just got. Now, someone just asked, what's a good price for this? Well, you have to decide whether you're going to try to charge for your time, because what you're really doing is trying to get people to come in for counseling related to this. So you want to cover your APS, you want to cover your refreshments. I always say, well, I have refreshments tonight, and then I tell them what kind, and I tell them I'm excited about the refreshments because these are the kind that my doctor or my wife don't want me to have, and neither one of them are here. So you can kind of have that moment of fun. So just cover your expenses because you're really trying to get people to sign up. So and I think if you Reverend Steve did this with the seniors in the Christian academy that his kids attended, and I was there for one of those sessions. We did it at Bacone College as part of a freshman seminar. We did the APS, they got their individual results of the APS, and then we talked about these topics in the generic 5 pure temperaments. And then they would have a question. See, this is the great part. They then have a question about their unique temperament, and that's when you say we would need to schedule a session. And you have your calendar with you, and it's your moment of what I describe as shameless self-promotion. So those are good things that you can do. So let's stop and ask questions. We've got about 8 or 10 minutes to answer questions about the kinds of courses or seminars you could offer, or even just about life transitions or anything else.
Well, I'd
I
like to say,
love all the answers to my questions. Well, thank you, Pastor Kim. I appreciate that.
I like to say also, I did talk to a physician at one of the major hospitals here,
Mhm.
and he was so excited about my ministry because they said that particular hospital is always trying to do things for doctors and their families. So he got my card. I gave him my card. I'm going to follow up with him. So that would be a place. I will even start with the residents because they need help as well. And my daughter's a doctor, so I know what they go through. So I'm going to stick with God on this and just see what he does. And I just want to thank you for your information. And I'm going to start with
Welcome.
some seminars.
The best way to work with pastors is to offer them free coffee or dessert. They never turn it down.
Okay. Yes. I was a pastor's
And
wife
if
that
you're
was.
really interested in healthcare, a really overlooked segment of our healthcare kind of space are the congregate care, long-term nursing or rehab facility staff.
Okay.
And if you could go in and do the APS and talk about communication, talk about frustration, not anger, but frustration management, talk about life work balance, I think if you demonstrated that value to the staff of one of those facilities, you could be talking with management about offering that all the incoming patients and families, because the fears and expectations of arriving at a congregate care, um, a nursing facility, or a rehabilitation facility are all different. And managing those expectations is one of the biggest challenges they have. Whether good places know that and have some way to do that. What all can I do without getting sued? Well, if you're a candidate member and you're still doing your training, you need to make sure you're disclosing you're doing that under supervision, and don't do any counseling without being under supervision. So why would somebody want to have counseling from somebody who's being supervised? Well, here's a clue. My primary care uh, providers, none of them are doctors.
Okay.
I just went for my Medicare annual physical,
I did
which is
too.
free because I have Medicare Advantage, so I make sure I go and do it. When the claim came in, Matthew name was not on the claim. Doctor, somebody I've never met, was on the Medicare claim. Why? Because it was being billed under the doctor, because he's doing that work as under supervision as a physician assistant or one of the nurse practitioner, et cetera. They generally can't bill Medicare. Their doctor has to do that for them. So yes, you can do counseling under supervision up to the limits that your supervisor is willing to do that. For the temperament testing, would you get their email information before the seminar? Yeah, you could set up. I use Wix for all my online stuff. We have Northwind Consortia, which is Northwind Academic doing ministry credit for ministry experience. Northwind Institute doing certificate training. That's a CAI for NCCA and an IR for Sarasota Academy. And Northwind Seminary for degrees, and Northwind Press where we publish degree stuff. And we use the forms in Wix for everything. So yes, you could have a sign up form that included for the individual session you're doing, that got their name, email address, et cetera. And then you could send them, if they have not done an APS with you before, you could send them the APS invitation. So yes, I would use an online form for that and have people register online. Now you've captured their information and you can be sending them stuff using Wix's email marketing. It's tied to your Facebook, Instagram, X account if you have it. And that's another thing that bothers me. Everybody says X, formerly Twitter. Why don't they just say X? Or, it's just one of those things that bother me. Any other questions?
Yes. If not going through your church, can you hear me well enough?
Yeah,
If
I can hear
not
you
going through
perfectly
your,
fine.
okay, if not going through your church, would you just go over that again? Another way I
Sure.
could set
So
up.
if you're not counseling under the umbrella of your church's ministry, the easiest way to do that is a 501c3, which is a
Okay.
form you attach to. It's called the schedule. I'm sorry. The easiest way is a Schedule C that is attached to your 1040 income tax form. And to
Okay.
do that correctly, you should get an EIN, employer identification number. You get that online from the IRS. It happens immediately. And the code, you have to choose a code for your business. There are codes for ministry. Do not choose a code for counseling. Choose a code for ministry, because you want to
Okay.
be sure you're doing this as ministry. Does
Okay.
NCCA have a consult group for practicing counselors? Sarasota Academy does do ministry coaching. I do that, and I have a couple other people who can assist with that. And as long as you're doing this as a ministry, we do offer that coaching. There's usually a free session, and then the ability to do some fee for service. The small cell groups in 66 and would like to start independently. If you're doing small cell groups, you may want to stay tuned next tomorrow for the temperament life coaching program, because we have a small group temperament coaching program that certification that would fit cell groups very well.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Duncan?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Duncan, may I ask a question?
Make sure you ask me about that. I'm sorry. Who is asking a question?
This is Susan Chauvin. I'm not showing the camera because I'm not I'm camera shy.
Okay.
So my question, sir, is I created an LLC for a women's coaching business 2 years ago, and I
What?
have recently moved, and I really was just starting to launch it, in this past year. And I just recently moved from one city to the next in Florida, and I need to basically start over. But one of the concerns I just heard you say, I never was told or thought about it, is when I LLC'd my business, I didn't know that there was an option for ministry, because I do have my minister's license, and I do have my bachelor degree with NCCA for pastoral counseling.
Right.
But can I go back and change that now?
Well, what I would do is, if you're relocating to another state, you can,
Well, it's the
if you
same
have a
state.
mailing address, um, if you have a mailing address in a previous state and someone who can accept mail, you can stay there. Or if you're doing this you can file new incorporation. You can update your incorporation filing to make sure you've described in the LLC that you're not doing a counseling business, but you're doing a counseling ministry.
Okay, wonderful.
And some would say there's more protection for you. I think if you're doing the Schedule C and you have the locked-in insurance, you're pretty well covered.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
I have a question.
Let me move to the next topic, and then we
Okay,
can
go.
continue to I can at least get information out, and we'll continue to do question and answers until Michael Andrews turns me off. The second thing is intensives. I played with the Presbyterian. I'm a United Methodist retired minister. I served a church that was Evangelical Covenant and Reformed Church of America with my dad in his retirement. I then served as president of an American Baptist college and university under appointment by my United Methodist bishop. And then in retirement, I helped the Presbyterian camp, and the Presbyterians let me preach, communion, and baptism, but I could not moderate their business sessions, to which I said thank you. And so I describe myself now as a Metho-Baspeterian. I don't fit anywhere, but I still do some consultation and talks with church camps and conference centers. They cannot survive any longer on summer camp. So they have tried to survive by doing church retreats. Then they tried to survive by doing special events like weddings. They love shoulder season stuff. So if you have a Christian camp and conference center near you, and the largest one in America is the Christian Camp and Conference Association, CCCA, and they have a directory, and you can see where all of them are. You can see if they have adult lodging, whether it's available all year. Church retreats generally happen on the weekends, so that leaves your middle of the week. So arrive on a Tuesday evening for dinner, have a presentation all day on Wednesday, breakfast and a wrap up, leave by lunch. You've got a wonderful intensive training program. So this could be marriage enrichment. It could be that you've been married 1 year. It could be all the transitions in life that we talked about before. You can do this 3-day, afternoon, arrive, evenings, dinner, evening session, morning, afternoon, evening. Your afternoon sessions can all be individuals for the couples, kind of like that couple counseling thing that they've got on TV. If you've watched that, I find it hysterical, where they got the counselor with these couples. I mean, it's a riot. It was the Christian Camp Conference Association, CCCA. They're the largest out there. The Presbyterians have one, the Episcopals have one, the Methodists have one, etc. But even if you just do a Google search for Christian camps in my state, they're generally pretty inexpensive. Gets people away. And if you're doing these transition of life courses, then you can encourage people to do counseling. Then you can encourage people to do an intensive. A single counselor can, without a lot of experience, can do 3 couples at a couples retreat. And a more experienced can do probably up to 4 to 6, but you could always partner with somebody, and then you could do 4 to 8, because you could break into small groups for small group stuff. So that was my other big new thing for you. I was just talking with the director of the Presbyterian Camp and Conference Association yesterday about this. They're having their annual meeting in Tahoe, Lake Tahoe. They have a camp right up there. So they're talking about the need for developing year-round, midweek looking. So this could be a real opportunity for you. Let's go to some more questions.
I was going to ask, is this inclusive, creation therapy and in his image and all of those courses that we are still as international representatives can teach? Does that include those also?
Oh yeah, you could certainly do that. You could do Created in God's Image. That's a great multi-week course that you could do. And yes, I would do, yes, APS for all of your counseling. Let's remember what Attorney Gibbs said. Make sure you counsel within your training. So we have all been trained to do counseling based on the APS. Now, if you have additional training or certification by another association, many people have multiple training experiences. Yes, you could theoretically counsel outside of using an APS. But if you receive a complaint, the question is going to be, were you counseling under the NCCA umbrella? If you weren't using the APS, there's not going to be a lot of support for you from your association, potentially from your insurance carrier locked in, because it is the NCCA. They could ask, what's the unique thing about counseling in the NCCA? And using the APS. Did you use the APS? Did you pray in your session? Did you refer to the Bible? I mean, these are all the things that I've heard Attorney Gibbs year after year after year tell us at the conference. So yes, make sure you're using the APS for all of this. I hope I've said that before. It's kind of just ingrained in my head. We did it with every freshman and transfer student at Bacone College. I checked with my colleague. He just retired. He's working for us now in the Northwind Consortia. He thinks he's done 7,000 APS.
Wow. Well, I do APSs for everything, even for my seminars and workshops. I do the APS because I need to know who I'm dealing with from the inside.
Right. That's right. And when they ask a question, then you know where they're coming from. And if they ask an in-depth question about their blended temperament, that's when you say, we should schedule a session. I have my calendar with me, your moment of shameless self-promotion. Session's recorded, so if you miss anything, you can play it or rewind it again. That's good news. Maybe, depends on if I say something wrong, then everybody will have it forever.
Do you charge for those sessions if they want to follow up on their APS?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. That's how you're building. That's your Grow Your Ministry. That's one of my Grow Your Ministry seminars. Do the free seminar, or do the seminar for a small amount. Better yet, have someone sponsor a seminar and have them pay for the APS of all of your people. We did a session last time around on third-party agreements where you contract with congregate care living center, a funeral home, a after-school program of children whose ages are appropriate to take the APS, and you actually do the APS and help them learn about themselves. My mantra has been the APS gives us self-awareness, and self-awareness leads to self-confidence. Self-confidence leads to effectiveness. So that's how I use it in the non-counseling sessions.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the name of the facilities where you could do the intensive? You said Christian camps?
Christian camps and conference centers. So you can just do a Google search on Christian camp and conference centers near you. And again, this is recorded, so you can go back. The largest association. So I took the director of Dwight Presbyterian Mission Camp and Conference Center to the Presbyterian, United Methodist, United Church of Christ combined annual meeting. There were 127 people there at Fernwood Camp and Conference Center in Little Rock. 2 weeks later, we went to the Christian Camp and Conference Association meeting at the Opryland Hotel, which was sold out. And it was Christmas time, so the Statler brothers were doing their Christmas show. And because there were so many of us there for the Christian Camp and Conference Association, they opened a second ballroom with video for the Statler brothers. So that gives you an idea of the size. There were 6 persons in the vendor room for the combined denominational gathering. There were 112 vendors in the Christian Camp and Conference Association. So that gives you kind of economy of scale. And that's why I recommend that group. It's the largest group that's out there.
Okay, thank you.
Another thing you can do is offer to do the APS for their staff. We did that for the staff at Dwight Presbyterian Camp and Conference Center as part of their staff training at the beginning of the year. And we did it at the college. We did it with all the coaches. It was the NAIA, and they had a Champions of Character program. We had the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. We did it with the student life staff, so the coaching staff could use it to motivate students. Student life could use it for resolving conflicts between dorm mates and also student discipline. So it had a lot of side benefits.
Now, did you have to get their permission to share their temperaments with the people that they were under authority of?
No, because if they're on staff, it's part of their HR file.
Okay.
So the person who's doing the training and the director have access to their personnel file.
Okay, so they
At
agreed to
college,
that.
it was part of their student file. And the coaching staff did have access to their student file, and the student life staff had access to it. So there were no FERPA or federal protection guidelines in place as long as it was being accessed for the purposes of the individual's right to access. So the coach
Okay.
had a right to access student life.
Okay, because I did it for a school, Christian school years ago, and they were
Right.
opposed to the administrators seeing their temperament. So, yeah.
Well, and that can be, what's the purpose you're doing it? See, and I'd make the argument that the guidance counselor and the principal should have access.
Right.
The teachers should not. If the teacher's having a problem with a student and then they combine with the guidance counselor, then they would be able to have access, but not just willy-nilly, going through everybody's, temper. Certainly not outside of their own class.
Right, right.
So
Yeah, could you-
the last.
I have one other question. How would
Sure.
you incorporate a counseling program into in an orphan home? How
In a-
could I
what kind of home?
incorporate an orphan home, ORPHAN,
Oh, an offering.
where kids are, were you in an orphanage home? Orphanage home?
Orphanage. Oh, okay. So
Mhm.
sure, that would be a third-party agreement.
Yeah.
So many care facilities, whether it's children, whether it's orphanages, whether it's any kind of congregate care facility that's providing services. So they may already have someone doing counseling and or providing psychiatric services for medications, or doing testing for purposes of occupational rehabilitation, or school placement and that sort of thing. I would approach that the APS is a wonderful instrument that allows them to have self-awareness as to who God has created them to be and how they can interact with other people. Use it as that communication tool rather than a therapeutic tool, especially if it's a child care facility. I can guarantee you they have social workers and they have counselors and they have psychologists and they probably have a psychiatrist and a medical director on staff. They're not going to want you to be trying to do counseling, but you certainly can do this for communication and self-awareness, self-understanding.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. I use the Schedule C along with my income taxes, but I have not I didn't get the EIN with the ministry. Do I have any
Sure.
protections from people suing? Like if they
No,
sue, would it
you're
attach
never
to
going to have any
my?
protection from people suing. So that's why you need to get the insurance from Lockton or someone else. But the value of getting the EIN is if you're audited, why did you go to the NCCA conference? Because I'm a minister And that's the conference I go to. Why are you paying for all these APS? Why are they required? Because it's part of my training as a pastoral counselor. Why are you getting this periodical Christianity Today? What that's just, personal. No, it's part of my business because it was, why do you become all your business expenses should tie to your EIN number on your Schedule C.
Right. I wasn't finished. I know anyone can sue at any time, but I mean, like, I don't have the protections that a LLC would give, correct? Like someone could, if they sued, they could attach my house or like the things that I own without an LLC, correct?
Well, that's a legal question, and
Okay.
if you're LLC, it's a partnership. Now, who are the partners? Because the partners can be, as I understand it, attached for negligence. So if you and your husband are the only partners, then your assets are the only things that are backing up the LLC. Even if you have an LLC and you sign, so for example, we had an LLC and we were doing housing in Muskogee, Oklahoma. And every time we borrowed money for the bank, we did it in the name of the LLC. And they also required us to provide personal guarantees. So the LLC did not provide the kind of protection people think that it automatically provides. But
Okay.
the attorney needs to give you that information. I can only give you anecdotal stories because I am
Okay.
not an attorney.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
I have a question
Sure, Melissa.
from Muskogee, Oklahoma, by the way.
Yeah, I recognize you from the Global Ministry Council, so it's nice to put a face with a name.
So if I were to, so I'm getting my first book published before the end of the year, and I'm wondering, is it acceptable to offer that on my, because I do have an LLC on my website, or does that need its own LLC? I mean, is there any reason that you can think of why that would need to be separate, or can I just sell that on the website and combine it as part of the
So
counseling?
the only thing you have to worry about is if your state taxes for those kinds of things. And so if you're selling your book on your website, you'd be could be responsible for a sales tax account. Now, if you put that book on Amazon and put the link on your website to go to Amazon, they're printing on demand, so you don't need to pay for the book to be printed and store it in your closet, and then the water heater ruins, 3 cartons of it by accident. And they'll do all the sales tax reporting for you.
Okay. Okay.
So
Yeah,
that's what we're doing with Northwind Seminary Press. We're publishing our students' degree papers, faculty's academic books. We have an ISBN number that is specific to the seminary. So you could get an ISBN number that's specific to your ministry and then put it on Amazon. And then people that don't even know you, have never been to your website, might buy your book. A way you can use your book is to do a seminar. And when you're doing the seminar, you can have a handout with the little QR code for them to order from Amazon, and you don't have to schlep in your box of book.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Yeah, that's because I was thinking about doing a print run for that reason. 'Cause I'm going to have a seminar and I didn't know if I should do a print run for that reason, but that's an excellent idea. So thank you.
Vistaprint.com designed a very nice like 6x9 or 5x7 postal card type thing with your book information and the QR code, and design it and get it ready to approve, and don't order it. 3 days later, they will send you a discount coupon, and then you use it to order it.
Ah,
At least 90% of the time, Vista does that, especially if it's the first
I
time you
can't
use
get you.
Vista. You leave it in your cart, you don't do anything with it, and all of a sudden you have a 40% discount.
That's worth a shot. Thank you.
Us people in nonprofit world need to stick together.
yeah.
I just did that with business cards for we promoted someone to dean, and our bookkeeper CFO, and I designed their cards and didn't order them. And sure enough, 3 days later, I had a 40% off coupon sitting in my mailbox.
Wow.
My email box, I should say. What other questions do we have? How many of you use a sliding? Okay, what's the print name? Vistaprint.com. All my banners and everything that you may have seen over the years at the NCCA conference, I've always done everything at Vistaprint. Great money back guarantee, great service. My pleasure, Ruth. How many of you use a sliding scale? You can raise your hands. I think there's a under the other things you can do a hand raising thing. So if it's in the it's in the system. All right, so there, Susan raised her hand. So another raised their hands. I'm seeing them here. They're growing on the side. How many of you have your sliding scale funded?
Not yet.
Okay, so there are two ways to fund your sliding scale. One is, well, three ways. People can donate to your 501c3 if you're a 501c3, but you can accept donations and you keep that in a counseling fund, scholarship fund, benevolent fund, whatever you want to call it. And whenever you offer a discount on the sliding scale, you take out the amount of that discount from that fund. Now you have a funded sliding scale. The second way is to get partners. Churches and other organizations will refer you someone for counseling. I think it's a good idea that they at least pay something. But the difference, like by agreement, say your counseling rate is $100 a session, and you've agreed with the XYZ Church of Eternal Life that they are going to pay $75. Okay, so that means you could ask the person to pay $25. 25 plus 75 is 100, your full rate. Or you could say to the church, you pay $50 and I'll discount 25 and the counselee will pay 25. Now everybody's got skin in the game.
Okay.
Okay. Then the next way to do the funding sliding scale is divide your rate in threes. So we're going to say your monthly rate is 70, your counseling rate is $75. Your first sliding scale is $50. $50 is your break-even point. So this is a business management term. How much money do you need in a week to keep the lights on? And since I moved to Florida, I say keep the air conditioning on. And then how many counseling sessions you have, and you divide the amount of money by the number of counseling sessions. That's your break-even point per counseling session. So we're going to say, for the sake of our conversation today, that I have 10 counseling appointments a week. I have $500 a week as my break-even point, my expenses. So therefore, my break-even point is $50. My regular rate is $75. If I give someone the sliding scale of $50, I've broken even. If I give someone the sliding scale of $25, I'm losing $25. How can I do that? For every $75, I can see one $25. Because if I see 175, 150, 125, that's 150. Divide by 3 is 50. You have a funded sliding scale. You don't need it. You don't need a 501c3 if you're using Schedule C. I have a master's. I didn't get all of it at Angel, so you may need to send some more or talk to us. I learned that when I was administering the medical practice in Milford, Pennsylvania. Two docs, they met together in medical school in the Caribbean. He was a California Lutheran, she was a Russian Jew, and I was the mediator in between how we should run the practice. Mrs. Dr. Buckley often saw people for no charge. Mr. Dr. Buckley generally charged the full rate. Everything worked out great until they went on vacation and we got one of their friends to come spend a week as the doctor. All the people who were being seen for no charge were charged. And it was terrible. And we were doing highway robbery. And also I changed the rules in the practice. Marina could see someone for no charge, but the The statement they got at the window would say, today's visit was $100. Professional courtesy minus $100. Due today, $0. Because Marina's $100 office visit was just as valuable as Mr. Dr. Buckley's $100 visit. And if she chose to not charge all of it, that was a gift she gave to that individual or that family. When she charged them nothing, they didn't see any value. Questions about sliding scale? You got to keep the air conditioner on if you're down here in the south. Although maybe in the north. Yesterday was 80 degrees in northern New Jersey. My friend was having a fit. He wants to go skiing this winter. If it stays 80 degrees, he'll only be water skiing all year round. I traded 40 years of downhill skiing for golf. What do you do a sliding scale? How do you negotiate with a client, and do you ever revisit? So I think there's a couple ways you can do the sliding scale. You can ask what their monthly income is and what their rent or mortgage is, and then take half of that for food, and then you'll tell whether they can afford to do that or not. The other way you can, it's all up to you. There's all kinds of different ways you can do that. And you get somebody who wants to be at the 25 rate, and you can say, we do have that rate. We would be willing to see you, but I don't have any openings at that rate at this time. Why? Because you need those $75 payers, right? So if I have three $75 a week, how many $25 a week can I do? Three, right? Because they're offset. Better to do a couple weeks of the $75 and then start doing the $25 so you can balance out. So I think we're coming pretty close to the end here. One of the things that's really important to ask those who are counseling, did we meet your expectations today? Because that's an important feedback to have. Yeah. May not solve all their problems, but did we meet your expectations today? And you negotiate what the expectations are in the beginning, that they're going to be heard, that they're going to be listened to, that practical steps, not solutions, but things they can try are going to be offered today. And we're going to pray together today. So why don't we do that? Let's have a word of prayer to end this time. Gracious God, thank you for all these people who have answered your call into a caring and counseling ministry. I pray that you would strengthen them. I pray that you would guide them. I pray that you would inspire them. And I pray that you would use them to meet the needs of those who come to them. May their words be your words, or their actions be your actions. And may the people who come to see them know that they are in the presence of the one who created them. And they might become created in God's image. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
So tomorrow we're going to be talking about life coaching. So we'll be talking about life coaching tomorrow. Okay, Michael, I think we're wrapped up here. There we go.
Let's see.
All right, welcome back, welcome back. Hello, hello. All right, are we back? All right, we're back online. I hope lunch is treating you well. We're gonna get started with our next session. We kind of play unfair with the afternoon session. We feed you, we get you full so you can't move fast, then we bring in an attorney to talk at you about legal things in ministry. But I'll tell you, the best that walks the planet, Attorney Gibbs with the National Center for Life and Liberty is awesome. He is, just in the 22 years that I've been with NCCA, the man has never given us guidance that didn't come to fruition exactly how he said it. So if you don't have legal counsel, I strongly encourage you to consider connecting with the National Center for Life and Liberty. You're going to see how charismatic David is. He's just an awesome man. He loves Jesus. He's got a great family, and it's truly an honor to have him here today. So welcome to the stage, Attorney David Gibbs.
Thank you, Steve. My pleasure. Thank you, thank you. And good afternoon. How many are alive and well? How many ate too much? Well, here's what you need to do. Don't stare, but look to your left. Just look. Look to your right. Look behind you. Look in front of you. Now that you've looked around a little bit, I want you to find somebody who is decidedly and distinctively uglier than you are. Shake their hand, tell them God loves them, and we'll jump into this. So, and some people are getting a lot of handshakes, so I get it, but hey, will I defend you if you do it? Yes, because I led you into it. You're covered. All right, and since we're the post-lunch group, stand up, stretch just a little bit, and move your chairs wherever you want them. Now, if you want to lean right on the table and write, that's fine, but you know, the twisted neck and trying to half see me, you'll get I call it the airplane ride, where you talk to somebody next to you. So get comfortable, stretch around, feel good. Okay, now you can position yourself and you can land in. It is certainly a pleasure to be here with you. How many are hearing me for the first time in your life? Let me see your hand. Oh, lots of new folks. Okay. The people I helped last year are all in jail. No, they're not. They're doing great. But I am certainly honored, as Steve said, to serve as general counsel to the National Center for Christian Counselors and the group that you're a part of. But then we also work with you individually, your churches, your schools, your ministries. And so if you have any legal questions or issues, we do it as a ministry. Now, how many believe the word lawyer and the words ministry don't always go together? Okay. But we call them ministry partners. Now you say, well, why are you partners? Because I believe in what you're doing. How many understand there's lawyers all over Chattanooga? There's lawyers all over the country that if you have enough money and you're willing to pay them, how many believe they'll help you out a little bit? But how many understand they may not believe in you? They may not care. They're certainly not going to have the power of God helping them in it. And they're going to view you as kind of doing a quirky little outreach or a little program or a little business or a little church thing, and they will just do it in that vein. I believe what you're doing is tremendously important. Could I share with you a philosophy? Somebody says, David, why do you travel the nation, been an attorney 30 plus years? Why are you standing with these churches and these ministries across America? Because I believe the hope of America is not in the courthouse, and it's not in the state house, wherever you're from. And I know we got a big election coming up, but how many figured out it's not in the White House? How many believe it is in the church house? And so I would rather stand with you and help you in your ministry do what God's called you to do, because I believe that is America's only hope. So I want to salute you. And I know we have big churches, little churches, independent counseling, all across the spectrum. I know your ministries are all different, but how many rejoice that we don't all have to be the same, but we can still advance the kingdom? And so we are certainly honored to serve churches, ministries, counseling centers like what you have all across the nation. And our goal is for you to do more, not less. How many believe, and Steve joked about it a little bit, and I certainly appreciate him and his leadership, but how many understand lawyers, risk managers, insurance companies, how many believe that can be pretty depressing to listen to? Because, you know, you're walking along and everything you want to do, they're like, oh no, you can't do that. Or you got to get insurance and that's going to bankrupt you. And so it can be a little depressing. Well, my goal, obviously I want to help you do it wisely and smartly, but my goal is for you to do more next year, not less. I'm going to believe all the ministries need to expand and accomplish more for the kingdom. And we talk about things that I call them risk factors. And, you know, sometimes somebody says, can I or can't I? Well, you can do it, but it's kind of risky. Or you can do it and it's pretty low risk. They're risk factors. Driving here, many of you drove into Chattanooga, a very centrally located city. If you were driving 110 on the interstate on your way here, would you get a ticket? Answer, class? Yes. Oh, it's a trick question. That wasn't fair. You know what the answer is, and you, as you think about it, you get it, right? The answer is you don't know. How many have ever done something dumb? May I see your hand, please? And I'm really glad everybody here doesn't know all the dumb things you've done. Me too. But sometimes you do dumb and you get away with it, right? I mean, you're flying along 110 and the trooper's drinking coffee and eating a donut and he just doesn't want to chase you. And you get away with doing dumb things. But now suppose you're driving to this conference and you're a very responsible Christian, which means you go about 5 over the speed limit. Because in the original languages of the Bible, you're allowed to go 5 over. I just want to let you know. I do not read or speak Greek or Hebrew, but I assure you God included it. So like a good Christian, you're going 75, the speed limit's 70. If I were to ask you, are you going to get a ticket? Most of you would go, Mr. Gibbs, no problem all day long. You're going to get bumped from behind in some areas. I mean, people are moving, scooting. There's an expectation the flow of traffic will be faster than that. You'll be fine. But you know, the answer doesn't change. The answer doesn't change. You could still get a ticket. You don't know. But what you do know is that your risk is pretty low. Pretty unlikely. And when I talk to ministries like yours, I often say, you know, there are churches and ministries out here driving 110. And how many believe they're acting kind of irresponsible? But it kind of looks cool sometimes, right? You know, pastor says, we just opened up the public paddling ministry. We bring the kids on the stage, we beat them. It's amazing how they behave, you know. You're like, wow, that's an idea. But the reality is they're high risk, but it seems like they're kind of getting away with it. Well, this guy says stuff on the internet, all kind of crazy, and seems like they don't, IRS leaves them alone, money's not being handled right. You see things, and sometimes you're tempted to follow the high-risk people because it seems like they're getting away with it. But how many understand high risk will ultimately destroy your ministry? And so just because you get in trouble, and by the way, some of you here may get in trouble, I hope not, but you might be doing everything about right. You may be rolling along at 75, you're doing your ministry, and you can be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But you say, Mr. Gibbs, I'm a risk-adverse individual. I don't want any risk whatsoever. What must I do? How many understand you got to park the car and go nowhere? And how many figured out there's lots of churches and ministries that have done that? I mean, some of these churches, bless their heart, they're still waiting for COVID to be over. I mean, they're not doing anything. They've just kind of shut down, and they're, you know, once or twice a month, some folks drift in there and have a little meal or a little prayer. But I mean, the church, for all practical purposes, if they called me and said, you think I'm going to get sued? No, because you're not going anywhere. You're not doing anything. I'm not even sure what you're doing. I mean, how would you get sued? And so I want to encourage you as we talk through some of these things that I want your ministry to do more, not less. But there might be some areas where you're picking up some speed. You know, all of a sudden you're going 78, you're going 80. I mean, you're not going 110, you're not crazy, but you're starting to let things get just a little out of control, or you're not paying attention. And how many believe there can be some wisdom sometimes in letting off the gas? Or tapping the brake, or getting down just a little bit. And so as we talk about different things, I may say something and you go, oh man, we've been doing that, or oh no, we haven't been doing that. Well, it doesn't mean you're in huge trouble, but it means you got a risk factor that's a little out of control. And so part of what we try to do at these workshops each year, and we'll take questions from the floor. They have some mics set out, so later in the workshop, you'll be able to ask questions and anything you want to ask. And by the way, you got a lawyer working for free. How many believe that's a good deal, right? So you can, anything you want to ask from the floor. But we're going to talk about some areas where you can take your ministry risk from being high and get it down much lower. Now, let's talk about, because I do try to also walk into current events and what's going on in the world. And how many figured out there is a big national election going on? And how many understand there's a lot of people that are talking, and then there's a lot of churches, pastors, ministry leaders that are scared to death to say anything. And by the way, have you noticed, and I'm preaching here, so put up with this a little bit, groups that label themselves like the LGBTQ, and how many figured out they're kind of taking over the alphabet? They coined a phrase, and it's a powerful phrase. They say, we are out of the closet. And by the way, how many believe they are out? I mean, they're all in the news, the media, schools. I mean, they're a dominant voice in government and our culture. You face it every day in your ministry. But how many figured out lots of nice pastors, lots of nice Christians, lots of good people have gone into the closet? Now, before you get upset with them, an in the closet Christian can be a really nice human being. They can pray regularly. They just do it in the closet. They can read their Bible and fellowship with the Lord and know what's in the Word, but it's just them and God. And they don't want to go to hell because that sounds very bad, so they're excited with their faith in Jesus, and they're planning to go to heaven when they die, and they're really good people, but you know what? They've just decided that identifying with Christ or talking about it in the culture at large is too big a problem. And so it's just easier to be an in-the-closet Christian. And by the way, how many figured out the silence of the church has allowed these other voices to get much louder? And so as we're going into these things, there's almost in the culture a lie from the devil. And by the way, how many know the devil is the father of all lies? Okay? And let me tell you what the lie is. Pastors, churches, nonprofits, charities, religious people, they should not speak on these issues. It's against the law. Could I just sort of time out for a minute? How many believe you ought to give good people good information? They can make good decisions. Every pastor in here, every ministry leader, every concerned citizen has 100% absolutely protected free speech rights to speak on any issues of the day that you want to. You have way, way, way more liberty than you realize. There is no government law, there is no registration, there's no limitation. You are able to speak on all the issues of the day. You say the election, sure. Amendments up in our state, absolutely. Issues that are impacting the culture, absolutely. You have 100% protection and freedom to do that. You say, well, Mr. Gibbs, what's the controversy? Why are people hesitant? Well, we live in a world where we all enjoy the privilege of something, and most of you here do as well. How many like being a tax-exempt entity? Now, let me go back, because I think you'll find this interesting, and it kind of ties into your counseling and what you share with people. Why are churches tax exempt? Why are your charities tax exempt? Why are your organizations tax exempt? And some people just think in the culture, the church has got a good deal, or it was old school back in the day. That's just what they did. Well, if you go back to the founding of our country, they believed that God owned the church. And by the way, how many believe God does own the church? And so there's a principle in tax law that only a greater can tax a lesser. So let's illustrate it real quickly. Can the United States federal government tax David Gibbs? Answer, class, yes. I'm a citizen, they're the government. Now, if David Gibbs were to say, you know, I could use a little extra money this month. Office flooded with some of these storms, might be handy. I'm going to send a tax bill up to the government. Can I tax the government? You know the answer. No, they're going to be like, you're crazy, Mr. Gibbs. You have no right to demand that we, send you money. Here's a trick question. Can the state of Tennessee tax the federal government? Can the federal government tax the state of Tennessee? All right, trick question. Sorry to do this to you. They won't tax each other because they can't decide which one's greater. That there is the sovereign concept. So if the federal government could tax the state of Tennessee and say, we're going to take 90% of your money, how many understand what the law always said? The power to tax is the power to destroy. Because you can take money from people and they have no way to manage it. So the reason why the church, the reason why ministry wasn't being taxed is no government, no jurisdiction in our country, state, federal, local, would deem themselves as greater than God. And so the recognition of God was why churches don't pay taxes. They say, wow, haven't heard that in a while. Well, you won't have, because in about the 60s, we decided God wasn't going to be in our legal system anymore. Okay, prayer, Bible reading, the school's famous cases. But in the tax code, they're like, this God thing's confusing, and there's more than one God. They started getting all tricked up on it. So they said, we're going to let churches stay tax exempt if they do nice things and play by certain rules. And the nice things they have to do, and by the way, you do these things, so don't panic, is religious, is charitable, and is educational. And by the way, how many believe most churches and ministries do one, if not all three of them? Okay, so those are the activities that you're supposed to do. But then here's where it gets a little trickier. You have to play by our rules. Now, in the beginning, the rules were pretty easy. Okay, the rules are, for example, you must be organized. Well, that makes sense if you're not going to pay taxes. You got to operate for religious, educational, charitable things exclusively. You can't be running a Burger King and then try to get tax exempt. Okay, makes sense. You got to not let one guy make all the money. And by the way, how many believe some televangelists skirt that line a little bit? Okay, so be careful. If you're running a nonprofit and you're kind of getting most of the money, you might want to even look at your structure a little bit. But the bottom line is that private interment's prohibited. But then another one of the rules is you're not to interfere or intervene in an election. Okay, so let's talk about this for just a moment. An election are two candidates running for a position. And I will say names, and you've probably heard it ad nauseum. How many understand we have a candidate Trump and a candidate Harris running for president? Okay, they're candidates, and they're in an election, okay? So the rule for the nonprofit world is that you are not to endorse officially one or criticize one at the expense of another. That's the only prohibition. So if you were in your church to say, go ahead and vote for this one and don't vote for that one, you would technically be violating the IRS rules. But let me just walk you through a couple of things. First of all, no church has ever ultimately lost their tax exempt status over this. So I just want to let you know, there's a lot of chatter. And you say, where's most of the chatter come from? Grumpy church members. And by the way, how many have at least one of those? And let me just tell you right now, get used to them, they never go away. That attractive young couple that both earn six figures and they want to tithe 20%, don't grow too fond of them, they're leaving soon. Okay, I'm just telling you, they're going to get transferred, somebody else will get that blessing. But that guy, you open the dictionary, the word high maintenance, his picture's there, he's going to be with you till the rapture, so just enjoy him. But you're going to be like, Pastor, that's illegal. You can't be doing that. Violation of separation of church and state. You're jeopardizing all our donations. And how many understand the grumpy crowd out there is stifling and chilling the voice of the church? So if you want to be totally compliant with the IRS, as a church, as a ministry, don't officially endorse or criticize a candidate. Okay, not amendments, not pro-life amendments, not traffic, not police. You can talk about that all you want. You can put signs up if you want to on all those issues. So like in Florida, they have Amendment 4 that would ensconce abortion into the Constitution. And get ready for this, make it where you'd have to pay for it as taxpayers. How many believe that would mess up Florida? Because all these states, and by the way, God bless them, but Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, Texas, Louisiana, they've banned abortion. How many think a whole little industry would be a little stream of people wanting to come get free provided abortion care on the Florida dime? Okay, so that's up under Amendment 4, and people like Governor DeSantis and others are saying vote against it. Well, guess what? That's not a campaign. That's an issue of public importance. That's a constitutional amendment. Not saying you should, not saying you don't have sensitivity, be smart, but if you wanted to put vote no on Amendment 4, you can put that in your church yard, you could hand out flyers, you could preach it every weekend between now and then if you wanted to. So make sure that you realize the limit for the church is just on talking about the candidates. I like this one, I hate this one, I'm voting for this one, I'm not voting for that one. And candidates are the limitation. And the only other limitation is it has to be tied to the church. So here's your little rule: church time or church dime. So bottom line is, if it's in the platform on a Sunday morning, that's probably church time, right? It kind of looks like official church worship. But if it's pastor eating lunch with a bunch of his guys, how many understand he's wide open to say whatever he wants to say? Okay? And dime, if the pastor says, I filled out a ballot, here's how I'm going to vote, and if he wants to distribute that on Facebook or put it out himself or mail it to everybody, as long as the church doesn't pay for it, he is totally protected. How many believe it's time for some of our folks to come out of the closet? And again, I'm not saying again that the election is going to make or break America. How many believe it's going to be God's people in the church that will make or break America? But what I'm saying is, we have right now, the statistics I'm seeing, and I don't poll these, but I think they're accurate, 32 million evangelicals plan not to vote. How many understand that's a big number? I mean, last election, and again, you can look it up, Google, and keep me honest, but both Biden and Trump got in the 80 million range in terms of votes. So if you look at, the differences, about 160 million voters. 32 million could decide every election between now until Jesus comes. But how many understand the apathy or even the carnality has invaded the church? Now, how many believe pastors and ministry leaders need to wake their people up a little bit? Part of being salt and light is to be smart. And somebody says, I don't like any of the candidates. And by the way, lots of elections, I totally agree with you. But I've always said, how many believe voting lesser of evil is better than letting worser of evil win? And then I used to say to folks, vote your values. But I stopped saying that. And I'll tell you why. And you guys are smart, you get it. Everybody votes their values. The problem is we have the wrong values. And I'll give you, this is kind of biblical, you can't serve God and money. And I think that hits a lot of Christians when they go to vote. Do I honor God? And I'm not saying any candidate's perfect or any party's perfect. They all have major issues. So I'm not here to get you wound up one way or the other. But I am here to tell you, when you start looking at issues like life, when you start looking at Israel, when you start looking at religious liberty, how many believe those are things that are near and dear to the heart of God? And things to think about. But you're like, well, I'm in this industry, and they're promising to take a whole bunch of money and run it into this, and this would all work to help me out, and this might just be good for me. How many understand you vote for God or you vote for money? Well, I'm older, and I think this one will kick benefits up and give more Social Security, more health care, more stuff. And by the way, I want everybody to be comfortable. I'm not trying to put anybody in any difficulty. But how many understand you vote that way and we let the pro-death agenda roll through America? Let me just talk, and I'm getting a little heavy here, but roll with me. It's an election year. How many figured out if you don't protect innocent life, there is no freedom? I mean, we came from a country where, predominantly England, the government held life and death in their hands. If the king said, off with your head, how many believe it was not a good day for you? It was why? You just died. If your head is severed, you cannot continue. Some politicians have tried, it doesn't work. Okay, I'm just telling you, all right? The head's gone, you're not just brain dead, you're real dead. I mean, that's it. There's no, okay? So the reality is the government could decide who lives and dies. And so our founders, you remember this from grade school, maybe junior high, they didn't talk about we're gonna build a nation of liberty and we're gonna pursue happiness. They always started with the word life. Did you ever think about that? Why did they put life in front of liberty and the pursuit of happiness? Because that was the phrase, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, the reason why they put life there is they understood from the founding of this country that if you don't protect innocent life, there is no freedom. Your free speech will be irrelevant to you if you're scheduled to die. Your right to bear arms won't matter if the government's going to kill you. Your right to worship, all the First Amendment constitutional guarantees that we enjoy largely become moot if life's going to be taken from you without the protection of your government. So while you look at these issues and you say, well, it's tricky, it's women's health care, it's, unborn, it's unwanted, there's things we need to think through. And again, I'm not saying there aren't some tough issues. But how many understand once the government starts deciding who can live and who can die, how many recognize the progressive slippery slope? I was the attorney for Terry Schiavo's family. Some of you may remember that case from, get ready for this, 19 years ago. I was a little younger back then. But I mean, the reality was people made a determination that this disabled lady would not have the protection. And how many figured out there's a lot of disabled people that are not protected in America? The standards of care, somebody's beat up in a car wreck, they wheel them into a emergency room. How many understand there's no liability for doctors saying, no, this is too much, I'm not going to try. We live in a world where we've kind of gotten comfortable. Well, even if I'm successful, they're going to be too brain injured. Just let them go. Let's harvest the organs and move on. So we live in a world where that's become more the standard for our disabled, for our severely injured. How many understand there's also not a lack of, or there is a profound lack of respect for our elderly? And they start talking about things like the right to die. I understand that quickly becomes the duty to die. a little bit of a dark thought. Our government's going broke. This year, and by the way, I discredit both parties and I discredit both national candidates on this issue. Nobody wants to talk about the debt. And by the way, how many believe that's a depressing topic, right? Everybody wants to talk about what I'll give you. So the Republicans, less taxes and more stuff, and the Democrats, more money here and program expansion, and there's all the what we're going to give you, and voters go, ooh, I like that. But how many understand you can only give it when you have it? And we had a little interesting dynamic this year that nobody really, I saw it in the news, and maybe there's a Wall Street Journal or one of the economic type reporters talked about it. But for the first time in our history, the interest on the national debt exceeded the total budget of the United States military. So just using a number, and by the way, the United States military, and again, you can Google and get the exact number, but it's roughly about $850 billion a year. And we have, I think, probably one of the premier militaries. We have very fancy equipment. We try to pay our men and women, our servicemen well, and we're all around the world. So, I would say for $850 billion, you can have, if not the best, one of the very best militaries in the world. And this year, the interest on the debt exceeded that. So if we'd paid our bills, if we hadn't racked up our credit cards, by the way, you do financial counseling at times with your people as well, and you see how money creates so much havoc. If we hadn't just let this thing snowball out of control, we could double the military and still have a balanced budget. It's kind of wild if you think about it, how much money. And it's going to continue to grow, right? Because this interest, like your credit card or like debt, has this compounding, spiraling. And just to add to the fund, we're continuing to borrow huge amounts. So trillions of years being added, and it just keeps snowballing. You say, well, Mr. Gibbs, yeah, you're right. None of the parties, none of the candidates, nobody's really talking about it. So what just happens? Well, at some point it all crashes, right? How many believe at some point you run out of gas? So you say, well, I guess we just don't pay. Well, that little statement could throw the whole world into economic chaos. Because it's not just paying some unknown grumpy creditor. How many understand that debt is cross-collateralized? It's in your 401ks. And by the way, your 401k crashes, it becomes a 101A. How many believe that's a bad day? Your world is messed up. And then all the retirements and all the different, it's all cross-collateralized. Our companies, our healthcare, our services, everything, our government. You say, well, I got a good retirement. I work for the state of Tennessee. Well, as long as their investments don't crash. And they're all tied up in this debt too. So, the reality is defaulting on the debt would throw this world into economic chaos at levels that I don't think we can fully imagine. And you got a younger generation that doesn't necessarily like old people. They're going to be like, hey, y'all got to eat steak. You got to go to the Ruth Chris. I'm going to the ramen noodle shop. Not happy about this. Y'all got to drive cars. I'm riding a bike. Y'all got to do big things, live in houses and apartments. I'm in these dorms. How many understand the younger generation is not going to adore that? You're going to be like, why am I sacrificing for the mess you made? Well, what happens then? We start deciding that people can't live so long. Life becomes a math problem. Okay, you have quality of life to this point. We can afford you to this point. But at this point, do the responsible thing and end your life. You're like, well, I'd never do that. I believe God gives life. And by the way, how many believe God does give life? And how many believe God and God alone should end life? So I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna be firm. I'm not gonna capitulate. No problem. No Social Security for you. No Medicare, no Medicaid. Oh, you want to go to the hospital? cash pay up front. Well, I need the heart surgery. Well, we don't do heart surgeries unless you prepay. So do you have the $500,000 or not? And how many understand America could change pretty dramatically? So on these life issues, when they talk about we want, women's health care, we want to take away this freedom or these choices, it's ultimately moving to, are we comfortable playing God with other people's lives? And how many believe that ultimately takes away freedom from all of us? Because we move from being God lets us be born, God breathes into us, we're made in his image. And by the way, how many are delighted that we're not just like animals moving around by instinct? We're able to think and create and enjoy and do things in his image. We're able to accomplish his objectives. And then what we have is God lets good things in our lives, we call them blessings. God lets tough things in our lives, we call them difficulties, disabilities, different things. But God and God alone should decide when my life should end. But we're now at a point where society, government is going to start shifting this over. And I think we're almost at a tipping point. You go back right now, Donald Trump is running again. He ran in 2016 against Hillary Clinton. How many believe America's changed a lot in the last 8 years? Okay, I'm just using that as a barometer of time. And you say, well, how did things change so much? I can make it real simple. A bunch of nice 80-year-olds died. And by the way, how many believe that's the natural progression of life, right? I mean, the older, more conservative, more traditional, they're not going to be with us. They don't get to vote in this election. And how many understand some of the people taking their place, it's a little scary. I mean, these kids turn voting age. They're in their parents' basement playing video games, thinking they're entitled to stuff. And how many understand the values are different? That's why I'm going to challenge you in your ministry, in your counseling, in your outreach. How many believe it's imperative that we come out of the closet? I don't want to be a doomsayer. I don't want to be negative. I don't want people to feel scared. But how many understand if we don't speak up now, another 8 years, another 16 years, you won't recognize the United States of America? This is our moment to say we indeed are going to be the salt, the light. Let me come to your particular ministry. How many believe culturally we are watching where there is more and more attack on what you're trying to do each and every day? Okay, when I started practicing law, I was a Duke Law grad in 93, so 30 plus years ago. People would come up to me and they'd ask really two good questions. One question would be, Mr. Gibbs, is it legal? I want to open a counseling center in Michigan. Is it legal? I want to start a school. Is it legal? I want to do this. Is it legal? And by the way, probably a smart question to ask a lawyer, right? Is it legal? Second thing I would get asked is it effective? I heard that he has one. It seems to be working. I heard this church did it. What do you know about what others are doing, and is it effective? And that's not really necessarily legal, but it's got a practical side to it. How many understand human beings don't like to waste time? So if it failed miserably for this guy, I don't want to do it. And if he made a bunch of mistakes I could avoid, I'd like to. So people would ask, is it lawful? Can I do it? And then would this way of doing it be effective? Would this be, in your opinion, something that would be successful? And variations of those two questions sort of dominated the early part of my legal ministry. But over the last 10 years, we have had some huge changes. And a third question has risen up that is almost scary how quick it can pop up. And it can have dramatic impact on what you're doing, even if what you're doing is legal, and even if what you're doing is effective. And that is, what are the optics on my ministry? How is it being perceived by the culture at large. And how many figured out the optics on what we're doing are in a lot of trouble in America right now? There is a growing hostility that the perception of what we're doing is something that is dangerous and should be stopped. So let me give you a few. It used to be in ministry, it was always said, love the sinner, hate the sin. And by the way, that's biblical, and that's correct. So I'm not here to change your belief, but how many understand the optics have changed dramatically? Because in today's world, sinners don't say, I'm a man, was born a man, but I, in my sexual orientation, have made the choice to prefer not to be with women. I want to be with other men, so I'm choosing to practice homosexuality. How many understand they don't say that, do they? What do they say? I am I'm a homosexual. I'm a transgender. I'm a lesbian. They identify with their sin. So when we say, we hate the sin, guess what? They interpret that in today's world. You hate me. Now hear me. I'm not wanting to water down your message. I'm just helping you think through optics because these are risk factors, things that happen. So, if you're going to be perceived as the homosexual hating counseling center, you've got a target on you. And the perception of how this is done. So, for example, I have schools call me regularly. And by the way, how many figured out, and you have this in your ministry as well, the kids are not the problem, the parents are nuts. Yeah, I mean, let's just be real, okay? I mean, kid's confused, little boy dressed up like a little girl, he's a little perplexed, but whatever, mommy did this, and so, they bring these kids in, and they say to the administrator, now, will your school, and these are distinctively Christian, oftentimes church-run schools, will your school accommodate the gender discovery and exploration and identity chosen by my little girl, who happens to have been born a little boy? Now, you have the right to say, that's sin, you're warping the kid, God's gonna judge you, get out of my office. And by the way, in the 70s, is Dr. Arno around or is he taking a nap? Where's Dr. Arno? I just want to make sure. Oh, there he is in the back. He's awake. Yeah, he's with us. I love Dr. Arno. We always play a little bit. But Dr. Arno would remember when it was almost a badge of honor to, don't let the door hit you on the way out. And by the way, you got the right to do that legally. Might be effective. They're gone. But how many figured out the optics are a nightmare? Because they will have secretly recorded you. It's illegal in our state. When does that stop them? And they're going to put it out, and you just became the flashpoint. So I often encourage pastors, ministry leaders to think about de-escalating it. And so, for example, the little transgender child who's second or third grade and in the little room there, well, obviously as parents, you want what's best for your child. Oh yeah, I want what's best for my kid. And you've really thought about this and God's entrusted this child to you. And we want what's best for your child. But I'm not sure our school can meet the needs of your child that you think is best. Now, how many understand that changes the whole paradigm? What do you mean? I want my kid in there even if it isn't best. Well, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. And then I oftentimes say, get a very sympathetic, non-moral example. So let me use one. You know, I had a mother come in here kind of like you did with your child, and their child was in a wheelchair and had a ventilator. Child been in a car accident, and they were exploring educating at our school, and they were asking about, could we accommodate and meet the needs of their severely medically disabled student? And you know, just like with your student, we weren't able to meet the needs because we don't have a full-time nurse on staff, and our buildings weren't designed for that type of equipment, and things can happen where emergencies would happen, and we didn't want to take on the responsibility of maybe that child's life. And so we had to explain to them that we're not really set up to meet the needs of that student. And kind of as you've explained, we're not going to be able to meet the needs of your student. Now, can they leave mad? Yes. But how many understand you walked them out the door with them being de-escalated and the optics are less of a nightmare for you? So you don't get the website or the internet or the online campaign, you know, church says gay kids not wanted, or church says transgenderism's a joke, or pastor, you know, throws out and hits somebody with a Bible, or all the things, again, optically. Okay, they have some expectation. It's no problem, ma'am. If your fantasy sports team is winning, go. I mean, I don't want to hold you up. I'm playing. But with all of that, think about the optics when you're dealing with these issues. Now you say, but David, doesn't the Constitution give us the right to just, we're this belief, we're evangelical Christians, and we're going to just do this? Yeah, it does. But how many understand optically that doesn't play well in modern America? And you will potentially destroy your church, your ministry, your outreach, and how you deal with these people. Same thing with terminating staff, okay? Staff's wicked, sinful, bad attitude. How many understand arguing that with them is an effort in futility? And by the way, this is a Christian problem, so I'll just lay it out for you. We want the people to like us and agree with us while we're firing them. I'm still a good Christian, and I'm still your pastor. You still love me, don't you? It's our own little insecurity, okay? Might I suggest they're not going to like you. They're not going to agree with you. And you're wasting a lot of mental energy trying to convince them. So again, here's things that kind of loop you, okay? You know, I want to let you know I've made a decision after I've prayed and sought the mind of the Lord, but you're no longer going to be working here. I understand we just got right to it. And we just draped it with some nice God talk on the way. It looks very good, right? I mean, wow, God agrees with this. This is good. All right, now, they may say, well, why? I just want to let you know I have total peace, and I think you've got a lot of ideas as to why, but right now, what we need to do is talk about how do we move forward, you know, how do we clean out the office, how do we, you know, would you like to make an announcement? Would you like us to announce it? How do we move forward? The decision is made. How many believe you can save yourself a lot of grief? But you got to get to the point where you're making the decision and not letting this turn into, because you sit there and say, well, you know, is it because of my race? And you go, well, no, we like people like you. And, you know, I didn't even notice you were a different color. And, you know, and is it because I'm old? No, you're 92. You got a lot of good years left. Don't worry. I understand the more you talk, the more you open yourself up to headaches. And by the way, you know, when the police officer says, I just have a couple of questions. I know you got told in kindergarten he was your friend. I'm going to give you a little legal update as we've all gotten older. He's not your friend. He's trying to get you to say stuff that might, look, Reverend, if you just come in, and by the way, I appreciate all of you that want to avoid problems and not call your attorney. But could I suggest you call me first? before you just go in and have a quick conversation to clean all this up. Because as you're sitting there, number one, you don't realize this, but police stations are wired and videoed everywhere. Okay? So like when you're sitting there, and then here's a famous one. I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee and use the bathroom real quick, and then I'll be back. If you need to make any phone calls or anything, you can just sit in this room. Honey, I'm at the police. I think they found out about Ernie. You know where we buried him out back? Make sure the dog didn't dig up any dirt. We don't need any of that coming down. That bank account, we were wiring it to Grand Cayman, get it to Switzerland. We got it. I'm just telling you, they're on to us, honey. It's not looking good. And I'm being a little facetious. But they leave you there to make calls and see who you call. Hey, girl, I've been counseling. Hey, did you tell the cops I rubbed your leg during that last session? That wasn't sexual. That was just therapy. You know, what'd you say? I mean, if you've talked to the cops, we got a problem. I don't want to go to jail over this. I thought we were together. Okay, so I'm just letting you know. Or here's another one lots of folks get sucked into. Apologize for stuff you kind of half did in the hope that it all goes away. But what you're not quite realizing is that this person, this woman, this kid, somebody, is sitting with a detective and has it all recorded. And they don't have any evidence to convict you of anything. And the alleged victim went in and said you did stuff, but the cop's like, I don't know, he's not going to admit to that, and doesn't make any sense, and that's a minister, I doubt. Oh no, I'm telling you. And so now all of a sudden, you get a phone call to your cell phone, which, by the way, why do they have your cell phone number? Not smart. But you get the call, and now all of a sudden I just feel like we got to talk. Well, what do you want to talk about? Look, I don't want to be a problem preacher. Well, I appreciate that. And I want to let you know right up front, I still view you as my preacher, and I know you didn't really mean for things to happen like they did. But preacher, I'm telling you right now, I just want to let you know, I'm not holding any of this against you. I forgive you in Jesus. Well, that's wonderful, honey. Thank you. But preacher, as part of my healing, I mean, I just feel like we got to, like, because we're putting it under the blood, it's going to be over. But I need to hear you say you feel bad about what happened to me too. Oh, well, honey, I feel terrible. No, preacher, I need to hear. I need to hear what I mean, do you feel bad? That time, yes, that should not have happened. I've asked God to forgive me. Preacher, but I need to hear what happened. It's part of my healing. Then I want to go away. You'll never hear from me again. And how many believe, and sadly, lots of people are trying to clean up the mess. And by the way, they maybe didn't commit a crime. I'm not saying it was morally perfect, but when it's being recorded by sex crime detectives, and you're a position of trust, and you say, well, I've never laid hands on anybody. Well, let's make it a little more personal too. Preacher, when did you find out that Uncle Ernie raped me? Well, you know, you're stretching my memory. But preacher, I mean, I was a little girl and he raped me. I know, that's horrible. I mean, you believe I was raped, don't you? Oh yeah, I mean, I heard Uncle Ernie raped you. I can't imagine the horror. I'm so sorry. But preacher, when did you tell the police? Well, I mean, that detective came to my house a couple weeks ago. I know, but you knew about this for years. I mean, was it decades? Well, I mean, I didn't know how bad he raped you back then. And I know it's horrible. How many understand? Be careful. Okay? A little trick, if you want to think through some of these things. Ask for meetings to be in person if you feel they're smart. But do not text and do not talk on the phone. Uncontroversial type things, you know what I'm saying. So like if this girl feels like there needs to be a conversation, there needs to be your deacon, your elder, your counselor friend, your wife, somebody there with you, obviously. But a face-to-face is lower risk. And it also, if they're just trying to trick you, they won't show up. A lot of times, you have this with your counselees. How many believe there are people that like just being counseled? You know, they don't really want to change, but they kind of enjoy coming and griping at you. And they're doing it to show people or whatever. And you know what fixes some of that? Homework. Even if you don't care about the homework, give it to them. Because at the end of the day, you know, you just wrote a book. Tell them, hey, I'm going to give you a copy of my book. Part of writing a book, here it is. I'll sign it to you. I want you to read the first 5 chapters. We'll talk about it next session. Oh, man, 5 whole chapters? Well, I mean, you know how to read, right? Yeah, you watch TV? Yeah, sometimes. Well, turn the TV off this week and read my book. I'll see you next week. How many understand if they don't do it, you're kind of wasting your time? I mean, if you give counsel advice and they're not complying, and so you have to realize when you're doing your ministry, try to evaluate whether the people are meaningfully there for the right reason or whether they've been sucked in just for other motivations or things to create issues. Now, we are moving towards the part where I will open the floor. Now, let me talk about this for just a moment. Anybody here can ask a question. As a matter of fact, Dr. Arno generally has an annual question. I wait all year to hear what it might be. So I always look forward to it. But here's the one rule. If you're the weird person in the conference, and by the way, how many believe there's always a weird person? Matter of fact, how many have an idea who the weird person is? All right, well, if they start moving towards the mic and you grab them and hold them back, we're okay with that. Okay, so, but no, it's a wide open forum. Any issue, counseling, ministry, what's going on in Washington, anything that you feel is important. Don't come up and give speeches. That we're not, this is an open floor where we just say things. But if you have a question or something that you would like to ask, it is wide open. They have the 2 mics kind of floating, but you can raise your hand. Now, I've scared you into silence. But who wants to be the very first big, bold person? So who's my first question? And is it Dr. Arno? We're starting with the big dog. Let's give him a hand. Now, and let me say this, and I want to commend this man just a little bit. And he didn't ask me to do this. I generally tease him, okay? I mean, he and Moses and Aaron were classmates. I should be nicer, but the reality is I banter with Dr. Arno, okay? But let me say something. How many believe an organization that God gave him and he founded, we all enjoy, but how many believe it takes a lot to transition it to the next leadership? Yeah. And what and by the way, there's a lot of pastors that don't do that all that well. There's a lot of ministries that don't do that all that well. So I want to tell you, for all my teasing you as our founder and the one that created this, you did a wonderful job in installing Steve and others that have taken and built and expanded your vision from the Lord. So I hold you in huge esteem, sir. Your question, fire away.
Thank you. Yes, I was in pastoral school at Duke, and my professor said you can measure the success of a ministry as to whether it surpasses or survives beyond the founder.
Amen.
If you don't put that in place, it'll die with you.
It's bad stewardship, right? I mean, and by the way, don't be so narcissistic, I'll get that out, that you think God needs just you. Okay, now everybody likes to have a little gravitas, a little, hey, this is what I do, this is what I'm good at. Those are talents given to you from the Lord. Give them back to him. But recognize he could replace any of us. And then one more thing, having been in many hospital rooms with many severely disabled people that were healthy, one car accident, one heart attack, one stroke ago, how many believe life can be pretty fleeting? And all the things we take as vanities, like look what I can do, how many believe those are really gifts from him? Doc, fire away.
Well, Steve Barron took over the wheel 25 years ago. Hadn't he done a beautiful job?
Oh, amazing. Absolutely.
And his wife right beside him, Erin, our daughter. So what about hate crime? I thought it was a hate crime if I stood in the pulpit and say, OGBYN or whatever that is. No, it's not. It's something else. LGBTQ. LGBT. Steve says, I'm going to lock you up. Well, what about hate crime?
Well, all right, let me begin by hate crime is buzzwords, and he hit it, for censorship of messages we don't like. Okay, and I'll use other words that you have heard. You know, we're going woke. We have community standards on our online platforms. We're not going to allow people to put out misinformation. You know, the COVID vaccine, you can't speak against it, but all these 50-year-olds dying of heart attacks, that's not related at all. And again, I'm not here to tell you for or against. I'm just saying conversations and research and science and discussion, and people are not allowing that out. So what we're really dealing with is censorship of messages we don't like, so we take them down. And then what he's mentioning with hate crimes is also punishment of messages that we really don't like. So for example, if you brought up a heterosexual man and you just beat him up in front of this room, that's a crime, by the way, don't do that. Or you're gonna go to jail for a period of time. If you brought up a homosexual man and beat him up, you're going to jail longer. Now why? Same crime, you just beat somebody up. So as society, we sometimes put what I call kickers to like dissuade people from doing things we don't want them to do. It's actually, in my mind, kind of unconstitutional and unfair. I think any victim of a beating should see their perpetrator treated fairly. And by the way, anyone that does a crime should also have some expectation that they'll be treated fairly in the criminal justice system and pay an equal price for an equal crime. So it's bad policy in a lot of ways. But let me give you, and again, I don't want you to leave depressed, but hear me where the battle is going to be. Is teaching the Bible to a child abuse? Now, everybody here, what? No. It's abuse not to. I get it. But we have moved away from, and let me, and you guys are counselors, mental health experts, you deal with these issues. We've moved away from abuse being just physical or neglect, not feeding them, not taking them to the doctor, sexual, obviously horrible. But those are all kind of tangible and they have a component to them that's fairly easy to define. But now all of a sudden we have emotional abuse. Daughter wants to go to the rock concert, and mom says no. Daughter wants to vape, mom says no. Daughter wants to not go to church, mom says yes. How many understand parenting is a lot of imposing your will on another human being? But if society says, well, that's too much, you can't tell a child that there's only one way to heaven. If they die, they're going to burn in hell. That's psychologically abusive. We're not there yet. But where are we today? You can't tell a transgender kid he shouldn't be transgender. I mean, you can't tell this biological and genetic boy that he can't wear girls' clothes and look like a girl. I mean, that's abusive. You can't tell this homosexual not to be homosexual. And you say, well, what about the Bible? Well, this is still too damaging to them. So I will go a step further. Pastor stands up and says, there's only one way to heaven, Jesus Christ. And by the way, how many agree with that statement? Amen. I don't think we're going to have the police storm the pulpit and put him in jail. Tell you why. Back to optics, right? You kind of feel sad for him, right? Poor guy, he was just talking, he got arrested. What did he do? He didn't really do anything. And then if his wife would play ball, she could go on TV and cry a little bit, look sad. You know, pastors, be nice to your wives. We need that image up there, okay? Don't want her looking excited you're gone. But I don't think that's what they're going to do. But I think what they're going to say is, pastor preaches abusive message and hurts children. And how many right there, just with that statement, don't like this guy? Well, if you're hurting kids, you're bad. And by the way, how many believe the child abuse crisis is all over the church right now? Because we haven't dealt with the physical, emotional, sexual stuff very well, but it's all in the definitions. So I think the hate speech and what is appropriate teaching, counseling, content is going to be a battle in the future. And that's why, as we are presenting the truth of the Word of God, how many believe we need to be as careful as we can with how it's presented? So here's my little matrix. Every case, every statement, try to run it through. Is it right? And by the way, how many believe right will line up with the Word of God? Are we doing it the right way? I'm pro-life. Let's go blow up an abortion clinic. Well, wait a minute. You might be right positionally, but your strategy is a little damaging, destructive, and could kill people. So you got to think about how, so I'll say do it right, do it the right way. But here's a tough one. This is testimony. This is every word you say. This is every thought you have. Are you doing it with the right spirit? You're sitting in a counseling session. Well, if I tell them this, they'll like it, and they'll come back, and they'll give me money and donate. This will work. I'm going to leave right there. You started using them. That's not ministry. Your spirit's off. Or you're a parent, and you say to the kid, you are dumb as a box of rocks. Well, you all know what the problem is. Now, first of all, the parent may be right. The child might be mentally limited, forgetting that they're 50% of the gene pool, but nonetheless. And we believe that parents should talk to their children, but you know what the problem is? The spirit is all wrong. It's the presentation, it's the frustration, it's speaking in anger. And so I always encourage in your counseling and your ministry, make sure that you're right with the Word of God, you're giving them good information, you're doing it the right way. Don't be their little texting buddy. How many believe that's pretty dangerous for counseling? Don't be there, don't become a dependency. They're calling you all hours of the night, got you running around. Then they're going to accuse you of being their boyfriend or girlfriend. So I'm just telling you, make sure you're doing it right, the right way. But then I battle, you battle, we all battle every day. How many believe we need to guard our spirit? All right, I don't know where my clock went, but we still got a few more questions. So fire away. Anybody? We got to have more than just the Dr. Arno. Yes, sir, fire away.
Can you talk a little bit about conversion therapy? I know with state licensed counselors, maybe they deal with that more, where certain states are restricting counselors from addressing identity and transgender. How does that affect the pastoral counseling field?
Great question. Conversion therapy. Okay, conversion therapy is what is going to then create the standard that will begin permeating throughout society. Okay, so let me use example. they start with the counselors, right? Because you're helping people. Some hold state licenses, some don't. But if you take the standard there, how many know where it goes next? It goes to the schools. Because the professional counselors have now told us at the schools that we can't do this. Then when it goes to the schools, how many know where it goes next? It goes to social services. Because then they're making sure the parents aren't doing what the counselors say can't be done and what the schools now say can't be done. And how many see where all this heads? So if your little child says, I think I'm going to be gay, lesbian, or whatever they say, could you lose custody of your child by telling them, no, you're not? And we're not there yet. But the experts will testify how damaging and how inappropriate and how this, Neanderthal parent doesn't understand and they're just Bible thumping and they're probably, they're right on the verge of becoming a homeschooler. They're almost dangerous. So what I'm sharing with you on conversion therapy is they're trying to establish the standard. Now, if you are state licensed, okay, I would tell you, obey God rather than man. And I will commit to you that I will be your lawyer. Can't guarantee we'll win, because how many understand the courts and the culture keep shifting? I guarantee you we'll fight every way we can, both whether it's a licensing board or whether it's a state or whether we have to go to federal court. I believe you should have the freedom to truly serve. But here's the problem. That's going to be the righteous remnant. How many understand there's a whole bunch of kids that are thinking, maybe I'll be a counselor, maybe I'll go into psychology, and they're at college, and how many believe they're going to be indoctrinated? And I mean, and you all look great, but how many understand this room isn't getting any younger? So we got to get that next generation to understand what the scripture teaches on this and to realize psychology, and I hope I don't hurt anybody's feelings here, is not the answer. How many believe the Bible's the answer? Amen. So with conversion therapy, it's going to be a battle, but please, please, please don't go in the closet in fear of consequence and not do what's best for your counselees or people. One more thing, screen your clients. If you think you're getting set up, don't just walk into a holy war. Mm-hmm. I mean, if two transgender couple, whatever, comes walking in and they're all there and they're all this, that, and the other, and they want to hire you, I would just be careful. Because a lot of people that get in trouble, the court cases end up being kind of setups. You guys have probably seen in the news, and it's been up there a while. How many believe poor little Jack the Baker in Colorado? He just can't catch a break, can he? But, Jack the Baker could have done himself a world of good to avoid these crazy people. And so at the end of the day, if you can avoid them, that's helpful. Steve, fire away.
Yeah, we got a question from a virtual conference attendee about state license requirements for pastoral counselors. It seems like there's more and more aggression of states wanting to rule over and govern ministers. And her question is, even as an ordained minister of pastoral care, her state, which happens to be the state of Virginia, is telling her that she has to get licensed by the state. Are there exemptions for licensing requirements?
All right, let's talk about that. Be careful, first of all, where your sources are. How many believe anytime you call the state, they're going to be like, you need a license? Okay, so I just want to warn you. I mean, I'm not saying that ugly. I think I'm going to cut my kid's hair. Oh, no, you got to get a barber's license. I'm going to help my daughter do makeup. Oh, no, you got to be a cosmetologist. I'm going to give my kid aspirin. Oh, no, you got to be a nutritionist. I mean, I'm just telling you, be careful, okay? The state will always encourage you to regulate, sign up, or do things, okay? So religious counseling is protected, exempted, and is fully legal in all the states. But be careful if you're doing things that look edgy, like you're for-profit, you're in a building just by yourself, and you're not doing anything that looks religious in any of your marketing or anything, but you're just trying to operate under the religious exemption, Some of those folks maybe would do themselves some good to pick up a license for some covering, because the nature of what they're doing doesn't look very religious in how they're doing it. So I say, if you're going to operate under religious exemption, you have that right, and certainly have it in Virginia, but make sure that the nature of what you're doing, how you're doing it. You say, I'm under a church. Well, which one? Well, Jesus's church. Well, can we talk to him? I'll pray with you right now. You know, I mean, how many understand that's not going to fly as well as if you can answer a little more clearly? Yes, sir, you've been waiting.
So one of Trump's advisors came and held a pastor's briefing in Ohio over one piece of legislation. It was about 5 years ago, nothing happened, but the warning was, you mentioned Jack the Baker in Colorado, was that they were going to make cases like that criminal instead of civil. And their admonition to us was that we stop doing weddings and protect ourselves at all costs, because it would no longer be the case that somebody that we reject service to would have to hire an attorney and bring suit, that it would now be a state issue. So the question in short is there any legislation like that coming down the pipe? Second, is there any defense for, say, a counselor, same-sex couple wants marriage counseling, if the counselor isn't comfortable with that and they say no, and now that's a criminal thing rather than a civil thing? Is there protection, defense for whatever it might be, just for refusal, not even for the counseling practice, but refusal of service?
Well, at this point, let me take your criminal referral on both counts, okay? You can decline to marry anybody really for a bunch of reasons. They didn't come to your counseling, you don't think they should get married, they're not saved. So I want to say right now, marriage, if you're an officiant, if you're licensed, ordained, commissioned, you're doing weddings, you have the right to say no. And I would say this, when in doubt, don't. Where most people get in trouble is like, oh, this rich lady in our church, she said her nephew's in town, they want to rent, I think they're going to give me a $500 honorarium for 20 minutes worth of work, this sounds like a good deal. And so you kind of say, yeah, I'll do it all, and then you find out that you're doing a same-sex wedding. And you're standing there and you go, ooh, no, I'm going to say no. I understand that's what's going to hit the news. So when in doubt, don't. If you don't know the full scenario, and same thing for photographers or others. So you always have the right to say no. As a counselor, try not to make it for discriminatory reasons, okay? Just say, you know what, I don't feel like I'm the most effective counselor for what you need. I'm going to refer that you seek out other counselors. By the way, you call me and say, hey, I'm the head of Coca-Cola and I want to go over to Indonesia and I want to sue for my bottling plant. I need David to be my lawyer. I'd be like, oh, no. I'm the wrong guy. That's not what I do. You'd need a team of 50 lawyers. You're going to need a big law firm in Atlanta. That's a different dynamic. That's not what I do. And so I would tell them no, even though I might be slightly flattered that they would want me to do such a thing, that would not be effective. And if I tried to undertake it and I was incompetent, how many believe that's a mistake also? So you always want to make sure when you are engaged in something that is within a competency you feel comfortable with. So you can always say no to a wedding, you can always say no to a counseling, but say it smartly. You know, I don't like how you look. That's not going to help you. You know, don't insult them. The de-escalation. Criminal referrals are scary things. The IRS uses them, government uses them, and let me just touch on this. Our founding fathers had a biblical concept built into our law. It was called limited authority. And by the way, how many believe all three branches are out of control? I don't care who wins the White House, how many believe they ought to do limited authority? Congress, by the way, most powerful, they're supposed to balance the budget. How many believe they're a train wreck? And then the Supreme Court was supposed to be the least powerful, and in some bizarre way, they've become the most powerful. So I do think the overall problem, I mean, let me use the hurricanes, okay? For those of you in North Carolina, Florida that are dealing with it, it's kind of frustrating. But I mean, they want to tell you where to put the garbage, how to sort the garbage, but you're not supposed to touch the garbage because it's toxic. But you got to do it all in 90 days because we're going to get FEMA to pay for it, and we don't want to pay for it. And I mean, it's this bizarre governmental chaos. I always remember the old Ronald Reagan line. Some of the scariest words in the English language I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Okay? So I do encourage limited authority. And by the way, licenses, again, not saying that they did it right, but how many have noticed what's happened to a lot of lawyers that litigated the election cases from 2020? They're disbarred, they're criminally charged, they're facing jail. Now, again, I wasn't involved. I'm not saying they didn't do dumb, but did they do criminal disbarment dumb? Okay, and not defending the man. You guys may know him personally. I don't. But you take Rudy Giuliani, that was a U.S. attorney in New York, was America's mayor during 9/11. I mean, now he's a disbarred, disgraced, beat half to death by all, and maybe he deserved it. I don't know all the details. But how many understand when the hand of government starts snapping back, they can be pretty mean? Yes, ma'am, you're going to be our final because I don't want to get too long. Go ahead.
Okay. If you start a 501c3 and you're counseling under that, and then you counsel under the church, is it, especially in New York State, is it a good idea to combine the two and move the 501c3 under the church, or keep it separate?
Well, that's a good question. I probably, and again, I'll depends on how you want to do it. Obviously, what the church wants done. But I like the separation for this. You're already operating that way. Church is okay with it. If something happens in the counseling center, they might just sue the center and not the church. Something happens to the church, they could sue the church, not the center. So I like a little of that division for liability risk, but you have to make sure the oversight's comfortable and make sure all the entities are fully insured. But I think I would stay with the model you have. All right, you're our last one. Go ahead, ma'am.
But this one's really important, so thank you. Kind of I can't even say the word, piggybacking off of someone's previous question, is there any differences in the protections and or the liberties of someone who is ordained versus licensed versus commissioned?
Yeah, that's a great question. The answer is generally not, if they're a legitimate religious counselor. So let me go with a final word here. We all say the Bible's the answer, Jesus is the only way, we need to get back to the truth of the Word of God. But how much of your session is Bible and how much of your session is you? Well, I'm good at this. I can just tell them this is how, well, I'm just sharing your good ideas don't have the power of the Holy Spirit to change lives. The Word of God contains that power. So when somebody says, can you defend my religious counseling, when your notes are just, codependent, narcissist, abusive, all over everything, wacky people, and there's never a verse, and there's never anything spiritual. I mean, if your people aren't saved, and I spoke to a group of crisis pregnancy centers, and they're pro-life, and they want to, encourage women to consider adoption, not end their baby's life. But I said, are you trying to win the people to Christ? Because if you save the life and the baby grows up in a dysfunctional, destroyed home and is a nightmare and dies and goes to hell, that's a little sad to me. But if you could win the mother to Christ and maybe give this child a chance to be exposed to the good things of God. So just make sure that as you look at your ministry, maybe this is my final little legal spiritual audit. How much of Jesus is in what you're doing? And how much of you is in what you're doing? And if you could settle down just a little bit and get a little more of him, how many believe he'd bless that? Thank you for the privilege of being here. Blessings. Steve, I'll turn it to you, sir.
All right. Usually David ends his session with two questions. One, he wants to know how many people have learned at least one thing today? Raise your hands. How many people are glad they learned it here and not in court? There you go, see? Good stuff. All right, we're going to take just a quick break. Get up, stretch your legs, maybe get another cup of coffee, a glass of iced tea, and our next speaker is going to come in just a few moments. Getting close? All right, we're going to come back. As we get ready, I apologize. I'm stealing your break time, but it's for a good reason. We're trying to give you as much gold nugget information as possible. So as we're making our way back to our seats, we're going to continue our session this afternoon. Dr. Willey Peterson has been doing some amazing work, not just here in the United States, but also in Brazil, Central America. She's doing some amazing, amazing work. She's helped Sarasota Academy work on translating content into Portuguese. She's just been teaching hundreds and thousands of people in an area that really aren't exposed to faith-based counseling and certainly not exposed to temperament counseling. So I'm eager to introduce you to her, but today she's going to share with us on temperament and spiritual warfare. So please welcome to the stage Dr. Kathleen Willey Peterson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and I see that there are a few people probably in the bathroom line, because you know there's always a line, especially the women. Have you all noticed that, women? There's always a line at conferences for the bathroom. So as we're waiting for people to come back in, I'll tell you a little bit about me. I am Kathleen, and it's pronounced Willey Peterson, which is fine. Oh, it's mispronounced quite often. I am the grandchild and the great-grandchild of missionaries and pastors. I grew up in the mission field, and our ministry, we run a ministry called Aaron and Her International Ministries, and Aaron and Her was created to provide counseling for missionaries, pastors, and their families. So we specialize in working with leaders. It's expanded now. We actually have quite a few Christian counselors who seek us out for counseling. And we also have psychologists and Christian leaders in different areas. And our specialty really is working with people who are in leadership, who are the people that everyone else goes to. You know, everyone goes to the pastor for counseling. Who does the pastor go to? Aaron and Her International Ministries. Do y'all remember who Aaron and Her are in the Bible? Anybody? Let me see. Who are Aaron and Her? Yay! They held up Moses' hands in the middle of the battle with the Amalekites. And that's what we do. We hold up people's arms, these people who are in leadership. I always tell my teams, we are not Moses. The people we serve are Moses. We are Aaron and Her. We come beside them and we hold their hands up and give them a place to sit and to rest in the middle of the battle. We don't take them out of the battle. We support them while they're in the midst of the battle. And so the presentation that we have this afternoon, and yes, I have the coma hour. You know, our previous speaker, he thought he had a bad right after lunch. This is really coma hour now. So I'm going to ask you to do something, and we're going to pretend that we're Aaron and Her. So you're going to stand up, and you're going to raise the hands of the people on either side of you and hold them up for 5 seconds. You're going to hold up your arms for 5 seconds. Count to 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now you can sit down. There's a reason I did that. That is actually going to help get the blood to your brain, because the blood's in your stomach right now. We want the blood in your brain as we deal with this subject that we're going to be dealing with today. So, how many of you find counseling to be a labyrinth? You know what a labyrinth is? It's just this mess of, okay, we're dealing with this person comes to you, they have their temperament, they have their story, they have their family of origin, they have traumas that have happened to them, they have their own decisions that they made in their lives. They have the vows that they made. They have the lies they believe. And it just becomes a labyrinth. Several years ago, I had a case. I was working with a man who was now an adult. He was the son of pastors, an adult. He was not in ministry, had no desire to be in ministry like his parents did. But he really needed some counseling and wanted some counseling. And I worked with him, and we talked about the family of origin. We talked about trauma. We talked about all kinds of stuff. And I could not figure out what was going on. It was like, I'm missing a piece here. Something's going on that has this counselee tripped up, and I don't know what it is. So you know what I did? I prayed. Imagine that. I prayed. And I asked the Lord to give me insight. And he did in a dream. So that night, I go to bed, and it was actually the last dream. It was one of those counseling, and I'm sure all of you have had it, where you have this counselee, you have them in the middle of the day maybe, but they stay with you all day long, and you keep rewinding the session with them. And so I was in bed and I was like, Lord, I just don't know what to do with this person. I don't know what's tripping him up. Help me out. And I had a dream. That night I had a dream, and I want to share with you the dream because it was the start of the session you're about to hear. In my dream, we were at our home. I was there, my husband, my daughter Lauren, who's with us today, and this group of men showed up at the door. In my dream, this wasn't happening physically. And they had guns, and they had knives, and they were trying to get in the house, and they could not get through the door. They couldn't get in the house. A voice came over like a loudspeaker and said, you can't take anything in with you. You can only use what's inside the house. So they we have a deacon's bench on our front porch. They set their arms down on the deacon's board, on the deacon's bench. They go in, and we have 2 swords and a shield, a helmet to remind us to put on our full armor of God. They grabbed the swords off the wall. They went in, got knives from the kitchen, grabbed a baseball bat, started heading up the stairs. And I don't know if my daughter remembers this, but I woke up to her calling out. I run into the room, and now I'm awake, and she said, Mom, there's some men trying to get into our house. And I realized that the dream was from God. And so it started me on this journey of understanding this thing about the enemy and how he works with what God placed in us. So to understand this, we have to do a little theology. We have to go, I was raised by a theologian, a missionary, and so let's do a little theology first, biblical study in order to set this up. How many of us know that when God created Adam and Eve in the garden, when God created mankind, because Eve wasn't named till after the fall, she was Adam. She was with Adam. She was woman. And so after, it started really good. What do we know was really good? God created mankind, humankind, in his image. We were created, male and female, in his image. Are we in agreement? Yes. Okay, we were created with this amazing, amazing gift. It's called free will. We are set apart from all the animals that were created. We are set apart even from the angels because we were created in his image and we were created with free will, the right to choose. And by the way, we still have that right. And by the way, we still have the right to choose. We were created with legitimate needs. We study that. If you've done your creation therapy classes, you know we all have legitimate needs. There were legitimate needs Adam and Eve had. And all their needs were provided. They had a garden, they had to work. They didn't get to sit around and just eat off the mango tree. I grew up in Panama and Central America, so it wasn't an apple tree, it was a mango tree. But they got to enjoy everything and their needs were met, but they did have legitimate needs. They lived in perfect balance. Work, play, interaction with each other, interaction with God. It was in perfect balance. You have scriptures here to support it. I don't have time to read them all to you, so you can take them. You can take the notes home and read them at home. And mankind was created with authority and dominion over this earth. Are we in agreement? Okay, we get to chapter 3. Something goes terribly wrong. But maybe you haven't thought of this. I had not really put it together. And this is it. Oops, I think I pushed the wrong button. Okay, there we go. When something went terribly wrong and sin came into the world, it was through a trap that Satan set. And this is the key to everything that I am presenting today. Satan is not a creator. He cannot create anything. God is the only creator. Did you all know that? So people who look to pornography for creativeness, that makes no sense. You're not going to the creator. You go to God, the creator, for creativity. All right, so what does he do? He distorts the beauty of what God made. And one of the greatest gifts that God gave to humankind was free will. So what does Satan do? He says, I am going to, and this is what the serpent done, I'm going to set a trap so that Adam and Eve use their free will against God and against themselves. So is free will a good thing? Are we in agreement? It's a good thing. But Satan uses that good thing to trap Adam and Eve, to manipulate them, to use that free will against God. That right there set us up for a whole bunch of trouble in our relationship of fellowship, significance, security, all the acceptance we had, that humanity had, that Adam and Eve had, was lost in an instant. And we still deal with this. So what was the result of that? Remember, the things that were really good were lost. The image of God in us, the image of God is still in us. It's in the temperament. We're going to talk about that briefly. By the way, I'm giving you in 45 minutes a 6-hour course. So if you feel like you're drinking water out of a fire hose, you are. So we can talk outside. We've got a booth out there. We can talk if you want to do the whole course about how you can do it. But so we're going to do this fast. In the image, this image of God in us, it's still in us. And we'll see it when we look at each one of the temperaments. It's still in us, but it got distorted. Humanity became slaves to sin. The freedom that they had, that free will that they have, all of a sudden, in a way, we lose our free will. And what do we call that? Addiction. When we surrender our free will. Legitimate needs are being met in unhealthy ways. How many of you know that half of your counseling sessions are dealing with people who are trying to meet legitimate needs in unhealthy ways? A need for love, a need for acceptance, a need to feel alive for the sanguines, a need to feel alive and active and not bored. The balance in life was lost. We have a God who's the God of balance. One time, and the Lord was showing me as I was dealing with something, he says, I'm not on this side of the scale or this side of the scale, I'm right here in the middle. I'm the perfect balance. And that was lost in us as human beings. And we lost our authority. And humanity and Adam handed over the authority that God had given him to Satan. And we lost authority. So we end up with this tragic result, and it's this: the image of God revealed through the temperament was intended for the good of humanity. And I believe this with all my heart. Our temperament in its original design, was intended to be the reflection of God for the good of humanity and for the glory of God, because everything comes at the end to the glory of God. We're all about the glory of God. That's the end right there. And it got lost, and it was replaced with fear, pride, sin, and all of these things. That original beauty was lost. It was lost. That was what Satan wanted. That's what the enemy of our soul wanted. So let's take a look at this enemy that we have. Understanding the strategy. So I always think of, I think of like being in the middle of a war when they're in the tent and all the officers come together and they're around the table and they have the map and they're looking at, okay, what is the enemy doing? Where are they moving? What fronts are they coming in? That's what we're going to do right now, very briefly. Let's understand who this enemy is. Okay, that got really small. Okay. Remember, I know what that says now. Sorry, I had to get really close in order to read it. This is what I was saying earlier. Satan, first of all, we need to understand that Satan cannot create. Understand that. The enemy of your soul cannot create. He can only distort, deceive, and provide opportunities for us to sin. He does not create anything new. God is the only one who creates. So in this, we need to understand that we have at least 3 fronts that we're battling on. How many of you are World War II buffs, like to study World War II? We have a few here. During World War II, there were several fronts battling at the same time. We as Christians have these fronts as well. So what are these 3 fronts that we have that we battle on as Christians? What are our 3 enemies? The first enemy is the flesh. The flesh, that's, you know what? It was my fault. The flesh is that part of me that I don't need any spirit of the evil one whispering in my ear, because I can do it. How many of you can mess up on your own? Really? I mean, sometimes I really don't need anybody tempting me, or we can just do it on our own. That's the flesh. The desires of the flesh, what I want, the pride, pride. And you all know that pride and fear are Siamese twins, don't you? They always are together. That's that part of us that we are, that's just ourselves. The second is the world, the philosophies of this world, which we see changing every day. I think most of us in here, my daughter is 30, and Myra, I don't know exactly how old you are, and I was kind of like, let me introduce the younger folks that are here. But those of us who are a little older than 40, what was it? A day older than 40 and a few more, know that the philosophies that were present when we were teenagers were very different than the ones for our grandparents and our parents, and the ones today are very different as well. In the world, these priorities, what is considered right and wrong, all of these things are pressing in on us. We can see it in the commercials. We can see it in the shows we watch. That's the world. And the devil is the devil. It's in his forces. It's the spirit of the evil one who's at work in us. And we battle with those 3 things. And we have to understand that all 3 of those will come against us and our temperaments. Okay, and I'm going to do this one really quickly, which is we need to remember basically, and again, this is just some theology stuff here, that all temperaments are subject to all sin. It's not just a sanguine compulsive and affection who's going to have an affair. All the sanguine compulsives in the room go, amen. It's not just the sanguine compulsives. All of us are subject. Every temperament expresses pride in its own way. There is none, you can't tell me, a supine is not prideful. I have a lot of supines in my family. Pride's there, it's really. Cruelty, lying, immorality, gossip, wrath, so many of these things that we see in the scriptures, they're common. It's the expression of how and the tendency towards a particular sin, and then like a pull towards a sin that will vary from temperament to temperament. Does that make sense? So some it's not to say that a phlegmatic and affection isn't going to have an affair because it's too much work. I've worked with phlegmatics in affection that had affairs. But I haven't had nearly as many as the other temperaments. Do you understand the concept here? And then there's these certain sins that we have. And I used a different font, and when it transferred to the new computer, it changed the font, so that's why it's a little funky. Sorry about that. But all temperaments deal with these 4 things particularly very strongly. One is self-centeredness. How we express it is different from temperament to temperament. Pride, rebellion, and fear. Can we agree that all of us experience this? So what we're going to do in the few minutes that we have left here is look at each temperament And the beauty of that temperament, and you're going to see on the screen, what I'm going to present to you is the beauty of the temperament. Because when you see the beauty of the temperament, you see where the trap of the enemy is. And that's the key. It's like in our house, in this dream, remember the dream. We have on our wall to remember each week to put on our phone each day. Before we walk out, we see on the wall a sword, a shield, a helmet, a belt, sandals. What does it remind us to do? Put on the armor of God. And in my dream, the enemy walked in, took those things that were to remind us of good, and used it against us. So that's why what you're going to see next is going to be the positive things. I want to explain something here as we look at each one of these temperaments, and it's going to be very brief. In our workshop, we spend an hour on each one of the temperaments, really breaking down the traps, the specific traps the enemy uses per temperament, the lies that they have a tendency to believe that you see common to the temperaments, and the favorite sins. I call it the favorite sins. Each temperament has their favorite sins. We won't have time to do that, but there's a phrase here that I am introducing, and it doesn't come from the NCCA. It was something that I started noticing in my years of counseling with temperament. In Aaron and Her, we have right now, we're a certified academic institution with the National Christian Counselors Association. We have students in 10 different countries at this point. We're up to 180 students in these countries, and people from different languages, some studying in English, some studying in Spanish, and all of them working with temperaments. I'm working with them in temperaments, supervising, giving direction. In fact, you can pray for the students tomorrow. They're taking their exams tomorrow. We have a group of 75 all of them are taking their exams tomorrow morning. And so we have worked with these things with temperaments. And one of the things that we started noticing as a ministry, and I started noticing, was that every temperament have what I named the core value or the fundamental values of that temperament. And when I got that, when I went, you know what? Sanguines, melancholies, cholerics, supines, phlegs, each have their own core value. So much started making sense. So let's look at what these are, and each one, as I present each temperament, I'll present you the core values that we've discovered and how they play out. First, the sanguine. We start with the sanguine because they don't want to wait. Me first, please. Isn't that true, sanguines? Of course, yes. All right, so what is at the core of the heart of a sanguine? Everything has to do with relationships and love. Everything has to do with relationships at the core. That's the very heart. You ask a sanguine, what is the primary characteristic of God? What are they going to tell you? Love. A melancholy will probably tell you truth. A choleric will probably tell you he's sovereign. Is that not true? I mean, think about it. I have 4 of the 5 temperaments in my mix, so it depends on what context you talk to me. So which context? So they have, what do we see with the sanguine? They have legitimate needs. These are legitimate needs. They are good, they are fine, they are appropriate. They need human connection. They need touch. Oh, I remember the day, my counselor is actually here with us, Dr. Peterson, and I remember the day he presented my APS and we got to what I am in affection. I'm phlegmatic, sanguine in affection. And he said to me, you need touch, and it's not because you're broken. And I just, to this day, I will never, it's been years ago that he said that, years ago. And to this day, I've never forgotten that, because I had been told so many times, it must be because your mama died when you were a little girl, or your sister died when you were a little girl, that you need touch. And when he told me, you need it because God created you that way, it was like, wow. So, expressions of acceptance, adventure, variety. Both my daughter and my son-in-law are sanguine, and unless it is Fast and Furious, we can't sit through an entire movie with them because especially my son-in-law, gets bored before the movie's over. They need variety, and they want to feel alive, experience life at full. That's the beauty, that's the glory of the sanguine, and that's the trap. Do you see the trap? Okay, where's the trap? They need human connection at all costs. So I will do whatever I need to do. I will act any way I need to act to be accepted and to feel connected. And the enemy comes in with the lies. Well, you have to look this way. You have to do this. You have to. And he begins to hone in on these values and on these needs and present artificial ways to meet legitimate needs. And he will, by the way, attack specifically for a sanguine, depending on the areas. We don't have time to get into the areas. He will attack at the point of, and where it will hurt the most is when it comes to relationships. So, in other words, a melancholy who is not invited to be a part of something or is excluded from something is not going to react the same as a sanguine. Why? Because the core value of the sanguine is this, is the relationship. Sanguines in the room, am I on target? Okay, all right. So we don't have time to get into the others because we got 4 other temperaments to go through. So as we look at these needs, we also want to look at the redemptive act. And this is essential for what we do as counselors here, is understanding that as we work with sanguines, who the enemy has used his favorite lie for the sanguine, has trapped them in the relationships that are unhealthy, because an unhealthy relationship is better than no relationship. For the sanguine, when we understand that God redeems the sanguine by restoring their sense, his or her sense of love and unconditional acceptance in him, then we get to rebuild and we start working the details with the sanguine so that they can return to God's original design for them. One of the things that I have learned through the years is, we do talk about being new creatures, and I always tell, you know what? The new creature that God is going to make you into is actually the original design he had for you. It's going to be new to you, but not to him, because that new creature is the one that was always in God's heart when he formed you in your mother's womb. Making sense? So let's look at the melancholy. I love melancholies. I have sanguine. Remember, I'm phleg, sanguine, in affection. I am phlegmatic, melancholy, in inclusion. So I'm going to enjoy all this time we have together and look so forward to getting home on Monday and just having a day to chill. Both to rest as a phleg and to be alone as a melancholy. So what do we see at the core, or the fundamental core value of the melancholy? Truth. Now, when I say truth here, it's a very expansive word. Truth is also expressed in knowledge. When we say truth, we're not talking about just the truth of God. We're talking about a hunger for knowledge, a hunger for learning, wanting to know, needing all the information. That's the whole thing of why you see melancholies loving to study. It's funny, I didn't like school, but I love to learn. I just didn't like the testing. And perfection. Okay, here I am not talking about an ungodly perfection. I'm not talking about perfectionism that's sick. I am talking about quality, excellence, things being done well. One day I was in my prayer time and I was meditating, and all of a sudden it was like I got a whiff of, I don't know how to call it other than a whiff, but it was like this, just this sense of what it was going to be like to be in the perfection of God's presence. And it was like, So every melancholy in here knows what I'm talking about. Just that literally this place of perfection. And that's what we're talking about. Do you already see where the enemy's trapping the melancholy? Presenting false truths as truths? Because when a melancholy decides, I believe this, they will die on that hill, even if it's the wrong hill. It takes them a while to get there, to decide, but if they really come to a point of believing, that's why so many of the first missionaries were melancholies. The first ones who packed all of their belongings in, what you buried, the box you buried in. Yes, a casket. That was the word I was looking for. They would they would take their belongings in a casket on the boat instead of suitcases, because they were going to go to the mission field and they were going to die there and they were going to be buried there. So instead of putting their clothes in a suitcase, they put it in a casket, knowing that they were going to die. Those are the melancholies, because they were going to give their lives. Truth. What are their legitimate needs? Time alone, creativity, creative outlets. Information. I have a woman who's melancholy compulsive, phlegmatic on my team. Just so you laugh, she's married to a sanguine. They are hysterical together. I went with them for coffee one time, and he comes to her and he says, come over, I want you to meet these people. And she's looking at him and she's going, no. And they need that time alone. They need information. I asked this friend, I said, would you be a part of my team? Would you help me with this? And she says, I need more information. I have given you hours of information. I've given you booklets of information. And she looked at me and she goes, you do know I'm melancholy compulsive. Yes. She still hasn't agreed to be on the team, but she's traveled with me. We've done all kinds of stuff. So they need that, and they need a loyalty. Those are all needs. So what is the attack? Do you begin to look at this? If that is the legitimate needs, if those are the core values, what are the attacks the enemy is going to use against them? He's going to plant lies in the mind of the melancholy. He's going to drive them beyond excellence and perfection and doing things well and excellent to perfectionism. I'm never good enough. And a whole series of lies that get created. The redemption of the melancholy. God redeems the melancholy by aligning his or her mind with the truth and finding the perfection they so long for in intimacy with Christ. We can always find, all of us melancholies in here, we can find perfection. We can. In intimacy with our Lord. It is a perfect place to be. All right, cholerics. All right, I'm really nice to cholerics because I'm choleric in control. So, Miss Phyllis, I'm really nice to cholerics. So, what is ours? We are the alphas. We are the alphas. So what does an alpha do? He protects, he provides, he leads. That's what an alpha does. That's what those of us who are choleric were created to do, built to do. For what? For protection, for direction, to take care of, not to abuse. So the core values is vision and purpose. I remember a time when I was negotiating with God over my calling. I don't know if any of you ever negotiated with God. I negotiate with God. I admit it, I negotiate with God. I was negotiating with God, and I remember I would wake up some days and I would think, I don't even want to get out of bed. Why? Because I had no vision. Why? Because I wasn't aligning myself to the vision God had for me. So it's vision, purpose, and respect. Respect is really, really important. You want to be in a bad state with a choleric? Show them disrespect. It will not go well for you. Cholerics, do I get an amen from the cholerics? You show them disrespect, it will not go well for you. Respect is at the core of who we are. Goals, we need goals. We need them. Control, okay, I'm going to leave it there. We need control. I'm sorry for the rest of you who find it offensive that cholerics need control, but we need control. Time alone and loyalty. The trap of the enemy is right there. He goes in, and those things that God planted in us as cholerics, the enemy comes in and he says, I'm going to give you the wrong goal. I'm going to make your need of control to where you're not just taking control over your sphere of authority, but you're invading other people's spheres of authority and not respecting. Or you're forgetting that our authority comes because we're under authority. How many here are in the military or have been in the military at some point? Okay, for those of you who've been in the military, I have a question. We have a group right here. Is it at all possible to become a general in an army if you do not know how to submit to authority? Nope. Do I get into resounding? Nope. Nope. If a choleric learns this, this is a side note, this isn't part of this, this is just a side note because I have the pulpit and the microphone. Cholerics of mine, if we learn that when we are under authority, when we are under Christ's authority and under the authority of people that God has placed in our lives, that is the place we gain our power. As Christians, we call power anointing. Is it not anointing power? It is. I want the anointing of God for the job that he's called me to do. To have that authority, I have to be under authority. To have that power, I need to be under. So what happens with the choleric? They don't want to submit. They want to be in control. They want to. And so it gets all twisted and turned around. Time alone, so they become isolated and they make it to their goal and they make it alone. Yeah, they made it to the finish line and nobody's with them because they hurt everybody along the way. That's not why he made us leaders. He made us leaders to get everybody across the finish line. And happy they crossed the finish line. And loyalty. And rather than winning loyalty, cholerics can demand loyalty. And that's not how God intended it to be. So how does God redeem the choleric? By aligning his or her mind to the goals and purpose of the kingdom of heaven. When a choleric decides that their goal is the kingdom of heaven and to have the culture of the kingdom of heaven, and they align themselves with that, and they deal with the lies, and they deal with it, God begins to do the work, and Satan begins to lose his grip. I have 5 minutes, so we're going to rush this. Sorry. Okay, so we have supines. Supines, what have I seen? And this is really, I do not have this, the only temperament I don't have in me, so they can be a little, sorry for all of you who are supines, you're a bit of an enigma to me. I love you, but you're in a bit of an enigma. That's okay. Me as a choleric, I'm an enigma to you. So it's all good. So what have I seen in the supines that I've worked with is that authenticity is incredibly important to them. I have worked with many supines in my counseling, and I have found over and over again, they want love, but only if it's genuine. Don't tell me you love me. You know, a sanguine will say, tell me I look beautiful even if I don't. Okay, the supine won't ask, because if I ask, then it invalidates it because you feel obligated to tell me I'm beautiful, and it's not authentic. Authenticity is a core value, and service, altruism, being able to help others is placed by God in them. Their needs, they need time with people. They need to help. They need to know they're making a difference in the people that they're around and caring for them. They need to share in decisions, and they need genuine, not pretense, but genuine expressions of love and affection towards them, to where they know they can trust that what you're giving them is real. All right, so where does the enemy come in and saying, yeah, your core value is service? Yeah, really all you are is just a servant. Oh, maybe even a slave. Nobody sees what you're doing. You're doing all that, and it's not really making a difference. And you see the lies, and what he's doing is he's tapping in on the beauty of the supine. It is incredibly beautiful. My stepmother is a supine, and the care she had of my father, took care of my father with 4 different kinds of cancers through the years. And the love that she had for him was incredible. The supine is so beautiful. And because it is so beautiful, and because it is a reflection of who God is, the enemy of our soul hates the supine, as he does the other temperaments. And we'll talk about why in just a minute. So, what do we see as the redemption of the supine? God redeems the supine by establishing her significance, security, and acceptance in who he or she is in God, fully loved, fully valued. When we get that at the heart level, not just here, but here, what a difference it makes. The phlegmatic, we're not going to forget the phlegmatic. We can't forget the phlegmatic because that would be a dangerous thing to do, because the phlegmatics, when they are in their original design, what I call their best version, are incredible. They have balance. I've got some accountants that are phlegmatics, and I love it. You know, the phlegmatics, what they bring. And what are their core values? Peace. They really love peace and justice. And when we mean by justice, we don't mean a hammer coming down. We're talking about that things are balanced. I can always tell in my workshops which ones are the flags. Because if I say anything in extreme, like if I ever use the word always, the phlegmatics' hands go up. But you can't say always. You can't say always. Because phlegmatics do not like the word always. Why? Because it's all about balance in God's original design. They need rest. They need fairness. They need time to process change. They need balance in life. So what does the enemy do? He creates imbalance. He pushes them beyond their limits. He disrupts their peace, or gets to the point to which, and this is why I don't want to skip this one, the phlegmatic can get to a point what I call he or she turn off their humanity. When a phlegmatic is pushed beyond their limits, and they get to a point where they say, I don't care, believe them. Believe them. And that is an incredibly dangerous moment, because they stop caring. And all of these things, why? Because they want peace. And so they will stop caring about things they should be caring about just to be left alone and to have peace. Again, something incredible that God created, and it gets pushed beyond. So the redemption of the phlegmatic is by providing the peace that passes all understanding, and by giving them assurance that all things will, in the end, be in perfect balance. Very quickly, and you can't see it here because it shrunk, but there is what I call the atomic bomb, Satan's atomic bomb. And I want to present this and then we're going to end with, on a positive note of the redemption that we find in Christ. If you look in your notebooks, you'll see the whole screen. One of the things that I have found in my years of counseling and ministry is if the enemy can take any one of us to violate our own core value, it will destroy us at a psychological level. What do I mean by that? Let me give you a really easy example. This is the easiest because I don't have time to give you lots of examples. A melancholy ends up, I'm going to give you a scenario. A melancholy ends up having an affair. Okay, as part of this, he begins to lie to his spouse to his children. I work with a lot of pastors and missionaries to their congregations, and they start living a lie. What is the core value of the melancholy? Truth. So they are, by living a lie, violating their core value. And it will drive them to, for lack of a better word, to a level of insanity. When a sanguine starts hurting their relationships over and over again and losing relationships over and over again, either by bending the truth, by not showing up on time so many times that people don't trust them anymore, they start losing their relationships, the core value being the relationship. And over again, each one of the temperaments, if you look at that, if the enemy can get you to violate your core value, the damage it does is at the root of who you are. And that's what Satan wants. That's the spiritual warfare. That's where it's at. God redeems us. We see the redemption of Christ we see the redemption of God through Jesus Christ. I don't know if anybody picked up on this. I gave you the core values of each one of the temperaments. The sanguine, relationship and love. The melancholy, truth, perfection. The choleric, vision, purpose. The supine, service, genuineness. The phlegmatic, peace, justice. Who did I just describe? God. It is the mark of God in us. And so why does Satan he does not only want to have us violate our core values to destroy us, but because we are image bearers and he wants to destroy the image of God in us. But God has redeemed us through the blood and through the life of Jesus Christ, through his death and through his resurrection, and we can count on that. And we can know that though we know who our battle is with, our own flesh, the world, the devil, he will redeem us if we allow him to. He didn't take away our free will. We have to allow him. But he will redeem us. And so we see here, God redeems us through the sacrifice of Jesus Christ, through the death and resurrection of Christ, and through the power of the Holy Spirit. We are made right with God through the relationship with God, in a relationship with God through Jesus Christ. We have the power to recover the original design of our temperament. Take courage. God overcomes. And if we align ourselves with him, we can recover our original design, and so can our clients. Thank you for this time and this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Kathleen Willey Peterson. I was listening. They're going to put up the QR code for you to download the notebook. I apologize, I did not mention that earlier. It's kind of a delicate balance putting this thing together every year. We try to wait until the very last moment to print the notebooks because not every speaker is timely in getting us their notes. I know it's shocking. I know you're surprised at that. But unfortunately, when Hurricane Milton came through, some of us in the area didn't have power, and our printer was one of them. So the executive decision was made that we'll do conference notebooks digitally. And those little notepads that you have here, we supported a local printer here to get those printed and turned around. We only had about a day or two's notice for those to get done. So again, we try to do our very best to make sure that we get those notebooks in your hand. This time it just backfired on us. So we do ask for your forgiveness on that. We're going to skip our last break today. I'm sorry, but I promise you I'll give you like a 10-hour break. Is that all right?
After this last session, you can be on break until tomorrow. But I think it's only fitting that we kind of finish up our day talking about being in obedience to God. Because that's really where the blessing comes from, right? Michael Andrews shared this one time about a sermon that he heard, that delayed obedience is still disobedience, right? And if your kids did something that you asked them to do the very first time that you asked them to do it, you would be like, wow, great job. You'd be giving them all the praise. Well, I think our Father is the same way with us. So I'm excited to hear what Irma de Jesus has for us, representing the great state of Texas. How many Texans in the room tonight? Whoa, all right. We need to get a little bigger representation from other states, but Texas is in the house. Please welcome to the stage Irma de Jesus.
This way. Didn't reach to come through the middle. Hello, everyone. So I am so grateful for iPads because you can make it large and read it anyway, right? So anyway, I want to say, first of all, thank you for this opportunity, right? I feel very honored and blessed for that. But I know that it's late. Y'all are ready to go eat, rest, sleep, do whatever you want. So yes, I'm going to make you stand up. So, but not everybody. So I'm going to ask all the women to stand. Where are my women in the house? So we're going to go right into this reading, right? And I want you guys to read this for me nice and loud, okay? Ready? I'm going to start reading it with you. Women, stand up and read this nice and loud. The Spirit of the Lord, the Eternal, is on me. The Lord has appointed me for a special purpose. He has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to repair broken hearts and to declare to those who are held captive and bound in prison, be free from your imprisonment. You may be seated. Thank you, ladies. That is what I believe we're all called to do, right? All, not just the women, right? All. So I don't know about you guys. I really struggled getting here. It was one thing after another after another. So much so that I was attacked by the elevator yesterday. As I was trying to go back upstairs, I was standing there and the doors closed and they wouldn't open. So it was literally stuck in the elevator and the lady at the front kept saying, oh, just keep going. I'm like, I can't, I'm stuck. And so they had to come and fix the elevator. I mean, it was a job getting here. So did anybody experience any difficulties getting here? Was I the only one? Yeah, when I heard you, I thought, yeah, I saw your books aren't here, blah, 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 right? So I'm going to share a little bit about what we do, and then, men, I'll get to you, okay? So we are obviously a Christian counseling ministry, and we partner with a lot of nonprofits. And so what we do counsel, but we also help other nonprofits. And one particular nonprofit that we work with is called Gel to Jobs. And what we do is we support all the participants that go through their program. And in their program, they help them to get back into the community and get jobs to be able to be productive, right? Fresh out of when they've been out of jail. And so we go out and we do workshops, not only with the participants, but also with the staff. Because the staff that are in this program, I mean, they see things that are just terrible. You know, people get shot, people get, you know, just drugs, just the things that they deal with. So they're constantly in trauma. And so we help support them as well. So it's something that we do with, you know, a lot of nonprofits in the area. And one of the things that really stand out to me, you know, it's amazing to me how none of our speakers talk to each other, and yet there's this theme through all of us, you know? And I just loved your I loved all of y'all's presentations. I'm like, wow, taking all these notes. But I can really relate to you, you know. I was raised by an alcoholic father, very verbally abusive, always told you're not gonna amount to anything, you're never gonna be anybody. And I praise God because at the age of 14, he became saved. My parents became pastors. So we went from being, just all this craziness, dysfunction, to all of a sudden they're pastors, right? And my life changed completely. And in the midst of the time that my father was an alcoholic, I was molested, I was raped. There's a lot of things that I walked through, that I went through. And when the Lord called me to be a counselor, I refused. I didn't want it. I am also a choleric in control, and I'm curious, how many cholerics in control do we have here? I will be praying for you, and you will be praying for me, because we do, right? We want to control everything. But in the midst of everything that I went through, I did not trust anybody. It was very hard for me to love at all because I couldn't trust anybody. And I ended up marrying a veteran that had PTSD. And he's just very strong, and he's also a choleric. So conversations in my house are very interesting. And he struggled with PTSD, and he told me, he said, God knew that I needed a wife that was a therapist because he struggled with PTSD. And I said, well, God knew I needed a military man that was very strong because I was very strong and I had walls up, right? And it was very hard for me to love and to actually be present and be in any kind of healthy relationship. But the Lord redeemed that, and I didn't bring any water up. It's really, anyway, so the Lord redeemed that, and he came into our life and gave me the strength to do what God called me to do, not what I was told, thank you, that I would, couldn't do anything. Anyway, so long story short, I went from a place where I didn't trust anybody. I was very walls up, very scared of people, but yet very angry and hurt and had mistrust. And the Lord redeemed all those things. And I can say today that from being a victim, having that victim mentality, God brought me to a place of healness and wholeness and that victorious mentality, and things changed, right? So I'm going to ask all the men to stand up for me now. And I want y'all to read this one for me, okay? Nice and loud. And I'm going to ask Pastor or Dr. Al Jones to come up here because I need a male voice. I thought we were going to have a mic, but actually use that mic right there, okay? I'm going to ask all the men to read this nice and loud.
Okay. Your calling is going to crush you. If you are called to mend the brokenhearted, you're going to wrestle with a broken heart. If you're called to heal God's little ones, you're going to experience your own share of trauma. If you're called to preach and teach the gospel, you will be sifted for the wisdom that anoints your message. If you're called to empower, your self-esteem will be attacked. Your success is hard fought. Your calling will come with spiritual warfare and a sifting. Both are necessary for your mantle to be authentic, humble, and powerful. Your crushing won't be easy because your assignment is not easy, and you can't minister powerfully what you yourself haven't walked out. When you're feeling the weight of it coming down on you, run to the Father who longs to be your comfort. Let him whisper your true identity over you while wrestling under the shadow of his wings. Position yourself against his heartbeat. Let him renew your strength and set your eyes forward. No olives, no oil, no grape, no wine. Your anointing is not cheap, my friend. Wow.
You may be seated, Ben. So it's easy to see you're here for a purpose, right? We're all born for a purpose. We're all here for a purpose. And the devil's a liar and tells us we can't do it. But thank God, right, that through God we can. I'm going to read to you guys the scriptures in 2 Thessalonians 3:3. It says, the Lord is faithful, who will establish you and guard you from the evil one. So it doesn't matter what the enemy throws at us. God's got our back, right? So let me get to the next one. So what is biblical obedience? I'm going to tell you guys, before I came today, I'll start over. I wasn't planning on being here. How many of you do like New Year's resolutions? In the beginning of the year, right, everybody thinks, oh, I got a New Year's resolution. Well, I quit doing it because it just never happened. I mean, I've had to be real, right? So what I started doing was I started asking the Lord to give me a word. Instead of doing New Year's resolutions, I wanted a word. Well, last year I was praying about that word, and the Lord gave me the word obedience. Like, okay. And so this is my birthday weekend, and I was thinking, I'm not gonna go to conference, it's my birthday. You know, I'm gonna just stay home, I'm gonna hang out at home and do something. And, you know, I'm turning 30 again for the 24th time. And, and so I thought, I'm not going to conference, right? And then I get the call from Jason. And I'm sitting in my living room, and he says, well, how do you feel about coming and being one of our speakers? And I was just about to say no when I heard your word's obedience. I'm like, yes, Jason, I'll be there, and I'll be great to be there. So here I am, right? Happy birthday to me, because I decided to take on that word. And boy, the minute that obedience came into my life, or the word came into my world, everything went upside down. It's like, let's see how obedient you can be. But let's get to the basics, right? So anything, you know, when I see people, counselors or participants or whoever it is that I'm seeing, any counselee that I see, I go right back to the basics, because reality is you reap what you sow. If you don't do what God wants us to do, you're not going to get the blessings that he wants you to get, right? That's just plain and simple. And so we're supposed to be doers of the word, not just hearers, right? So where do we start? Every time we see our clients, we break these things down our very first session, and there's three different people that people see. They see doctors, they see therapists, and they go to church and they talk to their pastors, right? So we're body, soul, and spirit. There's three parts of us. And as counselors, our job as Christian counselors, for us, we don't see just the person, we see them as a whole. That's what makes us different, right? We realize that they have a body that they need to take care of. They have a soul that they work with every day, and they have a spirit. But oftentimes that spirit isn't growing, right? So if you look at the body, soul, and the spirit in the form of 3 cups with water in it, you'll see the body full of water, right? That cup full of water, you'll see the try to hurry because you guys are probably tired. And then the soul, this is a big one, right? And we ask all these questions. What are you thinking in your head? What is your time? You know, what do you do for fun? Who's your friend circle? What are your hobbies? What do you do for self-care? These are things that we talk about because, you know, the Bible says that we should be very careful about who we hang out with, that not to fool ourselves, right? That corrupt company corrupts the soul. And so you have to see what does your client's circle of friends look like? Who is with them? Who's talking in their ear? And who is telling them things? Because oftentimes they're looking at things or they're hearing things that's taking them away from God rather than bringing them closer to. So it's very important, right, that we look at where they are with their friends, with their friendships. Let's see here. Sorry, Okay, next thing. Their spirit. So this is a very big one. Obviously, we want to see where they are in their spirit. Earlier, in the very beginning, when Pastor or Dr. Arnold was speaking, and he talked about the walls around, you know, when you have a loved one and you pray for them, and you pray for them intentionally. I don't know why the Lord's taking me this direction, but it's very important that you realize that your prayers are being heard. You know, and sometimes clients come in and their prayer life doesn't even exist. And so I'm very adamant about telling them, you know, the fervent prayer of a righteous man availeth much. But you can't avail anything if there is no prayer, right? And I know that we all are coming from all walks of life. We all have our own struggles every day. And some of us, I've struggled with maybe our children that don't know the Lord. And here we are pouring into people, and we struggle with our own kids not wanting God. And it's hard for us moms, right? us dads that have a child that potentially doesn't want the Lord and is feeling like they just don't, nothing you do, nothing you say, nothing happens to change their life. And I just feel compelled to share this testimony with you. My daughter, my oldest daughter, that by chance happens to be with me here today, that is a testimony. There was a time in her life that she was away from the Lord, and she didn't want anything to do with God. She was very angry at the Lord for her reasons, right? And I remember praying and interceding for her and asking, God, please save her, please save her. And I would wake up in the middle of the night at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I could feel needles in my veins. And there were these itchy feelings on my veins. And I'd be like, what is going on? And then the Lord would show me her face. And I'd get up. I'd kneel by my bed. And I'd say, Lord, wherever she is, protect her, save her, bring her to you, let her know who you are. And there was years of that, years of crying and crying and crying and crying, asking out the Lord. And it's everything I said. I tell her go left, she'd go right. I tell her go right, she'd go left. I mean, it's just when you're mom and dad, you know nothing, right? That's just when they're in that state, right? And I remember thinking, God, when is this ever going to change? And we had a youth pastor that was, I've been blessed to parent 4 and grandchildren 6. Our youth pastor at the time told me, you need to give her to God. You need to let her go. And you need to move forward and be there for the rest of your kids, because you're so caught up in this that you're losing these, right? You're not being present. So I had, I cried out to the Lord right now, and I'm thinking, let her go. How can I let her go? This is my kid. I'm not letting her go. And I had a dream. And the Lord, in my dream, showed me my daughter behind a pulpit. And there was a woman that came up to her and said, she was talking to her. Then she came up to me and she said, how did you do it? How did you raise such an amazing girl? And I'm thinking in my head, what? She's what? And I woke up. And the Lord said to me, you are seeing her where she is. I am showing her where she's going to be. Showing you where she's going to be. And I woke up that morning and I was in tears, and I'm like, oh my gosh, Lord, what is going on? He said, give her to me. I can't do anything as long as you keep trying. And so I'm here to tell you, whoever you are, right? Mother, father, you keep on praying, because God changes things. And he will make a way where there is no way, right? So we fast forward years later. God brings her back into the fold. And she's just amazing. Right now, God's doing things in her life. And she's now a student. And she wants to be a counselor. And that was a blessing. But was even more of a blessing was that my oldest granddaughter that's going to be she's in high school this year, she's going to be graduating. She came up to me and she said, Grandma, she says, I want to do what you do as well. She says, that's what I want for my life. And so not only did God take my dad that was an alcoholic, that didn't want anything to do with the Lord, and changed him, then he came into my life and he restored me. And now he's restored my daughter, and he's bringing my granddaughter into a place of ministry. In one of our workshops that we did this exercise called 2 Truths and a Lie. And basically it's you tell 2 truths about yourself. 2 lies about yourself and a truth. And my 3 were, I was born into a family of drug dealers. My parents are pastors, and I was a cheerleader. And so those were my three things, right? And everybody thought, well, for sure, you probably were a cheerleader, And I'm like, no, that's not true. The other 2 things are true, though. I was born into a family of drug dealers, and I had pastors as parents. And when the Lord called me to counsel, I kept thinking, Lord, I don't want to be a counselor. I don't want to listen to people's problems all day. Why would you want to do that, right? And I just didn't want to do it. And then I asked him, why, Lord? Why? And this 14-year-old that I started seeing came in, and she started telling me her story about how she was abused and how she had been, physically and sexually molested and, abused and sexually molested. And the Lord said to me, that's why. Our stories, as awful as they can be, or as great as they can be, they're there for a reason. They're there for a reason, right? And we cannot be who we need to be if we don't walk in obedience, because I heard, I love Joyce Myers. I don't know if any of you guys know who Joyce Myers is. I was listening to her one time, and in regards to the body, she was saying, we want to conquer demons, but we have no control over an Oreo. So it's like, when it comes to your body, take care of it. It's the only body that God gives us, right? We have to eat right. We have to exercise. We have to do those things, right? And our soul just as well. If we don't take care and pay attention who we're bringing into our fold and into our lives to speak, we're absorbing all of that. I mean, it's important to realize that, right? And then lastly, the spirit. Now, here in the spirit world, right, learn about, when I see people, I ask them, tell me about your faith walk. What does that look like for you? Are you, do you have a faith walk? Are you saved? Are you a Christian? And it's interesting how many people come to me, even as raised in church, and don't really know anything about the Lord at all. It's just amazing to me. Or they're, different denominations, and they have absolutely no understanding of who God is. And so I like to take them and be able to bring them into a space of, I am now going to be that person, that mentor that speaks into their life, right? And we try to give them resources and invite them to churches. My camp is a church that I'm in. I've been in the same church for over 20-something years, and my husband and I are elders in that church, and we've got 7 campuses. And I try to get to know every pastor in our campuses and also around in the surrounding areas. I look at what's available for them in their local church, what's available for them with resources, Bible studies, right? I want to be able to feed them and take them into a place of getting to helping them grow in their spirit, because they don't understand, right, what they need to do. But it's very, very important that as a counselor, you pour into them and you realize they see you in a position of strength, right? And you have a whole lot of influence. And, cholerics, we want to control everything, but God is very adamant about saying, you can't lead unless you know how to follow. Right? And we have to learn how to follow what God tells us to do. And we can't just get up one day and go into our sessions and not be prayed up, not fasted, not read the word. We need these things, because what God gives us is what we give to others. And if we don't have that, let me tell you, your clients know it, because they're not going to hear what you have to say. They don't care what you have to say until they hear that you really care, or they know that you really care and that you really love them. And so it's very important that we stay very connected to the Lord. So a lot of the resources that we have, one of the resources that we use is called a transformation prayer. And I have it out on my table. And the transformation prayer basically teaches them how to pray for themselves. And it talks about learning how to pray for your mind. Father God, take my mind, take my thoughts, help me to understand what to be thinking, right? Lord, look at my eyes, help me understand to see what you want me to see and not just what I want to see. Look at my words, help me to say words that are going to edify and not tear down, especially with couples, right? Because couples are sometimes the worst person that speaks to us is our spouse, or vice versa, and they come to us not knowing how to do that. So teaching them, take my words, help me to speak what you want me to speak. Take my hands that I do what you want me to do. Take my feet, guide my feet, that where I go, you lead me. So these are the things that we teach them. Another thing that is just happening right before I started doing. Before I got invited to this, the Lord had put in my heart to write a devotional journal. And are any of you familiar with soap journaling? Yes. So this particular book that it's in the middle of being published right now. I wrote a book called Insights of the Heart, Walking in Obedience. And Dr. Al is actually doing my forward. And so I always give my clients devotionals. And every time they come to me, depending on what they need, I give them a book and I tell them, I'm going to ask you what you got out of this, right? And this particular book is exactly that. It's called Walking in Obedience. And it teaches, it kind of tells them what a devotional, and then there's a section next to it that breaks it down. What did you hear? What did you read? What was it? What did you gain from it? How to apply it, and prayers and all of that. And so when you do this, when you give them stuff to do, right, and they come back, they know that you're going to ask them, how's your faith walk? What's going on with you, right? Did you pray about that? You don't just, okay, I'm going to talk to you, but you pour into them, you give them things to do. So that's something that is out there. If you guys are interested in that book, just give me your email. When it comes out, I'll give it to you. I was blessed that I was trying to figure out how to get it published, and I was praying about where to send it, and I sent it to a publishing company called Trilogy, which is actually the arm for TBN. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, Lord. So TBN's going to be publishing this book, and it's actually going to be promoted throughout the TBN channels. And I was floored. I was not expecting that at all. So that's going to be exciting, right? So another thing that we are working on is that we are actually looking at properties now. And a big dream that I have is to have a place where young women that have either been abused, been out of jail, that have been battered, that they can come transition and stay in our transitional housing. And our counselors are going to be the ones that are going to be teaching them their identity in Christ and helping them and putting them through education and giving them that safe space where they can stay with us for a year, 2 years, 6 months, depending on where they are. And so that's exciting, right, for me to see all these things that are happening, because at the time that the Lord brought me to him, I had no intention to be a leader. I had no intentions to want to do anything that I'm doing at all. I kept telling God, Lord, no, no. And a lot of that came from the reality that my dad used to tell me, you're not going to amount to anything. You're not going to do anything with your life. But he was in a drunken space. And it took a long time for me to realize where he was. And I had to forgive him. I had to go through that, right? I had to go through that space where I realized he didn't know where he was. He was blinded by the enemy. And when the Lord changed his life and he became a Christian and my mom became a Christian, God redeemed in such a beautiful way that I realized who I was not a product of my parents. And I tell this to our young people that we talk to in the organization Joel the Jobs. Your mom and your dad, they did the deed. But they didn't create you. Your Heavenly Father created you. So it doesn't matter what they tell you, who they say you are. God says you are his. You are redeemed. You are a child of the Most High God. And there's nothing that with him you cannot accomplish. And so our goal is to teach everybody their identity in Christ, right? To let them know you can do this, you can get past this, and you can be somebody. You don't have to go by what people say. So how do you discern if you're walking in obedience? This is a big one. Your decisions are based on facts, not fear. Oftentimes we think, well, what if? What if is the enemy's world? That's not God's world. God says yes, he says no, there is no in between. So when you're thinking things, right, and I always tell them, this is one of the first scriptures that I tell them, I want you to memorize this scripture. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and a sound mind. So if whatever you're thinking and your decisions are led by fear, then you know that's not God leading you at all. That's the enemy. So you have to stop and say, okay, where are these thoughts coming from? They're not coming from God, then I have to step out of this and realize that God has something else. So another thing that discerns whether or not you're walking in obedience is if you have peace. It doesn't mean that life isn't difficult. It doesn't mean that you don't have, chaos in your world. It means that you walk in peace because you know who's walking with you. Fun story. How many of you have seen The Lion King? So there's a scene in The Lion King, right, where Simba, the little lion, is running for dear life, and he's running away from the hyenas. He gets backed up behind a wall, and these hyenas are about to come at him, and suddenly he backs up against that wall, and he's gonna muster up some strength, and he's thinking, what am I gonna do? I'm about to get eaten by these hyenas, and all of a sudden he roars, and this huge roar comes out, and the hyenas start running the other direction. But then when Simba turns around, his father's behind him. And it was never Simba to begin with, right? So you have to realize, right, supines, melancholies, it doesn't matter who we are, right? Wherever you are, your roar is not yours, it's God's. And when God speaks, everything changes, right? So when you think you ain't got it, you're right, you don't. But God in you does, right? And so another way to discern if you're walking in obedience, you experience joy. You know, life can be chaotic, and yet you have joy. And people are thinking, man, you should be totally a mess. You're like, no, I got joy. I'm sitting in a place of expectancy. When all hell is breaking loose, I'm waiting to see what my God's about to do. And it's a different way to see things, right? Not waiting for the next ball to drop, because a lot of our clients have been through so much trauma that they're sitting in that space of, oh, I'm waiting for the next bad thing. No, no, no. As a child of God, you wait to see what God's gonna do and change that. So why do we do what we do? Well, we do things because of who we are, right? And who we counsel. Ephesians 4:1 says, as a prisoner of the Lord then, I urge you to live a life worthy of the calling you have received. Are our lives worthy of the calling that God has given us? Unfortunately, in the news you hear nowadays, pastors that have been pastors forever are walking away or falling into sin. We have got to be careful, and we have got to be on guard, because our enemy is real. He's out there, and it doesn't matter if you're a pastor, if you're a teacher, if you're a counselor, if you're the neighbor. It doesn't matter who you are. Any of us are capable of falling. You know, like Kathleen was saying, we all have weaknesses. And if you're not on guard, look out, because there's an enemy out there, right? And also realizing that even in the midst of what we go through, God's not done with us. Right where you're sitting, I don't care how old you are, God's not done with you. If he was done with you, you wouldn't be here. That's just how it is, right? So it doesn't matter how young you are, doesn't matter how old you are, as long as there's breath in your life, in your lungs, God is not done with you. So you have to remember, maybe you messed up somehow. Maybe there was something in you that you're feeling, Lord, I don't know what to do with this. I don't know if I should do this or that. Realize that God's not finished. Philippians 1:6 says, I am confident in this very thing, that he who has begun a good work in you
And ministry experience, we can get so busy in what we're doing and not listening to the word. When was the last time you sat in prayer or think about this thing about something? Just talk to me. What do you want? Rather than, people often say, trust God, trust God, trust God. He said, I don't want to be the person that just trusts God. I want to be the person that God can trust. That's a big responsibility.
We're still not getting set up.
So that's how many parents do you have? Every table has a parent, right? You can have 4, 5, 10 kids. It's like, of my 4, I can say one thing to the two. What I can say the same thing to all 4 of them, and all 4 of them hear something different. And I'm thinking because they all have different temperaments, right? But yet, when God speaks to us, right, if we are obedient in what He tells us to do, He's gonna trust us. If you have a child that every time you tell them something, they don't do it, then you gotta be a little bit more careful with that child. Like love on them a little bit more. You have a little bit closer because you know that they don't make the best decisions. But then you have the child that's, for whatever reason, the good one, right? That always listens, always does. And thinking, thank you, Lord, because if they were all the same in Jesus, but you have that one that could be a little bit nicer, that really actually listens to you. And you give them a little more leeway because you know that they're going to do what's right. Well, God has you in a place right now. And like Eternal Tony has said, He's going to take you to a better level. A bigger, a different place than you are now. It should get there when there's obedience. Because if there's not obedience, you kind of stay stuck in space, right? So who are you grateful for? My life to have good mentors. And I've always been the type of person as a choleric that, so I've got choleric, fanatic, and sanguine, whole different mathematics, right? But choleric, compulsive, and compulsive, you can imagine. But I would question everything. And when I first came to the Lord, I remember listening to pastors speak, and every time he would speak, I would go to the Word and I'd ask all these questions. Why this, why that? And just always asking questions. And my mom would say, you need to be an attorney because you're always debating everything. But I would ask questions. That's what God wants us to do with Him. Ask questions, right? Be grateful, but ask questions. But all these mentors that we have, they're there in your life for a reason. God placed them there for a reason. And I'm very grateful for some of the mentors that are in my life. One of them being Dr. Apple. I don't know what happened, or my slide went, he disappeared. But I know my clock is taking so long to break. So Dr. Alice was one of my mentors that actually helped me understand my calling and who I needed to be. And I'm very grateful that he was open and able to be obedient to his calling to do what he did, right? And his act of obedience helped me get here too. But I'm also very, very, very grateful for the criminals. Are they still in here? Can they come in for a minute? Oh, they're outside. I had something to them. Anyway, so think about those people, right? That you look up to, that are your mentors, that spoke into your life. Because those people that spoke into your life, every day God brings you somebody to speak into theirs. And so what you say, what you do, those words are words of power that will build your clients up or not, right? So it's realizing that speaking that life into them is going to get them to the level that God wants them to be in. But they cannot get there without the obedience of where they are. Are they? They're over there? You sneaked out on me. The photo booth. So I want you to come up here for a minute. I get $1 for so. Well, that's kind of, I literally go out and speak to people, right, around the community doing work. So my host, we give out these, or we have these T-shirts that we wear. Okay. Right. We're called Miracle Worker. And it says counseling for those who can't. So, Dr. Oro, this is yours. Because of you, there's a room full of miracle workers.
They actually went to.
Yes, they are.
So I had a sign on one of the structures over the door into the sanctuary. And it said, through these doors pass the most beautiful people on earth, my congregation.
So. I've never seen you guys in t-shirts, so if you don't wear them, that's okay, but I want to tell you this. Whenever you look at these, realize your blessings, right? Because it says blessings on the side, but not only that, there's someone in Texas very grateful that you said yes, and you were obedient to their calling. Because of your obedience, we're all here. This one's my daughter.
Are you?
And her daughter as well. So here you have it. You affected 3 generations of my family. So, and I'm sure you guys have family too, so they have it. So anyway. It's another way to make money, right? So anyway, so needless to say, obedience is a very big deal, right? It's something that we wake up every day, we have a choice. I tell my clients, you have a choice every morning. You can get up and brush your teeth or have stinky breath. This is true, right? You can eat right and be healthy or end up with all kinds of sicknesses. You can get in the word and find out God's promises, or you can ignore it and never walk in his ways. And so I'm finishing. I'm better. Look at that. So with that said, I want you to take away this. I'll say this last story, and then I'll let you go because I know I'm going through this. Trying to break. I was my husband. He's had 3 heart attacks.
Yeah.
Every single time they told me, I don't think he's going to make it. He was told that he was going to die at the age of 30. He's 57. 40% of his heart died, collapsed, and he was only living with only 60% of his heart. The last heart attack that he had, they did open heart surgery. And when they showed us the picture of his heart in the screen, you could see the 40% that was dead and the 60% that was going at the second heart attack. At the third heart attack, they showed us the screen again. And in the 40% that was dead, there was one vein that was growing in there, connected to the other. And you could see that one little vein popping. And the doctor said, your husband should be dead. He should not be alive. He said, I don't know what happened. He got this little bitty vein. And I said, I know. I know. I serve a mighty God.
Right.
I serve a mighty God. Well, in the midst of those 3 heart attacks that he had, I'll go a little bit over now. One particular time, the second time that he had the heart attack, he obviously couldn't work. And I was the one working. And one morning, I was just at the end of my rope. I was having a bad day. I wasn't feeling good. And I told my husband, I'm just going to go get lemonade because my tummy was upset. And there's a place in Texas, it's called Chick-fil-A.
My Texans, right? We call it the Lord's chicken because they're closed on Sunday through the Christian order.
But anyway, so I was going to Chick-fil-A to get lemonade.
And as I was walking through the Chick-fil-A or driving through the Chick-fil-A, I was going in the drive-through. I was driving in and there was no one behind me. There was nobody there, which is very rare for Chick-fil-A because they're always very busy. But it was bright and early in the morning. I was driving into the drive-through, and as I was going through the drive-through, I heard something in me say, "Pay for the guy behind you." At this point, I was very angry, very frustrated, kind of yelling at God. I'm like, we're broke. I've got $5 to my name. I don't feel good. Why am I in this space? And I was just having a moment, right? And feeling sorry for myself. And I was thinking in my head, I'm gonna buy the lemonade with my debit card, and the last $5 that I have, I'm gonna save it and maybe grab something for lunch, because we were really struggling financially at that point. So I'm driving through this Chick-fil-A, and I hear pay for the guy behind you. And I look up and I'm thinking, well, there's nobody behind me. Good thing, because I'm broke. So I keep going, right? And then I hear again, pay for the guy behind you. And at this time I said, Lord, why are you telling me to pay for the guy behind me? I know you're not, because there's nobody there and I'm broke. And I'm having this conversation, right? Then I get to the window, proud to get my lemonade, still griping at the Lord for being broke. And as I'm standing in the drive at the window, I hear again, pay for the guy behind you. And I look up, and lo and behold, there's a guy behind me. And I'm thinking, okay, I don't think it's a coincidence that there's a guy behind me, right? Usually Chick-fil-A, a lot of moms go through there, but anyway. So I'm like, okay, fine. And I said, fine, I'll just pay for him. He better not be more than $5, you know? And so I get to the window, right? And the guy says, you know, here's your limit. I said, I need to pay for the guy behind me. And grumpy, you know. And he looks at me and says, I'm sorry? I said, I need to pay for the guy behind me. And I'm just grumpy, right? And he's like, okay. He says, well, ma'am, what would you like me to tell him? And he looked thoroughly confused, thinking, you don't have to do this, right? And I said, just tell him to pay for the guy behind him. He's like, okay. So and I'm thinking in my head, oh my God, how much is this? So he comes up and he says, well, it's $5.46. And I'm thinking, what? And then I remembered, my husband has this very bad habit of putting change in the cup holder of my car. And I'm like, I look, and lo and behold, there's 46 cents in my cup. So I get my $5, I get the 46 cents, and I give them to the guy. And if you've ever gone through Chick-fil-A, they all say, my pleasure. I say, thank you, and he says, my pleasure. So I give him the money, he gives me my lemonade, I start driving off. And as I start driving off, I hear this voice and this warmth that comes over me. And he said two things. I will never ask you to give what you don't have. And secondly, there's joy in obedience. The anger, the frustration, the fear, all of that left. And this peace came over me, and I realized, God, I'm just gonna do what you want me to do. And whatever else happens, it's in your hands. And now when all hell breaks loose, I say, okay, God, it's your problem, not mine. You deal with it. I don't know what's going on, you deal with it. Now the choleric in me would tell God, Lord, you need to do this, just saying. But the reality is, I can now let go because he's got it. So always remember, there's joy in obedience because God's got you. Go out this way. I can go out this way.
How awesome is that? Whew. Good stuff. Well, listen, I was only asked to remind you about a couple of things, and then we're going to have a great evening of rest and relaxation. The photo booth, Dr. Arno was trying to get a head start. We caught him. Yes. But if you'd like to get some pictures, we'd love for you to go and see Dr. Arno, or if you bring your own people that you'd like to get pictures there, please do that. Mara will be posting those to the website where you'll be able to go and visit and download those pictures and do whatever you'd like to them. As long as it's done tastefully, we'd appreciate that. For those of you that are going on the dinner train tonight, a couple of things. Please remember to bring your purple wristband. If we have any stowaways on the bus, there's only 96 seats on the train. We don't want to have a confrontation when we get to the train station. If any of y'all have seen Yellowstone, you know what happens when you get to the train station. And if you don't, then talk to someone who just laughed at that. But the buses are going to be here at 5. You'll be able to board the buses at 5:15. It'll be leaving promptly at 5:30. For those of you who have a little thinner blood, I'd encourage you to bring a light jacket or a sweater. On your way back, it's going to be in the 60s, so it's going to be a little cool when you get off the train. But I'm glad you're here. I hope you feel blessed and refreshed today. God bless you. Have a great evening, and we'll see you in the morning.